Hey, you might as well put on your blizzard suit or wrap up in a blanket. Get ready. You're fixing to see the coldest Bassmaster tournament in history. It's not supposed to be winter weather in November on Oklahoma's Grand Lake of the Cherokees, but today it is. The weigh-in scales even freeze. You'll have to see it to believe it, and you will when the Bassmasters return. Stay tuned. I'm Bob Cobb. We'll be right back with the Oklahoma Invitational, where the winter wind blows cold.
Solid and responsive. The special ride of a Ranger comes from over 2 decades of exposure to the real world. And with every part so in tune with the other, there's a sense of oneness that makes running a Ranger an experience like no other. An experience where comfort is just that, where performance is rock solid, and where you can feel the confidence of real craftsmanship. So whether it's rough or relaxed, at Ranger, we're ready to ride.
Never before has there been a fishing line for baitcasters like the new Magnum 720 and 1440 oval-shaped lines from DuPont. Magnum 720 casts like a 7-pound, but is really a 20-pound line. And Magnum 1440 has 14-pound flexibility with 40-pound strength. Tough enough to bring big fish out of the heaviest structure. The super strong Magnum lines for baitcasters only. Only from DuPont.
Serious fishermen tend to be picky about a lot of things. That's why we've created the Evinrude Intruder. All new from the prop to the engine cover. Smaller, lighter, and quieter. Still, there's 158 cubes packed into the all-new powerhead. In its class, nothing can touch it. At Evinrude, we know that the catching is at least half the fun. Getting there ought to be the other half. The all-new Intruder at your Evinrude dealer.
For decades, fishermen have searched for the ultimate plastic worm. One that fish don't spit out. But the results have always been the same. Until now, introducing the revolutionary Berkeley Power Worm. Formulated with flavor and scent enhancers so effective, fish not only strike, they hold on. Berkeley Power Worms. Fish just won't let go.
For the 319 anglers entered in the $188,000 Bassmaster Oklahoma Invitational on Grand Lake, the weather is the main topic of conversation. The past 3 practice days were laced with sleet, snow, rain, and freezing temperatures. Today's not that bad, so far, but the forecast is for cold and colder weather. Oklahoma's Grand Lake of the Cherokees is 51 years old, but is considered one of the state's best fisheries. With 59,200 surface acres and 1,300 miles of shoreline, it fishes big. When Grand is high, usually in the spring, flooded willow trees offer the best fishing. But now with the lake 5 feet low, man-made brush piles around docks and steep drop-offs are the key. The Grand Old Lady, as she's called, is a year-round residence for many. For others, a weekend getaway place. Grand also sports a world-class resort and conference center, Shangri-La. But it's not golf or tennis or water sports these Bassmasters are here for. It's bass fishing. Florida's Jim Finley is quick to connect this first morning of competition. Earlier, he confided, despite the conditions, he'd been catching lots of fish during practice. Each angler may weigh in 6 bass daily. The minimum length is 14 inches. Kentucky's Tim McDonald is also catching bass this morning. Most of these fishermen are casting jigs with a pork trailer or fishing plastic worms. The water temperature is in the low 50s, falling into the 40s upriver. Grand Lake has a good population of both largemouth and spotted bass. It also has a lot of these fish that bite like bass, as Oklahoma's Tommy Biffle learns. They're called drum, and they don't count in this tournament. Tim McDonald's pattern is still paying off. Pre-tournament predictions were that it would take 35 to 40 pounds to win the $35,000 first place purse. But that was before the weather turned to the worst. North Carolina's Guy Aker has hold of a good bass, but they're also biting in the back of the boat for Texan Jim Brower. Doubles like this are not uncommon around boat docks on Grand. In fact, some local anglers fish the man-made cover around the docks exclusively year-round. Weigh-in time, and the size of the catches is going to open some eyes. It looks like Arkansas's Ron Shuffield is the angler of the hour, the one to beat.
Watch the scale. 21 pounds, 10 ounces, and your new leader, 21.11. All right, hold up a couple of these right here. I tell you, folks, this is something else. I tell you, the big bass are turned on. I'm telling you, this feeding up this real cold winter. That's just two on. Let me hold one on. Let me get one right here. I want to get one on. So I get in this act.
Day 2. And button up your overcoat, folks, because the wind chill right now is 17 degrees below zero. That's when these anglers are standing still. Now calculate how cold it will be at 60 miles per hour in an open bass boat. But these Bassmasters probably won't be traveling that fast this morning. There's fog and rough water and the bitter cold. Even though this Bassmaster Oklahoma Invitational is shaping up more as a survival test than a bass tourney, Arizona's Ted Miller proves the bass will still bite, and they're full of fight. What fishing problems do the cold temperatures create? Let the leader, Ron Sheffield, explain.
Hey, it's altering the way I'm having to fish. I'm having to fish this stuff a lot slower than I did yesterday because of the wind and because of the ice. You just don't have any feel with your reel. Like your level wind continually ices over. This one here is solid. You every now and then stop and blow it out so that your line will flow through it free enough to make your cast and presentation better.
But here's an angler who's got the cold weather problems figured out. Lonnie Stanton.
Trying to use two rods. Leave one by the little heater. They get so much ice down inside the dikes and stuff, it won't cast. This is about thawed out now, though. Just sit here. I mean, look at this. Jig Pro Solid. Look at that. All these are Pro Solid.
Back to Ron Sheffield. How's he catching his bass?
Basically been doing is I've been working these docks down these banks. These docks has got the brush around them. I'm working them from the bank side in and out and around. And if the water in behind these docks is as deep as 10 to 12 feet, I'll spend most of my time fishing strictly behind them. But on these flatter docks, it seemed like the last day of practice, I got on some fish on these flatter docks out on the front edges and the outside corners of them. They also were around some kind of structure, brush or whatever. And that's basically what I've been doing the last couple of days is just working in and out around these brush piles. But this cold weather has got these fish, I think, in a pretty much a dormant mood. They're just not biting real aggressive. In practice, they hit the jig pretty good, but now they're not biting the jig very good. I'm fishing a half-ounce Stanley jig, black and blue, with a black and blue 11A Uncle Josh port. And every fish I've caught has been on that pattern. So we're going to keep throwing.
Even though the weather's vicious, it's not hampering the bass catching action. As Oklahoma's Chuck Devereaux finds out, the conditions for fishing are horrible, but for the bass, not bad. That's because the water temperature hasn't dropped to the point that would take them off their fall feed bag. But there's no doubt the weather change is affecting the bass in some way. Again, Ron Shuffield.
I think these bigger fish are the ones that's, they're the ones that's probably been most affected by this. We've still caught, a few smaller fish up in here around this cover like this, but these bigger fish seem to have kind of just pulled out off the bank and are holding on the outside edges of some of this good cover. And a lot of them aren't really on the bottom. They're kind of suspended up in the tops of this brush. And so I'm not really working my jig a whole lot on the bottom. I'm spending a lot of time just kind of swimming it through the brush tops. I think that, if the weather would warm up, these fish would probably get a little more aggressive and move back in on some of the shallower brush where I first started catching them in practice. But the last couple of days, like I said, they just haven't seemed to be many fish out there on it.
When we return, we'll let the scales tell us just how much the weather's affected the fish. The Bassmasters will be right back from Grove, Oklahoma and the Grand Lake of the Cherokees. Stay tuned.
My dad and I have owned Ford trucks for as long as I can remember. If somebody had told me 3 months ago that I'd be driving a Chevy truck, well, I wouldn't have believed them. Well, I took a look at the new Chevy truck, and they've totally redesigned the truck. And test drove it. That was enough to sell me on it. It's got the Vortec V6. It's got plenty of power. They've had tough competition from Ford, and they've beat them.
The heartbeat of America, that's today's Chevy truck.
Chevrolet's done their homework on this truck.
When you fish a national tournament, you stand right here 10 hours a day. My back used to really ache, but not anymore. This Paleo support belt supports my lower back with a wide washable strap of sturdy webbing and foam. It adjusts easily for quick loosening and tightening. Doctors say the straighter the spinal column, the more weight it can support. Even when I'm just fishing for fun, my Vallejo belt lets me concentrate on catching bass and not an aching back. Hunter fish longer in complete comfort with Vallejo.
Ever since my husband started using a Rubbermaid cooler, he doesn't come in for ice. He doesn't come in for a cold drink. He doesn't even come in for lunch. I never see the guy.
On fire. Nice try, babe.
Rubbermaid's patented refreeze system, attached snap-lock lids, and thick insulation seem to keep things cold forever. And they're so strong and durable, Rubbermaid backs them with a full 6-year warranty. No wonder they're the official coolers of the Bassmasters Classic.
Hi, I'm Kurt Gowdy with a great way for you to kick off your spring fishing season and save some big bucks along with it. Get a hold of this Price Smasher edition of the Bass Pro Shop Spring Fever Sale Catalog. It's got the largest selection of the newest tackle and outdoor gear anywhere. It's got your old favorites and some hot new fishing tips. The prices are guaranteed to be the lowest anywhere, and it's free. Just call 1-800-BASS-PRO for your free catalog today.
Day 2 weigh-in time, and there are more surprises coming.
30th place, he had 6.95. Yesterday, he brings me 6 bass, a full live limit today, and I want you to watch the weight, folks. 20 pounds, 8 ounces for Danny Pryor. Yeah!
And now this morning's leader, Ron Sheffield.
Ron is leading this tournament yesterday with 21 pounds and a little bit. Folks, he has 2 bass today, total weight 8 pounds and 6 ounces. Now I want to ask you, Ron, you got 2 spectacular bass. Let's hold these bass up. Let's show these bass off. These are the 2 bass, folks, he caught. He's fishing a pattern that's working on bigger fish. And Sheffield has continued to hold the lead. This is going to bring him right back into the lead by 4 ounces, no less. And I got here. It's frozen. If you use any part of it you want.
I'm frozen too, right? So it don't matter.
How far, Ron, did you run today, roughly, time-wise?
I'm not running about 10 minutes away. It's as far away as I'm going to fish. The wind and cold weather, coupled with the fact that your line freezing your guides and everything all day, kind of bothered me quite a bit today during my fishing. But I had 4 bites all day, and the other 2 I broke both of them off, and they were that size or maybe a little bit bigger. And so I had the chances today to been back up there pretty good. But there's one more day left, and if the wind would get down, I think I can catch these fish. But when I'm fishing, the wind's pretty crucial to me.
How cold was it out on the pond? Gary Klein knows.
My trolling motor froze shut. I couldn't leave. I had to stay and fish this one area for about 2 hours. It was literally frozen down in the lock position.
4 pounds and 1.
That's pretty cold.
It was so cold that
Ask Jay Yellis.
Waves come over the bow of the boat when we were fishing. We were fishing into the wind. There's about 3 foot waves.
Bingo.
The whole deck of the boat turned to ice.
We got to put his fish on there.
It's like we needed ice skates instead of shoes to fish.
And enough of them do, maybe they'll cancel the tournament. So that's my.
Denny Brower is dressed for the weather, but maybe he stayed out too long.
My tree suit, well, the whole deal there is I'm fishing water so clear that I'm really worried about the fish looking up. Every now and then they poke their head up to see what the weather's about to do. And with this tree suit, they can't see me near as well. They just think I'm a tree, so it's been helping.
On the serious side, there are dangers on the water, as Gary Klein explained.
The one thing that really scares me with weather like this is if you go into the water, then you just have a few minutes. You really got to get taken care of. Normally when weather's this bad, and if I'm really making a major run, I'll carry a complete change of clothes and a space blanket in the boat, just in case.
And if you want it straight from someone who went swimming, listen to California's Mike Folkestad.
I hope he didn't freeze to death.
Did he stay with you all day?
He stayed and fished all day.
Oh no, did he take the underwear off he had on when he hit the water?
Yeah, he did.
Mike, what were you doing to fall in?
Well, Tommy went back in the back of the boat to the motor was going to hit a piece of angle iron, and so I took the troll motor and put it in reverse, and I was backing out, and I hit a gangplank or something. I don't know what the hell I hit, but I went in.
Were you going feet first, or head first, or sideways?
Hey, I did a belly flop.
Listen, what was your first? What was the first impression when you hit the water?
First thing I did is I started swimming as hard as I could for the bank because I didn't know what was happening.
Well, you went on to the shore?
I swam all the way to shore. I asked Tommy if I was going to get protested for leaving the boat, but he said no. And it was we were by a restaurant, and I had on dress in front of this restaurant. And these women were up there. We could see them looking out of the window, peeping, but they couldn't see nothing. I was like a turtle.
Day 3 of the Bassmaster Oklahoma Invitational. And if you think yesterday was cold, check the mercury today, 8 degrees. This weigh-in tank will take some thawing. It's also taking more time to get the contestants on the water today. This ramp froze solid after the second boat was launched. So now they're launching off the bank with the help of a winch. More problems. Frozen boat steering cables. Frozen everything. But the bass are still biting for Denny Brower. It appears his tree trunk camouflage is paying off this last morning. Ron Shuffield returns to his upriver area. He's had it pretty much to himself because many fishermen feel the water in the Elk River is too cold. Ron has proved it isn't, if you can make the right lure presentation. He's won 3 top 100 Pro-Am tournaments. This could be his first Bassmaster Invitational win, but he needs a big bite. Because Jay Yellis, only 1 ounce behind at the start of this morning, is catching bass. Let's ask Jay to explain his pattern.
What I'm fishing is a deep structure pattern. As cold as it's been, these fish are starting to relate to the walls quite a bit in the vertical drops. And the best spots seem to be where flats meet these vertical drops. And all the fish are just, it doesn't look like there's a wall here, but this bank comes out, tapers to about 15 feet, and then it goes straight into 80 feet. And the fish are right, they just migrate up on top of that little ledge to feed, and that's where I'm catching them.
Let's take a quick break and warm up. The Bassmasters will be right back from Oklahoma's Grand Lake. Stay tuned. Here's the coffee.
The great thing about fishing is that size limits apply only to the fish. BP, a sponsor of fishing programs and events for all ages.
Wearing this bass patch can make you a better bass fisherman, guaranteed, and you've got my word to back it up. I'm Ray Scott, and wearing the official bass patch is just one of the many privileges of membership in the Bass Anglers Sportsman Society. But most important, everything we do at Bass is designed to help you catch more fish like these pros are doing. As a member, you'll enjoy 10 big issues a year of Bassmaster Magazine, our official publication. And every issue is jam-packed cover to cover with spectacular outdoor photography with in-depth how-to articles that show you the tips and techniques you'll need to improve your bass fishing skills. So join Bass today and get your official membership packet and your bass patch. Call this toll-free number now, and I'll also send you a free gift.
Call 1-800-543-2200 to join Bass and get your free tackle pack with Man 79 crankbait, Berkeley's Power Crawl, Berkeley's Trimax line, and Bass spinnerbait. With your $15 paid membership, you'll also receive 10 big issues of Bassmaster Magazine. To join, call 1-800-543-2200.
For Denny Brower, the bass are still biting, but today most of them are small and short of the 14-inch limit. Denny needs some heavyweights to match the quality fish Ron Shuffield is catching. And what about the leader? How's he doing?
I've caught 8 fish today. I've had 3 short fish. I've got 5 keepers, and I've had 9 bites. The only other fish that I've had hooked was about a 3.5, 4-pound fish, and I broke her off. I think the ice or the brittle line is probably the reason I broke that fish off, but that's 3 of them that size I've lost up here the last couple of days, so I'm sure it's going to play a role in whether or not I can win this tournament, because I'd feel pretty comfortable if I had either one of the 3 I've lost the last 2 days.
Missouri Angler.
Weigh-in time. Did Ron Shuffield hold on to his lead?
Here comes our leader in the tournament, Ron Shuffield, with 30 pounds and 1 ounce to his credit. He has another solid limited bass. The question is, what'll they weigh and who's going to catch him? I'll tell you one thing, this is when you pray for a big fish. You know, 6 bass in this crowd here sometimes won't do it.
Well, it was awful tough again today, but the fish bit better for me. I caught a good many more fish today, yes, including short fish, but I just hope I got enough, Ray. I went out and I felt like I needed to catch 13 to 14 pounds to really have a chance to do it, so throw them on there and let's see if it's enough.
All right, here we go, folks. Watch the scale very closely. 18, 19 pounds even. There's your winner right there, I believe. But, we'll ask him real quick, and we'll talk more about this later. We've got to ask you the question. We didn't ask you a lot of questions, but tell us, if you would, now that it's over, what lure were you using, and what technique, and where were you fishing, the depth, and so forth?
I spent the entire tournament in the Elk River. I caught every one of these fish out of 46, 47-degree water that most fishermen, I think, had overlooked because it was awful cold. And I was working my lure extremely slow. I'd start at the bank, and I'd work in beside and behind every boat dock that had brush. Even if there wasn't any visible brush, I'd still fish just as tight, skip the jig along up and under the cables, and I fished real well tournament. I only lost 3 fish, and all of them were good fish, but that's the quality fish that were up there biting. And I used a 1/2-ounce black blue Stanley jig with number 11 black blue pork the whole tournament.
Good enough for me. Thank you so much. Congratulations, folks. Let's give him a good hand. We'll bring him up in just a minute. You might as well. I would recommend you
The
not
winner
leave.
of this tournament earns $14,000 cash and a fully rigged Ranger bass boat. Denny Brower doesn't have enough. Neither does Jay Ellis. Lonnie Stanley charges into second place with 18 pounds, 3 ounces today. But the champion of the Bassmaster Oklahoma Invitational is Ron Shuffield, the wire-to-wire leader.
This is a lot. You won a lot of tournaments, and I tell you, you seem to do better when the pressure's on.
Well, you know, it's rare that a leader leads this thing and wins one wire to wire, and I thought after yesterday, even though I had lost a couple quality fish, that I was going to watch my hopes for winning another one go down the drain. But, you know, I was lucky today. I caught my fish. I fished real well in this tournament, and I'm just thankful. I thank the good Lord that I did as well as I did today, and there'll be another day. There's some tremendous fishermen out here, and anytime you win one of these against these caliber of fishermen, you've done quite a feat, I think.
Right now, it's time for the Pros Pointer, the how-to section of the Bassmasters. Brought to you by Wrangler, the most comfortable jeans known to man.
How I would approach these docks, I would approach them from this angle right here. And I'd try and fish to the outside edges of the cover first. I used kind of a skipping technique, and the pitching technique were the 2 techniques I'd use. To skip, you just hold your rod at a lower trajectory and try and bounce the lure off the water. And I do that to put the lure to the outside edges of the cover before I would actually go on in and penetrate, such as this right here. Then I just let the lure slowly settle all the way to the bottom, and I would use real subtle rod movements. I just kind of work the lure over each individual piece of cover real slowly to get the strikes. And of course the strikes would really be nothing more than just a real subtle line movement one way or the other. And I'd continually work my jig until I come over the last piece of cover. Then I'd reel in, make my retrieve pretty fast, and I'd try and make me another skip. I'd always go to the bank with my first skip, and I'd go to the dock with my second one.
I was sure this year's father-son picnic was on Saturday, but they said no, it was definitely on Sunday. And you know, they never listen to me.
Here's to wise men, wiser women, and comfortable blue jeans. Wrangler.
A super win for a super angler, Ron Sheffield. But he told us right after the final weigh-in that he thought it was more of an endurance test than a bass tournament. Next week, we'll be back in Oklahoma at McGee Creek Lake with four-time world champion Rick Clunn. You'll learn firsthand how Rick puts together a pattern for the time of year, lake conditions, and lure selection on a lake he's never seen before. We'll all go to school next week. For the Bassmasters, I'm Bob Cobb. See you right here next Sunday.
The Bassmasters has been brought to you by Ranger Boats. We still build them one at a time. DuPont Strand Fishing Lines. Evinrude Outboards. Evinrude owners are born, not made. Berkeley Power Baits. Fortified with flavor and scent enhancers so powerful, fish just won't let go. Chevy Trucks. More people are winning with the heartbeat of America. Today's truck is Chevrolet. Valio, the lightweight, revolutionary new back support belts. All the support you'll ever need. Rubbermaid Specialty Products Division. Don't you wish everything was made like Rubbermaid? Bass Pro Shops, world's largest supplier of premium tackle. BP, a leading producer of oil and gas for America's energy needs. Wrangler, the official jeans and shirts of the B.A.S.S. Tournament Trail. And the Bass Angler Sportsman Society, the world's largest bass fishing organization.
Yes, good fish. There it is.
When you pit the 100 top Bassmaster touring pros against one another with $291,000 on the line, you have the makings of a real serious shootout. And here on Georgia's Lake Lanier, the local pros know the whereabouts of deep water structure that produces Lanier's fantastic spotted bass fishing. But don't count the largemouth bass out. Stay tuned. I'm Bob Cobb. The Bassmasters will be right back from Swanee, Georgia.
The great thing about fishing is that size limits apply only to the fish. BP, a sponsor of fishing programs and events for all ages.
Solid and responsive.
The special ride of a ranger comes from over 2 decades of exposure to the real world. And with every part so in tune with the other, there's a sense of oneness that makes running a ranger an experience like no other. An experience where comfort is just that, where performance is rock solid, and where you can feel the confidence of real craftsmanship. So whether it's rough or relaxed, at Ranger, we're ready to ride.
Take it to the max.
The new Gold Max spinning reel from Abu Garcia. Ultra cast design. 5 ball bearings. Take it to the max.
Serious fishermen tend to be picky about a lot of things. That's why we've created the Evinrude Intruder. All new from the prop to the engine cover. Smaller, lighter, and quieter. Still, there's 158 cubes packed into the all-new powerhead. In its class, nothing can touch it. At Evinrude, we know that the catching is at least half the fun. Getting there ought to be the other half. The all-new Intruder at your Evinrude dealer.
Lake Lanier, Georgia, the 38,000-acre playground for Atlanta's fishing, sailing, and yachting crowds, and the most heavily visited Corps of Engineers impoundment in the country. But these 100 top-ranked Bassmasters and their amateur partners aren't here for fun and games. They came to fish for $291,200 in the Bassmaster BP Top 100. The first morning of this 4-day competition is cold. The wind's brisk, up to 30 miles per hour. But the bass apparently don't care about cold December weather. Kentucky's Walter Owens hooks up quickly. The majority of the bass here are spotted bass, a smaller cousin of the largemouth. While there's a good population of largemouth in Lake Lanier, early predictions are that spotted bass will be the main factor in this tournament. They're expected to be caught deep, down to 40 feet. Georgia's Tom Mann Jr. is the favorite. Long ago, folks lost count of how many tournaments he's won on his home lake. But rough water like today hinders the spotted bass anglers. The magnum-sized spots are usually caught in open, unprotected water. Tom won't get on his best holes today. There are some line-busting bass in Lanier, and it looks like Walter Owens has one. This largemouth will weigh in later at 8 pounds and earn Walter $1,000 for daily big bass money. And at the first day weigh-in, the unexpected happens.
Kevin VanDam of Michigan. Look at this, folks. 22 pounds, 7 ounces. Whoa! Can you believe it? All right, he's on a largemouth pattern.
Day 2, Kevin VanDam has almost a 4-pound lead and no problem getting to his fish. While still cold, the winds died down this morning. Kevin latches on to a Lanier largemouth early. He's fishing way up the Chattahoochee River. Recent rains muddied and cooled the water upriver. But as Kevin has proved, the bass will still bite. This youngster may teach the old pros a few tips. Missouri's Stacy King in 6th place is counting on spotted bass in the main lake area. It's the pattern that's predicted to win. But don't bet on it. Here's another bass for Kevin. His upriver pattern looks solid. North Carolina's Guy Aker is fishing the same pattern as Kevin, spinnerbaits in the river. This veteran pro is always a threat, particularly when the bass are striking blade baits. Oh boy, another keeper for VanDam. But it's no secret, his peers on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail look for great things from this Michigan 24-year-old. His versatility is one reason, concentration another. Guy Aker in 4th is further up the Chattahoochee. The water's more stained, but spinnerbaits work because of their disturbance factor. Guy got a 7 bass limit yesterday, and he's a threat to move up. Catching Kevin VanDam may be another matter. Many pros say Kevin is one of the most intense anglers on the trail. The fact he placed first last season in the Bassmaster Invitationals proves he's doing something right. If a Rookie of the Year award had been presented, he would have earned it. Another largemouth for Guy Aker. The upriver pattern Guy and Kevin are fishing was not predicted, much less expected. Local pros thought the rains and cold weather would put the river bass into hibernation, but so far, that's not the case. Kevin scores again. His 22-pound bag of bass yesterday is remarkable for the conditions. However, river angling is fragile. Once a good bass is caught from a spot, chances are another bass will not quickly replace it. But with main lake bass, a certain area or deep water brush pile might contain great numbers, making it easier to return to the same spot and catch fish. It remains to be seen whether Kevin's river pattern will hold up. Day 2 weigh-in, and yesterday's leader comes to the scales.
17 pounds, 11 ounces for Kevin VanDam, and let's see your two biggest fish in there. He just started fishing these pro tournaments about a year ago. If there was a rookie of the year, it was this young man right here last year. I think he's fished 12 bass events. He's never been out of the money. And this may be a tournament that he's going to finish #1 in it. How about it? How soon did you limit today, Kevin?
It took me a little longer today. I guess it was about 12:30 when I got my last one.
You said you had to pick up a few spots today. Does that mean your largemouth are playing out on you?
There's getting to be less of them there, but I think there's still a few out there to catch tomorrow.
The Bassmasters will be right back from Sewanee, Georgia, and the Bassmaster BP Top 100 at Lake Lanier. Don't go away.
My dad and I have owned Ford trucks for as long as I can remember. If somebody had told me 3 months ago that I'd be driving a Chevy truck, well, I wouldn't have believed them. Well, I took a look at the new Chevy truck, and they've totally redesigned the truck. And test drove it. That was enough to sell me on it. It's got the Vortec V6. It's got plenty of power. They've had tough competition from Ford, and they've beat them.
The heartbeat of America, that's today's Chevy truck.
Chevrolet's done their homework on this truck.
For decades, fishermen have searched for the ultimate plastic worm. One that fish don't spit out. But the results have always been the same. Until now. Introducing the revolutionary Berkeley Power Worm. Formulated with flavor and scent enhancers, so effective, fish not only strike, they hold on. Berkeley Power Worms. Fish just won't let go.
Ever since my husband started using a Rubbermaid cooler, he doesn't come in for ice. He doesn't come in for a cold drink. He doesn't even come in for lunch. I never see the guy.
On fire. Nice try, babe.
Rubbermaid's patented refreeze system, attached snap-lock lids, and thick insulation seem to keep things cold forever. And they're so strong and durable, Rubbermaid backs them with a full 6-year warranty. No wonder they're the official coolers of the Bassmasters Classic.
Hi, I'm Kurt Gowdy with a great way for you to kick off your spring fishing season and save some big bucks along with it. Get a hold of this Price Smasher edition of the Bass Pro Shop Spring Fever Sale Catalog. It's got the largest selection of the newest tackle and outdoor gear anywhere. It's got your old favorites and some hot new fishing tips. The prices are guaranteed to be the lowest anywhere, and it's free. Just call 1-800-BASS-PRO for your free catalog today.
Day 3, clear and cool. Although the scoreboard shows Guy Aker has climbed to second, he's more than 9 pounds behind. He needs some big bites. Here's the way things start for Kevin VanDam, the leader.
Yes, good fish. Whew. Boy, that'll warm you up on a cold morning.
Kevin says he's committed to this pattern as long as it works. But if things change, he won't change much, maybe size or type of lure, but not the area. He feels there are enough bass here to win the tournament.
I've had a pretty good last couple of days fishing up here. I chose this pattern when I came down before the cutoff. I spent 3 days on this body of water, and I spent 1 day fishing deep, doodling little worms like the rest of the guys, and said this isn't the ticket for me, and I came up here and looked around for these largemouth. And I caught a few. I was catching them on these steep banks with a buzzbait. You know, it's basically a wintertime pattern along these bluff banks, little pockets, little points. it's a classic place where they should be, and I came up here and caught a few, and I came back for practice, spent another day down there for those spots, and didn't pan out for me again. I said, geez, I can go up here and get a few bites a day and weigh what a whole limit of those did. So I decided to spend my time up here. After that first day of fishing, when I caught that big string, it really paid off for me. In practice, I wasn't trying to hook too many or fish an area too hard, and it almost surprised me at what I caught.
Guy Akers confident. His upriver pattern continues to produce. He caught big bass here in practice, but he's got to catch them now if he's going to overtake VanDam. Let's ask Kevin to explain how he's catching his big bags of bass.
There's a lot of guys fishing up in this area, but I don't think a lot of them are slow rolling a spinnerbait. Most of the guys I've seen are pitching jigs or fishing these treetops with little worms and things like that. And in this colder water temperature up here is about 55 degrees. These bass seem to want that slow-rolled spinnerbait. Just run it over the top of them. They'll come a long ways to get it. I've caught some of them over 25 foot of water, and I've caught some right on the bank. So I chose a spinnerbait because I thought it would be the best way to cover the most water and draw the most strikes.
Another keeper for Guy Aker. The catching is consistent, but the quality is still lacking. However, one or two lunkers could change the standings fast. It's still early. There's lots of time. All the top 100 Bassmasters came here expecting to win. But right now, Kevin VanDam is close to the goal, and he's going for it. Kevin is also an avid, accomplished hunter with both gun and bow. Right now, though, he's hunting bass and finding them. Why did Guy Akers select this area?
The temperature of the water got about the same, top and bottom. And we had about 3 or 4 days of 67 degree weather. It warmed this bank up and all them fish moved back up on the bank. That's where the bait fish did the same thing. The fish followed it. It'd have been a different tournament if we hadn't had that real warm weather. I don't think you'd have seen the stringers on the spinnerbait like you've seen.
Back to Kevin. His rocky channel banks are still producing, but he's finding things are changing.
Number 3. Yep. Well, I'm not sure what to do. I'm catching them in the same places I did before and places that I didn't. Steeper banks and flatter banks. This was another one on a flatter bank. I may change up and move to some of the places that have more flatter banks with these bluff banks close by. If I can't get me the rest of my limit. They're coming real hard today for me though.
Guy Akers still has time, but he needs some heavyweights to catch up. This one's an improvement. It will help. As a newcomer, Kevin VanDam is doing well on the B.A.S.S tournament trail, but he wants a win to prove himself.
This one here, I've got a chance to win it. I've been close before. I just hope I don't blow it this time. See if we can catch some more today. I feel pretty confident in what I'm doing, though. There's a lot of fish on these banks. They're moving up and down, and I just keep working and keep my cool, and I think I can catch them.
Guy Akers, a friend. He also knows Kevin is good.
Well, you know, I've been fishing. I've fished all my life, and you know, I don't know how many years Kevin VanDam's been fishing, but I drew him at Gunnersville, and he was a first-class act. He's going to be a superstar. He can fish a spinnerbait. He can jig fish. He fishes shallow water real good. And to be a pro, that's what you got to do. You got to be able to do it all, and he can do it.
The Bassmasters will be right back with Day 3 results of the Bassmaster BP Top 100 at Lake Lanier, Georgia. Stay tuned.
Amateur division here, they win 400.
When it's record-sized fish you're after, you need new Stren Super Tough, the strongest Stren fishing line ever made. The most powerful line when you need it most. A line with super tough holding strength for the worst conditions. A super tough fishing line for the biggest fish. New Clear Stren Super Tough Fishing Line, only from DuPont.
In 1989, a 2-ounce lead gave Hank Parker the winning edge for a dramatic Bassmaster Classic victory. And Rick Clunn won his unprecedented 4th World Championship in 1990. Now you can acquire the same know-how that put these top pros on top in the newest how-to book from Bass, Winning Secrets of the Classic Champs. In this jam-packed volume, the winners of 20 classics will share with you their secrets for success. You can get your copy free by joining the Bass Angler Sportsman Society. Everything we do at Bass is designed to make you a better bass fisherman, starting with Winning Secrets. Plus, you'll also receive 10 big issues a year of Bassmaster magazine, a membership packet, and much, much more. So call me now. I'll also send you a tackle pack with Berkley's Power Slug, Cordell's Neon Spot, and Berkley's Ultra Thin Line. A $9.95 value is all free with your $15 paid membership. So call now, 1-800-321-9440. That's 1-800-321-9440.
We've learned to expect the unexpected in this Lake Lanier Bassmaster BP Top 100. Guy Aker didn't expect this.
2 days, Guy Aker. Thought you had a limit, Guy. We all got 6 here. Thought you had 7 fish. Hey, Dewey. Dewey, he had 7 fish earlier today.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So what he weighs in then. Folks, it looks like a tough luck story. We know he had 7. We saw him catch them on camera. All right. 6 bass. 11 pounds, 11 ounces, Guy. That may hurt you. What's the story?
Well, I reckon just overlooked the fish in the live well. You know, I fell around there. A lot of times the live well's got a little drop in the bottom, and the water was muddy where I was fishing, so I couldn't see the fish in there. So I reckon he's in there alive.
It may be costly. You were making up a gain on Kevin VanDam. I know your pattern's holding up good for you. What's it look like for tomorrow now? This might really change your strategy.
Well, you know, I missed one big fish. Would have put me there. I thought I missed him 3 times. You know, 6 or 7 pound fish, and I knew that's what it was going to take, a limit with a big fish. But you know, I made that mistake one other time. I never thought I'd do it again.
Yep, the missing bass was in Guy's live well. The leader, Kevin VanDam, comes to the scales.
Keep your eyes on the scales. Here's a man trying to hang on to first place. Kevin VanDam of Michigan. He had 40 pounds, 2 ounces, and about a 10-pound lead through 2 days. Today, 7 bass. And he had to do it. He had to come on. When our camera crew left him, they told us he only had 3 bass.
I had to work hard for them today. They came a lot later. There's getting to be a lot of traffic in the area that I'm at, so I had to change tactics a little bit, but I managed to get my 7.
Okay, let's see how much damage you've done to their morale. 13 pounds, 4 ounces. Hold up a couple of big fish. All right, I'm sure that's going to keep you in the lead, Kevin.
The showdown round of the Bassmaster BP Top 100. Fog set in. Takeoffs postponed 2.5 hours. When it clears, the action gets rolling fast.
There he is. Good one, too. Yes. Another 3-pounder. Number 2 for the day. When I pulled up here this morning, I was kind of dismayed. It's my best bank, and there's 4 other local boats that had been watching me on this bank. But I noticed that all of them have been throwing spinnerbaits. That's what I had been doing. Yesterday, late in the day, I only had 3 fish in the box, and I switched over to this crankbait, throwing it around all these rocks and laydowns and things, and started catching fish about as quick as I could throw it in there. So hopefully these other guys aren't catching them, and this crankbait following up the reel win me the tournament.
Guy Aker's partner, David Forrester of Kentucky, hooks up. Amateurs must fish from the back of the boat. The pro runs the outboard and electric trolling motor and has the say-so as to where they fish. first prize on the amateur side is a $19,000 fully rigged Ranger bass boat. Kevin VanDam is fishing very close to the bank. There's a reason.
It's real important to keep your bait close to the cover that you're throwing at. I like to hold the boat in tight like this and pitch right up at the cover, you know, whether it be a log or rock, whatever, and try to keep it in the strike zone as long as possible. So if there's a log laying there, go it right up to the log and run it right down the edge of the log. I've been catching them on both the spinnerbait and the crankbait doing that. There's been a lot of other people fishing this bank, but by keeping my bait in the strike zone, I picked up a few more fish than the other guys.
Finally, the bass are biting for Guy Aker. He's got to do it now, and he's got to catch big bass to wipe out Kevin's nearly 11-pound advantage. But here's another bass for Kevin VanDam. It appears this young pro might have his first Bassmaster tournament win. Then again, it's never over till it's over. Guy's still a threat, and Missouri's Denny Brower has been consistent. He's charged from behind to win other B.A.S.S. tournaments. Show and tell time. Kevin VanDam comes to the scales.
All right, put your eyes on the scale. This is that young man we told you about. You may be seeing the birth of the next superstar on the Bassmaster Tournament trail. He's led it from wire to wire, Kevin VanDam of Michigan. He's got 4 bass. Let's hope it's enough. 8 pounds, 7 ounces, and let's weigh your biggest one. All right, let's give him a big hand. I mean, this guy has sensational work by a 24-year-old angler from Kalamazoo, Michigan. What's your feeling right now? I mean, I know it's not over yet, but you've been ahead, and somebody's going to have to come up with something like 18 pounds and to overtake you, so you must be having that comfortable feeling right now. What's it feel like?
Well, there's a couple guys right behind me, Guy Aker and Denny Brower, and Guy's a good friend of mine, and he's a heck of a fisherman, so, you know, it's not over till it's over. And everybody knows that Denny can catch him a big sack. You know, they're both, I see both those guys every day all around me, so, you know, they're in the right area too, so you never know.
Alabama amateur Richard Fuller weighs in. He was in 24th, but that's history. He might do it.
He's got 7 bass. He had 11 pounds, 9 ounces before right now. And take a look. This may be a Ranger bass boat. 11 pounds, 10 ounces, and reach in there and pull out your 2 big fish. All right, that may even take the big bass too, and he may take all the money in the amateur division. All right.
Guy Aker's turn. He doesn't have enough. Only one angler can upset Kevin VanDam, Denny Brower.
Says he needs about 20 pounds and change. He has got a load here, though. Denny Brower. 17 pounds even. Reach in there and pull out your big fish.
Good try, but not enough. The champion in the pro division of the Bassmaster BP Top 100 at Lake Lanier is Kevin VanDam, and his paycheck, $46,000. On the amateur side, Richard Fuller lands his first pro-am.
There's one.
Right now, it's time for the Pros Pointer, the how-to section of the Bassmasters. Brought to you by Wrangler, the most comfortable jeans known to man.
Being from Michigan, I get to fish in a lot of cold weather situations. One of the real problems that you have is your reels icing up and also your line guides. A little tip that I picked up is just using silicone spray. You spray it on your reel and on each of your guides, and that'll keep the ice from forming on your reel and on the guides, and it'll save you a lot of fishing time. One of the other benefits of it is when you use it on your spinning reels, it'll really help to reduce your line twist. Use this tip and you'll land more fish.
It's the same thing every Saturday. He puts on those old blue jeans and goes out with that old dog, and he's gone all day. He says he's going to bring back dinner, but all he ever brings back is that old dog.
Here's to old dogs, Saturday mornings, and comfortable blue jeans. Wrangler.
We'll almost promise you that won't be the last time Kevin VanDam stands in the winner's circle. There's no question he's a rising star on the Bassmaster Tournament trail. Next week, we'll be headed south for the Florida Invitational at Leesburg on the Harris Chain of Lakes. There's something happening to the bass fishery down there, and folks are concerned. The grass is gone, and so are the bass. For the Bassmasters, I'm Bob Cobb. See you next week down in Central Florida.
The Bassmasters has been brought to you by BP, a leading producer of oil and gas for America's energy needs. Ranger Boats, we still build them one at a time. Abu Garcia, take it to the max. Evinrude Outboards, Evinrude owners are born, not made. Chevy Trucks, more people are winning with the heartbeat of America. Today's truck is Chevrolet. Berkeley Power Baits, fortified with flavor and scent enhancers so powerful, fish just won't let go. Rubbermaid Specialty Products Division. Don't you wish everything was made like Rubbermaid? Bass Pro Shops, world's largest supplier of premium tackle. DuPont Strand Fishing Lines. Wrangler, the official jeans and shirts of the B.A.S.S. Tournament Trail. And the Bass Angler Sportsman Society, the world's largest bass fishing organization.
There's one. He's hooked up. He's hooked all right.
We're in Leesburg, Florida today on the Harris Chain of Lakes for the $188,000 Bassmaster Florida Invitational. The Harris Chain has historically been a great fishery, lots of bass and big ones. But something's happening that's changing this fishery. We'll show you what we mean when the Bassmasters return. I'm Bob Cobb. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
This is what 43 all-new outboard engine innovations look like. This is what they do. It's the new Fast Strike from Johnson, the hottest engine on the bass circuit. Smaller, lighter, quieter than anything in its class, yet better top-end performance. 5 years in development, all new from the prop to the engine cover. If you're serious about your fishing and your peace of mind, Fast Strike at your Johnson dealer.
The Florida Everglades, home of the elusive redfish.
There he is, 10 o'clock.
I see him.
And the perfect testing grounds for Abu Garcia's new Ambassador Pro Max reel.
Whoa, you can't reach him yet.
Let go of my rod, son.
The new 2-speed Ambassador Pro Max with ultra-cast design and 6 ball bearings is built to cast farther than any bait casting reel you've fished before.
When Abu Garcia builds fishing tackle, they take it to the max.
Turn him loose, son.
Over the years, advances at Ranger have created an obvious lack of certain features. Because wood can weaken, the hull of every Ranger is reinforced with a fiberglass stringer system. Foam retainers are also fiberglass, lending even more shock-absorbing power. And you won't find wood in our transoms either. The patented design is built to do nothing but last. At Ranger, we're working to limit the wood in a boat. But there is some wood that you just can't take out of a Ranger.
Whenever Lloyd Turner decides to go fishing, his grandson Bobby asks if he can go too. For Lloyd, it's always the hardest thing in the world to have to say no. But today's different. He has a brand new trolling motor,
Hi, Grandpa.
Get in the boat, Bobby.
Stealth, the world's most powerful trolling motor, from Motor Guide.
Big Lake Harris, one of 7 lakes in the Harris chain, and the start of the $188,000 Bassmaster Florida Invitational. Pre-tournament predictions are low. Fishing could be tough, taking no more than 20 to 25 pounds of bass to win this 3-day event. Most of the pros say they caught few if any bass during practice. But some confided they've located a honey hole, an area stacked with bass. But as they found out this first morning, more than 20 other fishermen found that same sweet spot. This is a small lagoon off Lake Griffin, an area well known for spawning bass, but apparently it's too well known. Florida's Jim Bitter, however, proves he can catch bass in a crowd. This is his second fish this morning. Out on Big Lake Harris, Peter Thilveros of Florida quickly hooks up with his first bass. This Jacksonville angler fishes the Harris chain frequently. Pre-tournament talk placed Peter T in a front-running position. Texas pro David Wharton, paired with Jim Bitter, boats his first bass. This longtime pro is a consistent high-place finisher. He won the recent Bassmaster BP Top 100 on Lake Murray, South Carolina. These two anglers are sight fishing bedding bass, a technique widely used in clear water. The habitat has changed here. The Harris chain of lakes is becoming weed-free as a result of chemical treatment. What this means to the future of fish and wildlife is an unanswered question. But the result so far from the standpoint of the bass fishery is not good. Larry Nixon, a 2-time Megabucks winner on the Harris chain, shares his feelings about grass and bass.
Well, grass to me is the most important habitat you can put in most lakes because it helps the water filter itself, clean it out of sediments. Any impurities in the water, grass cleans it out. And number 2, it gives bass a hiding place, which to me is very important in catching a bass, because if he don't have a hiding place, he's not happy at all. He just don't feed very much. And then another very, very important factor is a place for the fry to hide and grow up, where they can get away from the brim, the bluegill, and all the predators that they have to worry about, and have a chance to grow up. To me, one of the worst things that can happen to a bass lake is to get all the grass killed in it, because it just changes the whole bottom complex.
Jim Bitter connects with another hometown bass. Jim lives in nearby Fruitland Park. Before turning pro in 1986, he served 13 years as a fisheries management specialist on the Harris chain for the Florida Game and Freshwater Fish Commission. His job was monitoring the lake's fish population, water quality, and food chain. He's considered the expert here. David Wharton's got another bite. Several anglers fishing here commented the area had been loaded with big spawning bass, some in the 8-pound range. However, the heavy boat traffic has spooked most of the bass off the nests. Fish can be seen moving along and away from the banks. This honey hole is drying up. First day weigh-in at Leesburg's Venetian Gardens, and local favorite Jim Bitter comes to the scales.
8 pounds and 3 ounces, and here's your new leader, Jim Bitter. Boy, Jim, that's beautiful. 3 bass, and look at the big one, folks. There's a secret. Jim's got it. Rick Clunn with 1 keeper. Weight 1-1.
4-time world champion Rick Clunn weighs in and comments about the situation.
Yeah, we're going into some better conditions, but that may not be our problem. I don't know that the conditions are our problem.
You think the population may be diminished?
Well, you can't take a national forest that's full of deer and take all the trees out of it and expect to have deer 3 years later. And that's basically what you've got in this situation.
Good illustration.
So,
okay, thank you.
It looks like Tennessee angler Ron Click may have the day's big bag.
Weight New leader, folks, 8 pounds, 8 ounces for Click. There we go.
The Bassmasters will be right back from the Harris Chain of Lakes and the Florida Invitational. Don't go away.
Here's big news coming at you from Chevrolet. 3.9% financing or $500 cash back on exciting new full-size Chevy pickups. Plus $1,000 cash back or 3.9 financing and $500 cash on new Chevy S10 pickups and Blazers. It's your time to buy. 3.9 financing or up to $1,000 cash back.
That's today's Chevy truck.
Do you have any idea what a little moisture can do to your fish finder? It can cause fogging, internal corrosion, and simply shorten its life. Unless, of course, it's a Lowrance Beyond Waterproof Dry Nitrogen Fill.
Catch, snap, and release. Choose DuPont fishing lines today and you could win the great 1992 Catch, Snap, and Release Sweepstakes. There are over 18,000 prizes to win. Tackle box cameras, rods and reels, fish finders, trolling motors, tackle boxes, lures, knives, waders, and fishing outfits. And if you're one of the 5 grand prize winners, you go fishing with Bill Dance, Roland Martin, Jerry McInnes, Ron Shearer, or Canada's Bob Azumi. See your participating tackle dealer today for details and get ready to win the DuPont Catch, Snap, and Release Sweepstakes.
Hi, I'm Kurt Gowdy with a great way for you to kick off your spring fishing season and save some big bucks along with it. Get a hold of this Price Smasher edition of the Bass Pro Shop Spring Fever Sale Catalog. It's got the largest selection of the newest tackle and outdoor gear anywhere. It's got your old favorites and some hot new fishing tips. The prices are guaranteed to be the lowest anywhere, and it's free. Just call 1-800-BASS-PRO for your free catalog today.
Day 2 of the $188,000 Bassmaster Florida Invitational. Most hope it's better than yesterday, which from the standpoint of fish weighed in was a disaster. The 272 anglers caught only 271 bass, weighing 354 pounds. In 1990 here, 100 fewer megabucks anglers caught 714 bass, weighing 1,175 pounds. Without a doubt, things have changed. Local favorite Jim Bitter connects early with a small bass, but he needed only 6 ounces to gain the lead. Finally, a bass from Mississippi's Paul Elias. He's happy. Excessive grass can be a problem anywhere. It obviously needs to be controlled to some degree, but many tournament fishermen and permanent residents here, like Huey Hook, think the baby has been thrown out with the bathwater.
That's exactly what happened. The weed control killed this lake. They killed all the hydrilla, they killed all the pepperweed. They just put them pellets in there, and that in the pad, they've killed, I'd say, 2/3 or more of the lily pads is in there. They come in here and they drop them pellets on this lake to get rid of the weeds. And when they done that, they killed the lake, and that's all there is to it. They claim that didn't do it, but it's dead. This lake is dead. And they claim Big Lake Harris is going to be dead in a year. Now they're over there dropping pellets in Lake Yale, and that's a good bass lake. I don't agree with them at all by dropping in there and killing vegetation. This used to be covered with weeds on the bottom. Now you kill the weeds on the bottom and you get rid of your minnows and you ain't got no fish. These fish are starved to death.
Here's Jim Bitter's opinion about the bass density on the Harris chain.
I won megabucks in '89 and the hydrilla was already gone, but fishing was pretty good then, and I think it was a result of all the hydrilla that was out there. Naturally, the hydrilla raises a lot more bass, and that's great. The bad thing is there's some side effects from that hydrilla. But anyway, the hydrilla was gone at the time I won megabucks, and we had probably a pretty good population of bass build up from that hydrilla. And once you knock out the hydrilla, the numbers of bass decrease drastically because you're doing away with their spawning area, you're doing away with places for them to hide, you're doing away with places for the food to hide to feed all those bass. So once that hydrilla crashes out, the bass just go crazy on the food. They eat it all up, and pretty soon they start cropping their numbers off themselves to where you have a lower density. But this is way below the density that should be here even without the hydrilla, from the way I see it. And that's something a lot of people don't understand.
If fishing is any indication of the number of the bass we have right now, it is really, really low, and a lot lower than before the hydrilla ever came into this chain. A lot lower.
What's the official word on the effects of the chemical applications on the Harris chain? William Davis, Executive Director of the Lake County Water Authority, explains it.
Well, from what we can tell in terms of the fishery impact, it's been fairly minimal. We have noticed, particularly when hydrilla was in this system, Lake Harris in particular, a 17,000 acre lake, had approximately almost 1,900 acres of hydrilla. Most of that was topped out at the time we treated it back in 86 and 87. Hydrilla does provide additional structure, which makes it somewhat easier to catch bass, and the catch rates that were apparent at that time were obviously better. Once we had the opportunity to remove hydrilla from the system back in the late 80s, we have seen not necessarily a lot of effects on the fisheries, but we have seen some effects on the ability for the catch rates actually being down. But all the research to date has not really proved a significant impact on fisheries per se in terms of the number and sizes of fish.
There have been reports here of dead, sick, and dying fish.
They died all summer. The canal I live on was stumpy. You couldn't hardly go out to it all summer long with dead bass and fish. I'd be out here fishing. I'd come out here and plug around early in the morning. See dead bass all the time, all summer.
Just killing a
And
lot
what
of
have the
fish.
anglers observed, like Larry Nixon?
I haven't seen a healthy bass since I've been here, and this is 4 days.
Or Jim Bitter.
During pre-fishing, I think I caught about 7 bass in the 1 to 1.5 pound category that were paper thin. I mean, they were so thin that you almost wonder how they would be swimming. A lot of them had sores on them and didn't look healthy at all. And for the number of fish I caught during those 3 weeks, I figured it out. About 20% of the fish I caught were in this shape. And I only caught them in Harris, which I think leads me to believe that this thing is ending up in Harris. It may have started in the rest of the chain and ended up in Harris. And are still, I believe those fish are still going to die, the ones that we're catching that are paper thin right now. So I don't think it's totally over with. It may have run its course in the rest of the lakes, but I don't think it has in Harris yet.
And I can't sit here and tell you that aquatic plant control activities is not having an impact, because just man's intervention in the system has. However, when you look at the alternatives, there are very few alternatives available. And what we feel that we're doing is we're doing what we can to minimize the overall impact, not only on the fisheries, but on the general ecology of the lake. I've had a tremendous number of fishermen, particularly in the last few months, ask me, well, why don't you just let the hydrilla grow? I mean, there is no problem at this point. We don't see a problem with hydrilla growth. Why don't you let the hydrilla grow? Well, unfortunately, because of the growth expansion of hydrilla, particularly in the neighborhood of being able to double and quadruple in any particular given year, the problems that we have is that the lake would have the potential of being topped out in the next couple of months in a lot of cases. So, when you go in and try to manage a system, you try to manage it with the least amount of herbicide possible.
The Bassmasters will be right back from the Harris Chain of Lakes at Leesburg, Florida.
The great thing about fishing is that size limits apply only to the fish. BP, a sponsor of fishing programs and events for all ages.
Wearing this bass patch can make you a better bass fisherman, guaranteed, and you've got my word to back it up. I'm Ray Scott, and wearing the official bass patch is just one of the many privileges of membership in the Bass Anglers Sportsman's Society. But most important, everything we do at Bass is designed to help you catch more fish like these pros are doing. As a member, you'll enjoy 10 big issues a year of Bassmaster Magazine, our official publication. And every issue is jam-packed cover to cover with spectacular outdoor photography with in-depth how-to articles that show you the tips and techniques you'll need to improve your bass fishing skills. So join Bass today and get your official membership packet and your bass patch. Call this toll-free number now, and I'll also send you a free gift.
Call 1-800-543-2200 to join Bass and get your free tackle pack with Man 79 Crankbait, Berkeley's Power Crawl, Berkeley's Trimax line, and Bass Spinnerbait. With your $15 paid membership, you'll also receive 10 big issues of Bassmaster magazine. To join, call 1-800-543-2200.
The $188,000 Florida Invitational, Day 2 weigh-in. Former Bassmaster Classic champ Bo Dowden comes to the scales.
Here he is. He's moving right up in the money, Bob, with 4 pounds and 10 ounces, and we're going to have a reading. 4 pounds and
11 ounces.
11 ounces. Mark it, 411. Now this gives Bo Dowden the lead, folks, right there at the end of the second day, unless something remarkable happens in the next few minutes.
You're kidding.
No, I'm serious. It's a heart attack.
California's Mike Folkestad in 21st place weighs in.
He's right in there with 5 fine bass, and folks, watch the scales. This is moving right up, Bob Cobb. 6 pounds, 6 ounces. And let me just check my tabulation here. This puts him into what position? Second place.
Second place.
2 ounces from the lead.
You're kidding.
Man, folks, come on now. 2 ounces out.
Well, there's another day. I don't know.
The final round, and the scoreboard shows meager results for yesterday's weigh-in. Only 246 bass over the 12-inch size limit were caught. Mike Folkestad is hoping his bass today weigh enough to keep him in the hunt. Only 2 ounces out of first, Mike is a proven performer and a former Bassmasters Classic qualifier. He's fishing a canal off the Dead River between Harris and Eustis Lakes.
Well, that helped. Ain't very big, but it'll do. That fish is just like that other one. And I just barely hit him hooked in the lip. You see it?
How is Mike Folkestad applying his Western angling techniques here?
This is pretty much exactly the same thing you have to do in the West sometimes when fishing's tough. We got a lot of low populations of bass. Fish are smaller, so you can fish a lot of light line and stuff, and pretty much is just scaling everything down. Your worm, your hook, your line, your rod, just everything, and just fishing real slow and deliberate at everything. Just trying to finesse one of them little keepers to eat. That's all you want is a keeper fish. Tournament like this, if you could just catch a limit of them little keepers every day, you'd win it easy. But it's hard to even catch a limit of them. But the main thing is when you get that bait, you got to fish it so slow, you got to keep bottom contact. And it's hard to feel a lot down there with that light of bait. Now I just felt some contact there. There's one. That's a good one.
That's a good fish.
Move out of the way just a little bit for me.
Don't worry about me. Just... You want to swing him or you want me to lift him?
No, I'll swing him in. Wait till he's ready. One more time. Gotta take your time with this light line. It looks like he's
hooked pretty good?
He's hooked all right.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, he is.
Good fish.
Yeah. That one there will help. Kiss that one. Thank you, Lord. I must have said 10 prayers last night. I never prayed to have him help me catch fish. I just have him help me fish to my ability. I've been getting, the last day of practice in this canal, I'd got 8 bites, maybe 7, I don't remember exactly. I didn't hook the fish, I just went around and located the areas the fish were using. It's the best canal I've found. Before that, I was just getting maybe 2-3 bites a day. So when I come in here the first morning, I fished for 2 hours and I caught 1 fish, fishing 3/16, you know, big 8-inch worm. And I just figured that the fish were here, but I couldn't get them to bite that big stuff. Everybody was in here throwing big stuff, spinner baits and jigs and heavy sinkers. So I sat down, took the line out, got my spinning rod out and took my line off of it, put 8-pound test line on, put an 1/8 ounce sinker and a 4-inch finesse worm on and started fishing. And then after that, from 10 o'clock to when I went in, I got 3 fish. And I didn't see another fish caught in the canal. So then when I come back yesterday and started, I did the same technique and I caught 5. And today I went to 6-pound test figuring it's been pressured more, so I went lighter yet. Now, I don't know if it's making a difference or not, but I know there's a lot of people who wish they had 2 fish, and I already got 2, so if I can keep it up and get me a couple more, I got a chance at having a real good tournament.
The final weigh-in. Did Mike Folkestad's light line finesse tactics pay off?
Mike Folkestad, folks, if you look at the scoreboard, he's in second place with 10 pounds, and today 3 bass. I got news for you. This man's going to take the lead. He needs 3 pounds and 12 ounces at the moment to take the lead in this tournament. And the weight, 4 pounds, 10 ounces as your new leader. Bingo.
That could do it. Leader Bo Dowden blanks this last day. Favorite Jim Bitter doesn't have enough. The champion of the Bassmaster Florida Invitational is Mike Folkestad. His 14 pounds, 10 ounces is the lowest winning total in B.A.S.S. tournament records. But it's worth $35,000.
One more time. Looks like he's
right now, it's time for the Pros Pointer, the how-to section of the Bassmasters. Brought to you by Wrangler, the most comfortable jeans known to man.
The object is, when you cast in fishing this visible cover, is you're feeling the bottom all the time. Plus you're reading the electronics. So I can see the visible color like these pads over here. I know that I need to put the bait right by the pad because there may be a fish holding shallow right underneath the pads. Now I'm going to feel the cover out here in front of the pads. Plus I'm going to watch my meter to see if there's any deep water adjacent to these pads. Because these fish look for this deep water access, and I want to find them where they're at when they're not in the pads. So I'm feeling all the time with this bait. After I've made my presentation shallow, I'm feeling the bottom all the time. As soon as I hit a piece of wood, like right now, here's a piece of wood, I can feel it with that sinker. It doesn't feel like mud and so forth. And I'm just working it through to see how big this piece of wood is. Now that I know it's right there, I'll bring it in. I'll make another pitch out in that same area and see how big it is, so I know where it's at. The point of this whole thing is besides me being able to fish the visible cover, I can also fish the cover that's underneath the water. Right now I'm hung up in the cover right here. So after everybody has fished this, I'll be able to pick off these extra fish down here that everybody's going over, and it gives me an edge in the tournaments.
I was sure this year's father-son picnic was on Saturday, but they said no, it was definitely on Sunday. And you know, they never listen to me.
Here's to wise men, wiser women, and comfortable blue jeans. Wrangler.
That was Mike's first win on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, but it's a safe bet it won't be his last. He's a proven pro. How bad was the fishing here? There was only 35 anglers that caught more than 3 bass in the 3 days, and only one 7-bass limit was weighed in. Next week, we'll be just north of here on the St. Johns River at the Bassmaster BP Top 100. And believe you me, there's a difference in the bass catching action. You'll see it all right here. For the Bassmasters, this is Bob Cobb. See you all next week.
The Bassmasters has been brought to you by Johnson Outboards. Wouldn't it be nice if everything else were as dependable as a Johnson outboard? Abu Garcia, take it to the max. Ranger Boats, we still build them one at a time. Zebco Motor Guide, the choice of serious fishermen. Chevy Trucks, more people are winning with the heartbeat of America. Today's truck is Chevrolet. Lowrance and Eagle Electronics, proud sponsors of the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. DuPont Strand Fishing Lines. Bass Pro Shops, world's largest supplier of premium tackle. BP, a leading producer of oil and gas for America's energy needs. Wrangler, the official jeans and shirts of the B.A.S.S. Tournament Trail. And the Bass Angler Sportsman Society, the world's largest bass fishing organization.
South Hill, Virginia today for the Bassmaster Virginia Invitational. A field of 290 pros are eager to fish this one. Carr Reservoir, or Bugs Island Lake as it's also called, is an outstanding bass fishery, and we're here at the prime time, early May. The lake level is up and the bass are in the shoreline cover. The only question is, will a falling lake level change things? You'll find out how the pros adjust and learn the winning techniques. I'm Bob Cobb. Stay tuned. The Bassmasters will be right back.
Serious fishermen tend to be picky about a lot of things. That's why we've created the Evinrude Intruder. All new from the prop to the engine cover. Smaller, lighter, and quieter. Still, there's 158 cubes packed into the all-new powerhead. In its class, nothing can touch it. At Evinrude, we know that the catching is at least half the fun. Getting there ought to be the other half. The all-new Intruder at your Evinrude dealer.
There are a lot of ways to spend time on the water, but at Ranger, we're catching amberjack in the Gulf, muskie and walleye up north, summertime crappie, tarpon on the flats, and largemouth from coast to coast. And that's not all. From outboards to inboard outboards, you'll find Ranger skiing, tubing, and scuba diving. Quite simply, if you're looking for excitement on the water, we've got over 40 different models to cover it. At Ranger, we've spent a quarter century in the water, and today we're still building legends, one at a time.
It's Roland Martin!
For thousands of anglers, fishing is a delicate balance of talent, patience, and dexterity.
Magnum? It's the best in heavy cover.
Still, they want the same line the pros rely on. Stren Fishing Lines, the choice of the pros.
It's here, the 1993 Bass Pro Shop Spring Sale Catalog with red-hot smoking deals. It's our largest spring catalog ever, jam-packed with the largest selection of quality name-brand merchandise, hot new products, and old favorites, all at the best prices anywhere. If you're a current Bass Pro Shops customer, your money-saving catalog is already on its way. If not, get your free copy by calling 1-800-BASS-PRO now.
John H. Kerr Reservoir, a 50,000-acre impoundment on the Virginia-North Carolina border. It's the first week in May, a perfect date for the $214,000 Bassmaster Virginia Invitational. The fish are shallow and hungry. They're biting. However, there's one problem. The lake level is falling. Establishing a fish-catching pattern that'll hold up for 3 days could be tricky. Also, there's a nasty cold front in the weather picture. But Ken Cook, the 1991 Bassmasters Classic World Champion, thinks his shallow water spinnerbait pattern is a safe bet.
They've been up in these bushes when the water was high, probably trying to spawn, and the water pulling down so fast over the last 10 days or 2 weeks has brought that to a halt. So but they really want to stay shallow, I think, to probably spawn again next week. We've got another full moon coming in a week from today. So if the lake level would get stable, I think these fish are wanting to set up again to spawn.
Cook isn't the only pro banking on a spinnerbait bite. Zell Rowland of Texas is fishing the edge of flooded pole timber with a tandem willow leaf spinner. A good pattern now, but take note of the falling watermark on the trees. The lake level is steadily dropping. The daily tournament limit is 5 bass, but just a limit of 14-inch keepers may not make the money here, as Jack Haines of Louisiana explains.
One thing about these fish, it's amazing to me how good a quality. This is one of the smaller fish that I've caught since I've been here. And this fish will go 2.5 pounds. This is a dandy little old fish in anybody else's lake, but this lake has really produced some giant strings of fish. 3 to 4 pound average is common to see here. It's just phenomenal. It's a pretty little old fish. I'd give them my teeth to have that in any other tournament. But this one will be culled.
As a rule, bigger baits equal bigger bass, and flipping a jig and plastic crawfish trailer is an effective shallow water presentation. It's working for veteran Missouri pro Basil Bacon. This first day's action winds down, and it may not be too soon. The wind forces anglers into the semi-protected creeks. Here, Linda England of Old Hickory, Tennessee is trying a different technique. A floating worm on a Carolina rig reels slowly along the channel bank. She's nearing a 5 bass limit and happy about things, despite the weather conditions. Jack Haines wasn't kidding. A 3-pound average 5 bass limit won't crack the top 20 leaderboard here. Haines, the 1975 world champion, weighs in 18 pounds 12 ounces. His first day partner, Ted Miller of Arizona, duplicated it. What a day. Over 37 pounds of bass between them.
I was just culling fish all day, and he was too. And you know, if I hadn't had that 5-pounder, he'd have beat me like a yard dog. But you know, it was, everything worked out real good. We had 2 18-plus pound stringers, and we just hope we can do it tomorrow.
Was there any one particular lure pattern that worked?
Yeah, it was underwater lures most of the day, and it was off cover and off cover a lot of times.
Okay, Jack, but here's the catch of the day.
Watch out, leader. New leader, 20 pounds and 4 ounces for Gary Klein of Texas, who takes over the lead.
We're going to keep catching for the next couple days, hopefully.
How do you adjust when a lake's falling like this, as it's been changing every day? What do you do? What do you look for?
Well, Bob, it's almost like the springtime. You know where the fish live and you can see where they're going to. All I've done is reverse that. You see where they've been and you know where they're headed to, so they got to be somewhere in between.
Right, Gary, but there's not much between you and the other leaders on the scoreboard. Basil Bacon is only 9 ounces out of first.
And I think maybe I've got the bigger ones figured out, but you know, that's today and tomorrow's another world.
Larry Lazone of Florida in third place is less than a pound behind the leader. Every angler in the top 10 has 18 pounds or better. Stay tuned. The Bassmasters will be right back with second round action in the Virginia Invitational.
Coffee time!
Here's big news coming at you from Chevrolet. 3.9% financing, or $500 cash back on exciting new full-size Chevy pickups, plus $1,000 cash back, or 3.9% financing and $500 cash on new Chevy S10 pickups and Blazers. It's your time to buy. 3.9% financing or up to $1,000 cash back.
That's today's Chevy truck.
Do you have any idea what a little moisture can do to your fish finder? It can cause fogging, internal corrosion, and simply shorten its life. Unless, of course, it's a Lowrance Beyond Waterproof Dry Nitrogen Fill.
What you see are Lunkerler's new hollow body worms and lizards. Texas rig with our new rattle peg weights, they stand straight up off the bottom. Carolina rig with our new rattle peg floats, they stand straight up over the weight. The loud permanent rattle strings on the line. It pegs the bait and traps the air in the hollow body. They won't pull back even in the heaviest cover. What a way to fish a worm. Rattle peg floaters and rattle peg weights from Lunkerlure.
Day 2 of the Virginia Invitational. Cold and wet. You'd think bass tournaments were magnets. They just seem to attract bad weather. Air temperature has dropped to the low 40s. More important, surface water temperature has dipped 4 degrees. Perfect conditions for flipping. Basil Bacon in second place is doing just that along flooded bushes in Grassy Creek. He's Texas rigged a 6-inch Guido Salbug on 20-pound line with a 3/8-ounce peg slip sinker. Lure color might be the key. Basil dyed the pinchers on the slime green-colored plastic crawfish chartreuse, but then again, it might be his slow, thorough lure presentation.
Four.
That's 4 quick bass in the live well for Basil Bacon. He may be in the lead, but our camera crew hasn't seen yesterday's leader, Gary Klein, since the early morning checkout. He's on a run-and-gun hit-and-miss pattern, and we've missed him. But we've located Kevin VanDam. This young Michigan Bassmaster is the hottest pro on the Bass Angler Sportsman Society's trail. He needs weight here to stay on top of the Angler of the Year race. This gives him over 16 pounds this morning. Have the cold temperatures changed VanDam's fish catching strategy?
With the weather as cold as it is, you wouldn't think these fish would be moving up, but the ones I've caught today are all pre-spawn. They're fresh on the bank, and they're real aggressive. They're real fat and healthy, and they're in real shallow water. Most of the bites I'm getting are in 1 foot to 2 foot is a deep bite today. They really seem to be keying on these rounding flat points.
Basil Bacon hasn't isolated his pattern this morning.
There's no particular rhyme or reason as to what bush they're on. These fish are actually spawning back here, and they're spawning, catching some of them around the bases of the larger trees, catch some of them around the button bushes, and some of them around some other bushes you don't even know what they are. But there's no particular place that you have to fish or where the fish are spawning, so you just have to fish all of it to try to find one of them.
Coffee time!
That's Basil's 5 bass limit, but it better be a short break. The big bite is on. VanDam will cull with this fish. He's over 18 pounds today. Basil Bacon, with a good limit in the live well, he's giving his partner Jim Pokratsky of Pennsylvania the front of the boat.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There you go.
That's a quality fish. Do you think Basil wishes he had that bass in his bag at this afternoon's second-day weigh-in? Regardless, Bacon scores 19 pounds 1 ounce. His 2-day total of 38 pounds 12 ounces takes over the lead. But look at this. Here's a monster bag of bass.
Watch the scales. Biggest string of the tournament. Look at this, folks. Shaw Grigsby, 24 pounds and 10 ounces. 24.10 for 5 bass. My gosh. Shaw hold up a couple of them. They've all got to be big bass in there. That's unbelievable.
Today, everything went well. A lot of nice fish out there. The problem I'm having is that from about 11 o'clock on, I didn't get bit, so I don't know what to expect for tomorrow.
Well, here's the leaderboard going into tomorrow's final round. Shaw Grigsby's on top, but only by 14 ounces over Basil Bacon. Jack Haines moves up to third, only 1 pound behind. And yesterday's leader, Gary Klein, hangs in there.
just 2 pounds 1 ounce, back in 4th place. We'll be right back with more bass catching action in the Bassmaster Virginia Invitational. Stay tuned.
The past 25 years have been the golden age of bass fishing, thanks largely to Ray Scott and his vision of the Bass Angler Sportsman Society.
Larry's right. Now you can share in all the tips, the techniques, and the know-how bass fishing pros mastered in those golden years when you join Bass.
As a member, 25 years of bass angling expertise are yours in the pages of Bassmaster magazine. 10 big issues a year will show you how to reel in the big ones. Plus, you'll stay up to date on the latest fish catching technology.
And don't forget the boat theft reward protection, fishing information service, and other member benefits, Ken. So,
if you're serious about bass fishing,
and we know you are,
you belong in B.A.S.S.
So just do it. Join now.
Call 1-800-543-1500 to join Bass and get your free tackle pack with Berkeley's Power Lizard, Bill Norman's Deep Baby N, Ultra Thin Line, and a Bass spinnerbait. With your $15 paid membership, you'll receive 10 issues of Bassmaster magazine and your member pack. That's 1-800-543-1500.
Fish come in an endless variety of shapes and sizes, which requires an endless variety of bait, lures, and tackle, all of which has to fit into tackle boxes that are not designed for endless variety, until now. Introducing Rubbermaid Pro Series tackle boxes, designed to be redesigned, with dual access storage areas, separate internal containers, and interchangeable bait cards.
It's perfect for bass anglers.
The Pro Series from Rubbermaid, designed to be as individual as you are.
From the very beginning, people are learning that when car trouble has you feeling a little wobbly, you should hurry into your neighborhood Parts Plus Auto Parts store. At Parts Plus, we believe in treating you like family, and we believe in supporting strong family organizations like the Bass Anglers Sportsman Society. So the next time you need auto parts, count on the pros at Parts Plus.
We're America's family of auto parts stores.
Day 3, showdown round of the $214,000 Bassmaster Virginia Invitational. For the winner, there's $35,000 on the line. But there's more than money at stake in Shaw Grigsby's boat. The luck of the B.A.S.S. computer drawing has paired Grigsby, the tournament leader, with Kevin VanDam, the Angler of the Year point leader. Both need a good bag of bass.
I feel real good about it because, you know, I get to fish my fish, and just like Shaw said, you know, I've been catching about 20 keepers a day, and his fish have been turning off. So I'm pretty confident we can each catch a pretty good sack today. I think a lot of guys' fish are going to run out, but I've got a lot of areas to fish, and it's been a little slower today than it has been the last 2 days, but we're getting bit.
I still blew it. I love this competition stuff.
We're going to catch them big time today because we're both making each other work for it, you know?
Oh, it's a hog! It's a hog!
That's the size you're used to catching.
These are your hogs?
That's a monster right there, buddy. There's a good one. Oh, that ain't.
He's a keeper. That's what counts. I'll take him around the other side. No, I'm not. I'll take him right here. And it's another hog. Golly.
We on the big ones today, Sean?
No, you're on the big ones. I'm on the babies. There he is. That's hopefully a little keeper. He may be
not a big one, but right now they look good, don't they?
Yes, darling.
How's the final round going for Basil Bacon?
Boy, stay on. Need help? Need help?
Don't count Basil Bacon out of this tournament. He's got a limit in the live well and will cull a smaller fish with this one. He's now running and gunning, fishing bushes on windy points. And moments later, Basil's got another heavyweight. This bass could decide the winner. Rain gear and umbrellas, the uniform for the final weigh-in at North Bend Park. But a cold, steady rain doesn't dampen the crowd's mood. They're here to see and cheer their bassin' heroes. And here's yesterday's leader, Shaw Grigsby.
Well, I tell you what, I had a great day today. It was really an honor to fish with Kevin. Kevin VanDam's one of the superstars of the business and just a super fine individual.
Let's see what you got here. 15 pounds, 6 ounces, that'll give you about 45 pounds. I don't know, we haven't got a stat sheet where that's gonna keep you in the lead or not, but let's hold up a couple of your big fish. It's gonna be ounces, whichever it is. Shaw, you had a 24-pound stringer yesterday, and I know a lot of people are interested in how you caught those fish and if you went back to them today.
I caught them all over in Nutbush, and I caught them on a Stanley 3/8 ounce spinnerbait, double gold willow leaves. They really hammered it, and it was a real early bite. I really got spooked, and Kevin said his fish were biting all day, so we said we're gonna go to Kevin's fish. We ran up there this morning, and it was tough. Kevin caught a good 4-pounder to start, and then after that, it just was real tough. Ran into my stuff, and it was just wide open, so we started catching them, and Kevin is a superb caster, and I just got outcast today because he is really great. And I was just in the bushes and hitting and missing and really not having a great casting day, and he was pinpoint.
Jack Haines needed only 1 more pound to catch Shaw Grigsby yesterday. Today, he's got a basket full.
18 pounds, 10 ounces, Jack. Hold up a couple of big fish here. This Louisiana angler has been on some kind of fish this week. We've been looking for you with 2 camera crews for 3 days, and we hadn't found you yet. And where were you hiding?
I wasn't hiding at all. I just passed the camera crews as I was jumping points. I probably hit 30 or 40 points a day, and I would just hit sweet gum points. And anytime there's sweet gum trees, pole timber, so to speak, running out in the water, had any kind of depth on it at all, with wind blowing on it, is what I was fishing. And it seemed to hold true every day. It just got a little lesser and lesser as they drew the water down. I think those fish kept moving out. Today, I managed to catch some fish out off from them, just slowing the bait down. And I was using a Bulldog 3/4 ounce spinnerbait with a number 7 silver willow leaf, and that made a big difference, that number 7 blade. My first day partner, Ted Miller, kind of keyed me on to that. We found these fish together, and we just went our separate ways, running and gunning different stuff and kind of split some stuff. And you know, he's got a good bag every day, and I just got lucky and caught a nice fish today to give me that bag.
We've just been told that you've taken the lead, Jack.
Well, this is the first flight, and we all know that, but it's fun to be here on top for a little while.
And stick there he does. Jack Haines of Manny, Louisiana, with 15 bass, weighing 57 pounds 4 ounces, is the champion of the Bassmaster Virginia Invitational. Basil Bacon of Springfield, Missouri is second, 56 pounds 11 ounces, almost a photo finish. The difference, just 9 ounces. Right now, it's time for the Pros Pointer, the how-to section of the Bassmasters. Brought to you by Wrangler, the most comfortable jeans known to man. Running and gunning. It's what a Bassmaster Pro does when he's on a hot pattern on a hot lake. Jack Haines covered 30 to 40 key spots each fishing day in winning the Virginia Invitational. Here's how Jack fished the windy points with sweet gum trees, the key structure.
The reason I feel like the sweet gums are really important because they have heavy root systems, and the windier the point, the better, because the shad have been blowing across the point, and the sweet gums were important because they've have perfect natural hiding places for the bass. They make big caves and tunnels so they can hide in there and make perfect ambush points for the bass. The reason I went to the big blade, I went to a number 7 willow leaf blade on my Bulldog spinnerbaits because
the shad were quite large, and I figured the bigger the shad, the bigger the bait, the better it would resemble the big shad, might cull the smaller fish for bigger fish. What I've been using is just a small white twin-tail trailer on the back of my spinnerbait. I've been using a solid white skirt, kind of resembles the shad themselves, with the big blade. It seems to be pretty important. I tried a curl tail trailer and it didn't seem to work quite as well as the small double tail. I don't know if it's the size or just the way the double tails work in the water. It seemed to work a lot better than the little curl tail. Boy, this is a good looking point. This is the kind of point that I caught on. There he is. Oh, that's a good one. That's a dandy fish. There. Yeah, that's sweetheart. That's what I like. Come on. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. She knocked my little trailer off. That's one that wouldn't have been culled in a lot of bags. That's a dandy. Look how red that tail is. That fish going, probably just come off the bed. Maybe she's just going on.
It's the same thing every Saturday. He puts on those old blue jeans and goes out with that old dog, and he's gone all day. He says he's gonna bring back dinner, but all he ever brings back is that old dog.
Here's to old dogs, Saturday mornings, and comfortable blue jeans. Wrangler.
This lake is a bass factory, 349 limits, almost 8,000 pounds of bass weighed in. Carr Reservoir or Bugs Island Lake, whatever you call it, it's great. And a great winning effort by our champion, Jack Haines. Now next week, we'll be at the BP Top 100 on North Carolina's Lake Norman. You'll follow the hottest young pro, Kevin VanDam, as he tries to hold on and win the coveted Bass Angler of the Year title. It won't be easy. Four-time world champion Rick Clunn is in the hunt. For the Bassmasters, I'm Bob Cobb. See you all next week from Mooresville, North Carolina.
The Bassmasters has been brought to you by Evinrude Outboards. Evinrude owners are born, not made. Ranger Boats. We still build them one at a time. DuPont Stren Fishing Lines. Bass Pro Shops, world's largest supplier of premium tackle. Chevy Trucks. More people are winning with the heartbeat of America. Today's truck is Chevrolet. Lunker Lure, manufacturer of the original buzzbait. Lowrance and Eagle Electronics, proud sponsors of the B.A.S.S. Tournament Trail. Rubbermaid Specialty Products Division. Don't you wish everything was made like Rubbermaid? Parts Plus, America's family of auto parts stores. Wrangler, the official jeans and shirts of the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. And the Bass Angler Sportsman Society, the world's largest bass fishing organization.
Lighthouse. For over 150 years, a beacon for ships traveling the St. Lawrence Seaway.
and still an important landmark for bass fishermen. At the mouth of the St. Lawrence River, it's the gateway to Lake Ontario, the Bermuda Triangle for bass tournament fishermen. Enter it, and you gamble on getting back to the weigh-in on time. But for B.A.S.S. tournament pros, no guts, no glory.
I don't think that that anything will stop me other than just can't get there. You know, I'll go until I can't go anymore. There's a lot of fish here, Bob.
Well, that means if it's twice as rough, I'll still go. You know, everybody talks about confidence and concentration. Well, there's actually 3 C's, and when a tournament like this, you got to have one other one, and that's courage.
Tournament bass fishing, a tough way to make a living, but for some, the money's good. We're at the $188,000 New York Invitational at Clayton, New York. The weather is a story here. Strong winds and 6 to 8 foot waves are forecast for the next 3 days. Catching bass isn't the worry, they're biting. But getting to the fish and back, it's a challenge. This is going to be a hard-nosed bass tournament. I'm Bob Cobb. Stay tuned, the Bassmasters will be right back with first round action in the New York Invitational from the famous Thousand Islands region.
This is what 43 all-new outboard engine innovations look like. This is what they do. It's the new Fast Strike from Johnson, the hottest engine on the bass circuit. Smaller, lighter, quieter than anything in its class, yet better top-end performance. 5 years in development, all new from the prop to the engine cover. If you're serious about your fishing and your peace of mind, Fast Strike at your Johnson dealer.
In the heart of a Ranger Comanche lies the soul of Ranger quality. From the legendary foam flotation to the solid fiberglass transom and stringer system, even down to the reinforced lids and interior sealer coating, detail by detail, meticulous craftsmanship permeates every layer. The Ranger Comanche series. When you've taken a close look at the inside, you'll know why only this name can appear on the outside.
It's Roland Martin!
For thousands of anglers, fishing is a delicate balance of talent, patience, and dexterity.
Magnum? It's the best in heavy cover.
Still, they want the same line the pros rely on. Stren Fishing Lines, the choice of the pros.
It's here, the 1993 Bass Pro Shop Spring Sale Catalog with red-hot smokin' deals. It's our largest spring catalog ever, jam-packed with the largest selection of quality name-brand merchandise, hot new products, and old favorites, all at the best prices anywhere. If you're a current Bass Pro Shops customer, your money-saving catalog is already on its way. If not, get your free copy by calling 1-800-BASS-PRO now.
French Creek Marina, Clayton, New York. Day 1 checkout. The start of the $188,000 Bassmaster New York Invitational. This is a big one. 330 anglers, an international lineup. Bass Angler Sportsman Society's pros from 35 states, Canada, Mexico, and Japan. First prize, $35,000. But for these competitors, pounds and ounces of bass are the objective. For it's the qualifying start of the 1993 Bassmasters Classic World Championship. Heavy creels here will go a long way toward making it into the August championship. The pros are paired by computer drawing. They check out and return to the weigh-in by flights. B.A.S.S. tournament officials make last-minute safety inspections and pass out boat-numbered flags and an all-important slip of paper, today's weather advisory. Southwesterly winds 10 to 20 knots, a rough ride. But Lake Ontario won't be off limits this morning. The daily tournament limit is 5 bass. There's a 12-inch minimum size. But a limit of keepers is no problem if you get on the right rock pile or weed line. The smallmouth gang up in Lake Ontario, feeding on the small minnow-like alewife. A flashy spinnerbait mimics the food fish. And Louisiana angler Tim Malone is onto the right pattern. Georgia pro Roger Farmer and Malone are casting to an underwater rock reef in the Henderson Bay area of Ontario. And the smallmouth are eating it up. Two-time Bass Angler of the Year Jimmy Houston of Oklahoma knows this area well. Houston won the 1985 New York Invitational with 43 pounds, 9 ounces. And his spinnerbait tactics are still good. Being a Watson, Louisiana-based angler hasn't provided young Tim Malone with much smallmouth bass fishing experience, but he's a quick student. Tim's working on a 5 bass limit. And the old pro Jimmy Houston is catching him. His tandem willow leaf spinnerbait is doing the job.
Got my raincoat.
Nearby, Dower Combs of Cookson, Oklahoma has the spinnerbait pattern working too. Combs is the son-in-law of Houston. But maybe more importantly is that Combs' partner today is Rick Clunn, 4-time world champion, and he's fishing the back seat. Clunn elected to go to his partner's fish. As good as the smallmouth fishing is south of Clayton, tournament-savvy pros know that finding a largemouth pattern in the backwater weed beds off the St. Lawrence River can be the key to winning. Lake of the Isles produced 45 pounds, 12 ounces on a topwater rat in September 1990. Indiana's Dusty Pine did it. But things have changed this mid-September tournament. There's less grass, and the bass run smaller. Adjusting is the name of the game. Dion Hibden of Missouri is targeting the wood, fishing boathouses. He's an expert at skipping G2 tube lures around and under dock structures, a skill he learned as a boy on Lake of the Ozarks, his home lake. Certainly, the area from Henderson to Chamont Bay is a smallmouth fishing hotspot. Tim Malone's got another one. This will give him a 5 bass limit and around 13 pounds. And Larry Lazone of Florida scores. He's working on a limit in the 15 to 17 pound range. Dion Hibden's boathouse pattern is still paying dividends in the St. Lawrence River area. Light tackle and small tube baits are the keys to the largemouth strikes. Rick Clunn will cull with this bass. He's got 5 bass in the live well, but they're just average size. From what we've seen, it's obvious 5 bass limits will be common at this afternoon's weigh-in, and 13 pounds won't put you in the top 20 standings. Smallmouth bass like these and Larry Nixon's 16-pound 3-ounce bag will. But the winning strategy here is to find the bigger largemouth bass. And Georgia's Cliff Craft has 5 heavyweights.
18 pounds, 8 ounces. That's tremendous. A 5 bass limit. It must be some nice largemouth in there. Cliff Craft. Now that's some bragging fish. The only problem I see you could have if the wind got up to several knots. What happens then to your fish?
I don't think the wind matters as much as we fished up here. I've had real good days before, and the wind doesn't seem to bother me that much. It's just occasionally the fish just don't bite. I don't get that many bites a day. You know, 6 or 8 bites is all I get, and if I'm fortunate enough to catch or land the fish, I've had a good day, and if I don't, I'm also ran. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. Look forward to it.
With 18 pounds, 8 ounces, Cliff Craft has a 1-pound, 3-ounce lead over Larry Lazone. All-time B.A.S.S. money winner Larry Nixon and New York's Jeff Tejan tie for 3rd with 16 pounds, 3 ounces. Over half the field, 161 anglers, weighed in 5 bass limits today. But tomorrow's weather forecast is not so promising. Winds over 30 miles per hour and waves 6-footers on the big water. Stay tuned. The Bassmasters will be right back with more action from New York's Thousand Islands.
Here's big news coming at you from Chevrolet. 3.9% financing or $500 cash back on exciting new full-size Chevy pickups. Plus $1,000 cash back or 3.9 financing and $500 cash on new Chevy S10 pickups and Blazers. It's your time to buy. 3.9 financing or up to $1,000 cash back.
That's today's Chevy truck.
Whenever Lloyd Turner decides to go fishing, his grandson Bobby asks if he can go too. For Lloyd, it's always the hardest thing in the world to have to say no. But today's different. He has a brand new trolling motor.
Hi, Grandpa.
Get in the boat, Bobby.
Stealth, the world's most powerful trolling motor. From Motor Guide.
Darling, you look absolutely ravishing tonight.
Ooh, you impetuous barracuda.
Good evening, Madame, Monsieur. May I suggest our specialty, the Berkeley Power Worm. The aroma, the flavor, the texture, magnifique.
Sounds divine.
Excellent. Pierre, the Power Worm.
Let's go.
I won't, John.
Marcia.
Berkeley Power Bait. Science to us, but to fish, it's pure magic.
There's nothing better than fishing, but before you put in, better put in Lubramatic. To get off to a good start, use our boat trailer wheel bearing grease. And keep going strong with our lower unit gear lube or our new synthetic high-performance Power Pro. In fact, when it comes to your lubrication needs, Lubramatic has everything to keep your fishing trip going according to plan. Too bad everything else in your life can't be so predictable. Everything moves better with Lubramatic.
Day 2, the Bassmaster New York Invitational. Weather conditions, bad to worse. High winds and high waves. Lake Ontario thinks it's an ocean. Gut check time. The usual 45-minute run from Clayton to the Chemont-Henderson Bay area translates into 2 hours of misery. Bone-jarring, nerve-wearing boat handling. Misjudge a wave and you're sitting in an 18-foot bathtub. Jimmy Houston in 7th place made it. However, he speared away, wiping out the driver's windshield. On the return crossing, Houston loses the other windshield and the rear pedestal seat. Larry Lazone in 2nd opts to stay in the St. Lawrence River. Good decision. Houston's fish are not biting. First round leader Cliff Kraft reaches his area on the Canadian side of the St. Lawrence. No problems and a good start. The Sewanee, Georgia Pro has a 3-pounder in the boat when our camera crew arrives. But hours later, Cliff's hopes are fading. His jig and pork trailer's not the answer today. There'll be no repeat big haul of largemouth. As a matter of fact, none of the leaders repeat. Only 93 5 bass limits are scored. Rick Clunn in 22nd place yesterday is today's lead story with 15 pounds, 15 ounces. The second round's best catch.
That catch has moved you into the lead. Does that change your strategy any? Are you going to gamble still?
Well, that means if it's twice as rough, I'll still go.
I like your style, spoken like a true champion.
Well, you know, in fishing, you learn everybody talks about confidence and concentration. Well, there's actually 3 C's, and when a tournament like this, you got to have one other one, and that's courage. You know, and that's true. In tournaments, to win tournaments, you got to have the courage to fish for the right fish, and those are the right fish, and I just got to go back to them.
Clunn's 2-day total of 29 pounds, 7 ounces posts a narrow 13-ounce advantage over Dion Hibden. The Stover, Missouri Pro moves up from 6th with 13 pounds, 1 ounce today.
You've been one of the most consistent anglers for the first 2 days of this tournament. What does it look like for tomorrow for you?
It's hard to say, you know. A lot of the water I'm fishing is getting fished, but hopefully I'm doing something a little bit different than they are, and we'll see how it ends up.
Day 3, the final round. Only 2 pounds, 13 ounces separates the top 10 anglers. The outcome depends on who can reach their fishing locations. The winds, still southwesterly, are increasing to over 30 miles per hour. Tournament leader Rick Clunn says he needs only 2 hours on his fishing spot. He's working a 2-mile stretch of broken rocks and weeds along a rock bluff in the Henderson Harbor area. Luckily, the wind direction has the bank semi-protected, and his pattern is still holding true. Clunn is positioning his boat in 25 feet of water and casting to weeds some 10 to 15 feet deep under the surface. But he's not fishing deep. He's using a 3/4 ounce tandem blade spinnerbait. This heavy bait gives him distance, and Clunn is ripping the lure, waking it just under the surface with a fast retrieve. The smallmouth bass that strike are being pulled from the 10 to 15 feet deep grass line. Also, Rick says, the fast surface retrieve cuts down on the unwanted northern pike bites. Clunn will cull his catch with this fish. He's already boated a 5 bass daily limit.
All those minnows coming up. I like this chunk and spinnerbait as far as I can throw it. And reeling it back as fast as I can reel it. Basically, it's just following these little weed beds down through here. And really, I think the key is just, it's the food though. There's a lot of these little alewives down, or whatever these little minnows are down through here. And that seems to be really what's holding the fish more than anything else. All right. Yeah, and plus they like, they're you know, smallmouth are notorious about hitting the ripping spinnerbait.
Dion Hibden's pattern is different. He's fishing boathouses, docks, and man-made structure located in the St. Lawrence River area. A jig dressed with a plastic crawfish, the Guido bug, has been the key lure. Dion, a 2-time qualifier for the Bassmasters Classic, is the son of Guido Hibden, the 1988 world champion. Stay tuned. The Bassmasters will be right back with more bass catching action from the New York Invitational.
The past 25 years have been the golden age of bass fishing, thanks largely to Ray Scott and his vision of the Bass Angler Sportsman Society.
Larry's right. Now you can share in all the tips, the techniques, and the know-how bass fishing pros mastered in those golden years when you join Bass.
As a member, 25 years of bass angling expertise are yours in the pages of Bassmaster magazine. 10 big issues a year will show you how to reel in the big ones. Plus, you'll stay up to date on the latest fish catching technology.
And don't forget the boat theft reward protection, fishing information service, and other member benefits, Ken. So,
if you're serious about bass fishing,
and we know you are, you belong in B.A.S.S.
So just do it. Join now.
Call 1-800-543-1500 to join Bass and get your free tackle pack with Berkley's Power Lizard, Bill Norman's Deep Baby N, Ultra Thin Line, and a Bass spinnerbait. With your $15 paid membership, you'll receive 10 issues of Bassmaster magazine and your member pack. That's 1-800-543-1500.
Max Karlstrom, head of Abu Garcia product development, is on the verge of his greatest achievement as he prepares to field test the all-new Ambassador Pro Max fishing reel. A reel so advanced that it features 8 stainless steel ball bearings,
Max, för helvete!
1-piece aluminum frame,
Hi, Max!
and ultracast design to outcast and outperform every other reel on the water. And you can take it from Max.
No one ever made you a reel like this before.
Now the question is just get back.
The final weigh-in for the $188,000 New York Invitational. To the winner, $35,000. And Rick Clunn does make it back. With 14 pounds, 11 ounces. His three-day total of 44 pounds, 2 ounces marks his 11th career B.A.S.S. win. And it came with 15 smallmouth bass.
Would you have thought when the tournament started with a strategy that you could have won with all smallmouth?
No, not really. Historically, this time of year with the water this warm, it takes largemouth to win it, but I just couldn't get anything going on with largemouth. And thanks to, Dower Combs and my brother Randy Fight really is why I caught these fish. Dower is my first day partner, and he took me over there. And when I went over there and we fished his fish and got limits off his fish, well, Randy said, if you're going over there, you might try one of these places I fished about 3 years ago. So in the last hour, I run over there and it was just loaded with fish, and that's where I've been fishing that one stretch since the last 2 days.
The final standings: Rick Clunn's winning margin, 2 pounds, 4 ounces. Shaw Grigsby and Joe Thomas finished deadlocked for second with 41 pounds, 14 ounces. They earned $22,000 each. And Joe Thomas earned every dime of his payday. He fished in another area code at the south end of Lake Ontario, almost in Rochester, New York.
But 2 hours or 2 hours and 15 minutes like I was running, you just get so tired and you concentrate on every individual wave, and finally you mess up and you end up spearing one every now and then. Your partners get beat up. So, I just thank God for letting me have good good equipment, and it stayed together all week. Good boat, good motor, and I appreciate Jerry Ryan very much for allowing me to go where I went today. As it turned out, he and I are going to be real tight at the top there, but he could have very easily said no, he didn't want to take the ride, but he did, and I really appreciate that.
The balance of the top 10 finishers includes Cliff Kraft, the first-round leader, in 8th place. Challenger Dion Hibden slipped to 18th, the last round. And Randy Fight, who pointed Rick Clunn in the right direction, ranked 15th.
We happened to sit down and look at the map, and I happened to mention that spot, and fortunately, it's one of the few times I've been able to help him. He's helped me a lot in the past.
Right now, it's time for the Pros Pointer, the how-to section of the Bassmasters. Brought to you by Wrangler, the most comfortable jeans known to man.
I won the New York Invitational this year throwing a 3/4 ounce Stanley Vibra-Shaft spinnerbait. What's unique about this spinnerbait is the new wedge willow leaf blade. Basically what I mean by wedge is it actually tapers. It's thin up front and it tapers and gets thicker toward the end. What this creates, for that size blade, it creates the equivalent vibration of a conventional number 6. To me, this is especially a large advantage like we had in New York, a lot of high wind. I was trying to cast the bait a long ways in the clear water. And as you that have fished the big number 6s, number 7 willow leaves know, they tend to helicopter on you, and so it's hard to throw them a long ways. So if you want the flash of a number 6 or 7, then you go ahead and stay with that size blade. But if you really want just the vibration and yet you want to be able to throw it a long ways, and then this allows you to kind of step down the size by using the wedge type blade.
He promised me something really special for my birthday. A whole weekend in the great outdoors. Without me.
Here's to the great outdoors, men who understand, and comfortable blue jeans. Wrangler.
Rick Clunn, he's a winner, a true champion, in a test of skill and courage. But keep one thing in mind. These are professional anglers and experienced bass boat handlers. Be a safe boater. Rough waters, not for the inexperienced. Next week, our cameras will be on the Potomac River at Charles County, Maryland, for the Bassmaster BP Top 100. You'll be alongside the bass catching action and learn the leaders' techniques. Join us. For the Bassmasters, I'm Bob Cobb. See you all next week.
The Bassmasters has been brought to you by Johnson Outboards. Wouldn't it be nice if everything else were as dependable as your Johnson outboard? Ranger Boats. We still build them one at a time. DuPont Stren Fishing Lines. Bass Pro Shops, world's largest supplier of premium tackle. Chevy trucks, the trucks you can depend on, the trucks that last. Motor Guide, the choice of serious fishermen. Berkeley Power Baits, fortified with flavor and scent enhancers so powerful fish just won't let go. Lubrimatic, the lubrication specialists. Abu Garcia, the world's finest fishing tackle. Wrangler, the official jeans and shirts of the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. And the Bass Angler Sportsman Society, the world's largest bass fishing organization.
Bassmaster's cameras are at Lake Lanier today, the big, deep impoundment northeast of Atlanta. Officially, we're here to cover the $195,000 Bassmaster Georgia Invitational, a 3-day fish-off with $35,000 on the line. Unofficially, they call this the Tom Mann Jr. Bass Fishing Benefit. Last time the Bass Angler Sportsman Society's tournament trail stopped here in 1992, Tom ran away with the big money, and he's the favorite to do it again. But Tom says conditions are not the best for his success.
This has been a really off year anyway. We've had our lake turned over a month late here. We've had no cold weather. This is the coolest weather we've had right here, if you want to call it cool. And you know, the water temperature for my fishing, it's got to be in the mid to low 50s to be, you know, right. So, you know, I'm gonna try to scratch me out a limit every day and see where I end up and be happy with what I catch.
With defending champion Tom Mann Jr. predicting a tough time for the spotted bass pros, that gives hope to the largemouth bass chasers like Tommy Bittle of Oklahoma, an expert at pitching a jig and catching big bass in the upper river areas of Lanier. And at the largemouth bass bite, Kevin VanDam of Michigan could be a repeat winner. The former Bass Angler of the Year weighed in 61 pounds 13 ounces in 1991 Bassmaster BP Top 100, the heaviest total in 5 B.A.S.S. events on Lanier. But that's history. Stay tuned. I'm Bob Cobb. The Bassmasters will be right back with first round action in the Georgia Invitational, and we'll find out how they're biting.
One look and you'll know dreams do come true. Welcome to the uncompromising quality and unbelievable affordability of the Ranger Sport Series. Factory rigged and loaded with standard equipment, now your family's budget can do more than dream of Ranger distinction. The legendary Sport Series from Ranger. Feel the excitement and run away with your dreams.
The problem with most trolling motors is they're not very comfortable to operate.
Hey, bud, any luck?
Not much. I tell you, I had a lunker this big.
Ooh, nice shoes.
Thank you.
Introducing the new Stealth Quick Stick by Motor Guide with an adjustable steering handle that takes the pain out of trolling.
Hey, isn't that Bill Dance out there? Bill!
Where'd you get that quick stick?
Bill, come on,
Bill, come back!
Fishermen, get a jump on the spring fishing season with this new Price Smasher Bass Pro Shop Spring Sale Catalog. It's our biggest and best ever, jam-packed with over 6,000 lures, hot new products, and your old favorites. Call today and start saving on your tackle right away. Call 1-800-BPS-FISH now. That's 1-800-BPS-FISH.
From the grueling tournament trails of America to the rugged big game competitions of the South Pacific, Lowrance's X70A and LMS 350A fish finders are setting the course in high performance. Superb widescreen visibility, unequal target detail, and 3,000 watts of penetrating power put the X70A and LMS 350A in a class by themselves. See these tournament-proven winners at over 1,200 authorized dealers nationwide. Lowrance, setting the course in marine electronics.
Lake Sidney Lanier, a 40,000-acre North Georgia impoundment with some of the best spotted bass fishing credentials in the country. Maybe not the place to go to catch a world record-sized spotted bass, but if you want quantity over quality, this is the place. Lanier is also home base for some of the Bassmaster Tournament Trail's top touring pros, spotted bass experts like Tom Mann Jr. and Mickey Bruce of Beaufort and Cliff Craft of Sewanee, all past winners on the B.A.S.S. circuit. Doug Youngblood of nearby Sugar Hill and Claude Fish Fishburne from Kenton launched their careers on Lanier. The lake has been a good teacher. Lake Lanier is actually two separate fisheries in one package. The clear, deeper lower end supports the highly regarded spotted bass fishery, while the upper lake with the winding Chattahoochee and Chastity rivers is the area probed by largemouth fishermen in the more off-colored water. Normally in early December, conditions favor the local pros and spotted bass experts. The fish should be on offshore structure, but as the Bassmaster Georgia Invitational gets underway, the surface water temperature is in the upper 50s in some areas, and overnight lows only recently dipped into the 40s with the passage of a cold front. A confusing time for both the fish and the fishermen. However, defending champion Tom Mann Jr. is doing what he knows best this first morning. He's fishing the deeper drops and flooded timber for spotted bass. Tom's hooked a good fish before the cameras, but overall, it's been a rather disappointing beginning. He started late in the 307 angler checkout at Holiday Marina and missed the early bite. However, the bright, clear skies should favor his style of deeper water fishing. The contestants are paired by a BASS computer drawing. The daily limit is 5 bass with a minimum 12-inch size. The angler with the best 3-day total weight earns a $35,000 payoff. Besides the prize awards, the anglers are seeking qualifying points toward the Bassmasters Classic World Championship. The 1995 Classic is set August 3rd through 5th, again at Greensboro, North Carolina. 5 pros from the Eastern Division Bassmaster Invitational Trail will qualify. Up lake, the cold front conditions and high muddy water should play into the hands of jig fishermen and flippin' pros like Denny Brower. This Missouri angler has the well-earned reputation of catching them when the bite is slow. His secret weapon is a rattling jig of his own design. The built-in noisemaker seems to trigger bass to bite. The combination made Denny a lot of money, $208,900 when he set the single-season BASS record in 1992-93. That's a keeper and a good start for Denny. But Tommy Biffle of Oklahoma is having one of those days you hate. The bass just comes unbuttoned. The 1993 BASS Megabucks champion figures to score high when conditions favor a jig bite. But at the day one weigh-in, the well-known Tournament Trail flippin' pros and spotted bass experts are upstaged by Michigan's E.B. Smiley. He's got a 5 bass limit weighing 17 pounds 6 ounces. He anchors the day's best string with his 7-pound 13-ounce largemouth, worth a $1,000 bonus as the day's big bass. However, for E.B., it wasn't easy picking.
It was a struggle, but the place I was fishing when I was practicing before cutoff, it wasn't any struggle, but the weather's making them hard to bite. I had to fish it pretty slow.
Cold water, cold temperatures, and you say fish it slow. Sounds like a jig bite to me.
Well, the water is 45 degrees where I was at, so that's cold.
For the spotted bass anglers, it'll take some work to equal E.B. Smiley's largemouth bag, and Tom Mann Jr. has already put himself in the hole.
I did a cardinal boo-boo. Most people, I don't think, would ever do, but I do it. I do it when I got a lot of confidence. So the first cast I made this morning, I caught a keeper bass, and I unhooked him, threw him back in the lake. I think I told you that. Because I don't like to catch one on the first cast. To me, that's bad luck. But maybe I might ought to kept that fish now that I think back on it.
Another local favorite is Mickey Bruce.
He's right in there. Don't count him out. 8 pounds and 4 ounces. Mickey, you got a lot of fans out there. What can you tell them? Can they pull for you?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank them for coming up here and watching me weigh them 5 little skinny fish, but hopefully it'll get a little bit better, you know. I can think of all kind of excuses why the fish aren't biting, but it's early yet, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the week.
The best bag of spotted bass belongs to Jerry Guest of Royston, Georgia. 14 pounds, 9 ounces. And an interesting twist to this tournament is that Jerry's staying at Mickey Bruce's house in Beaufort. Well, maybe they'll figure things out.
I had to limit this morning fairly early, and then we struggled. I don't know where the fish quit biting, or I had several places, but it was real tough, and I caught one of those 3-pounders about on my last cast, in fact, and called a pound fish.
Only 43 5 bass limits are scored the first round. And E.B. Smiley of Sparta, Michigan owns almost a 3-pound advantage with his 17 pounds 6 ounces. Jerry Guest ranks second, followed by Paul Henley of Hull, Georgia. Among local favorites, Claude Fishburne is tied for fourth. Surprisingly, Cliff Kraft, Mickey Bruce, and Tom Mann Jr. are missing from the top 10 standings. Don't go away. The Bassmasters are coming right back, and we'll find out how the pros track down the winning pattern in the Bassmaster Georgia Invitational at Lake Sidney Lanier.
Here's big news coming at you from Chevrolet. 3.9% financing, or $500 cash back on exciting new full-size Chevy pickups, plus $1,000 cash back, or 3.9% financing and $500 cash on new Chevy S10 pickups and Blazers. It's your time to buy. 3.9% financing or up to $1,000 cash back.
That's today's Chevy truck.
I busted up a new prop just getting back into this crap. These bass are dug in deep. Stumps and logs and brush. It's like pulling a truck out of the mud just to budge them. Hey, I've been slinging jigs through all sorts of nasty junk just to get at these fish. And when they hit, you rip them back through the sticks, or they're gone. That means you fish the strongest, toughest line you can buy. Berkeley Trilene, or why even bother? Why even bother? Oh, there she is.
At 6:30 every morning, Mike gets up to do his paper route. It's not that he enjoys it any more than washing cars or cutting grass. It's just that Mike sees himself as a budding entrepreneur, but his mom just sees him as a kid learning the value of $1. And every morning she dresses Mike in jerseys, t-shirts, and sweats. After all, she learned the value of $1 a long time ago. Jerseys, activewear that works as hard as you do.
From the very beginning, people are learning that when car trouble has you feeling a little wobbly, you should hurry into your neighborhood Parts Plus auto parts store. At Parts Plus, we believe in treating you like family, and we believe in supporting strong family organizations like the Bass Angler Sportsman Society. So the next time you need auto parts, count on the pros at Parts Plus.
We're America's family of auto parts stores.
Day 2, clear, bright skies, a post-cold front situation. Tournament leader E.B. Smiley knows about fishing colder water. This northern basser was Angler of the Year in Canada. Slow down, fish a jig and pig in low gear, and you'll usually get some results. But Lake Lanier's largemouth are noted for frequent periods of inactivity. Local anglers claim the largemouth only feed 1 out of 3 days. Jerry Guest is catching spotted bass in deep water, but it might surprise some anglers how deep.
45 to 55 feet. You catch them on a jig, a half-ounce jig. And up till today, I've been using 20-pound test line, and this morning, evidently, they didn't want the 20-pound test off. My partner caught the first 4 fish, and he's using 14-pound test line. So I switched to 14-pound test, and I've caught 2 since then. But the bite's real slow, and they're real finicky. But there are a lot of fish here. They're about probably stretch 150 yards. This old channel's coming out. It's got brush on the sides of it, and it's got some trees that comes up about 30 feet of the surface. departed fishing is in the top of the trees up till the sun gets high, then I all go down to the bottom of the brush in the trees. Yesterday, it was 2 minutes out of 9, I had a limit, so it's a lot tougher for me this morning. The fish are here because of the bait fish, and the cold, they were farther back in the creek, but the cold front pushed them out here on this brush. But if we have a cloudy, rainy day, they'll scatter again, they won't be here, or you can't catch them. They just in here feeding for the winter. There's a lot of shad right here in the mouth of the creek. But if it gets cloudy, the shad will move in and they'll suspend, you can't catch the fish. Sun's important because it keeps the fish tight to the brush, and the shad stays down. When it gets cloudy, shad comes up, and the bass falls, and they just scatter. They don't hold tight enough. Small one. I'll take him right now.
Yesterday, E.B. Smiley caught his big bag from flooded brush in 5-foot water. Today, there are no takers on his jig and pork.
Fish it.
Jerry Guest is fishing a jig and plastic trailer.
Stanley jig head, half-ounce jig head. Got a zoom skirt and a twin tail trailer on it.
Jerry's partner, Julian Reitzel of High Point, North Carolina, is having quite a day for himself. Yesterday, Julian weighed in 1 pound 9 ounces. Today, he's caught a 5 bass limit and has over 11 pounds of spotted bass in the live well. He's made a quick study of how to fish a jig and trailer in the deep water treetops.
Your partner?
At the Day 2 weigh-in, as expected with the cold front conditions, the spotted specialists take charge of the standings. Jerry Guest, with 9 pounds 11 ounces and a 2-day total of 24 pounds 4 ounces, moves on top the leaderboard. Yesterday's leader, E.B. Smiley, drops to second. Darrell Wilbanks of South Carolina jumps from 7th into 3rd and adds yet another sidebar to the tournament.
I'm doing something not a lot of people are doing. About the same thing Jerry's doing. We're staying together and we're on different parts of the lake doing about the same thing. And I had a limit in 55 minutes today.
You and Jerry Guest, who's leading the tournament now, you're all roommates? You're all partners?
Yeah, we're friends and we're staying at Mickey Bruce this week. And he's been great. And we all been working together and found our own fish, and all we got to do is catch them.
Mickey Bruce has certainly been a most accommodating host.
You must talk in your sleep. They found out all your secrets.
Those guys can catch them, doesn't matter where I talk or not, but I'm sure there's a lot of rumors going around. I know good and well I can't find enough fish myself most of the time, let alone anybody else, but I kind of give them an idea of what was going on, and they're good enough fishermen they found their own fish, so I wished everyone the best of luck, but I've had some pretty bad, unfortunate luck or mishaps or whatever so far. Maybe I got that out of the way today, and tomorrow I'll have a good day.
Stay tuned. The final round of the Bassmaster Georgia Invitational promises to be a real shootout. Guest, Wilbanks, and Bruce. Sounds like a bunch of lawyers about to argue over $35,000.
Fishing, fishing, fishing. Why don't you ever play ball like the other boys?
Son, there's a lot more to life than fishing.
You're a young man now. It's time you put down that fishing rod and start thinking about your future.
Tournament after tournament, these pros stake their careers on Team Daiwa fishing tackle, the most reliable tackle ever made. Team Daiwa, for those who were born to fish.
Hey, Denny Brower, show us your bait.
I catch more fish with Bassmaster than anything else. Bassmaster keeps me up on the latest strategies and techniques for finding and catching more fish more often.
Hey, Shaw Grigsby, show us your bait.
I wouldn't be caught fishing without Bassmaster magazine.
This is where over 500,000 members of the Bass Angler Sportsman Society share their secrets for success.
It's what you know and where you go that counts on the water. As a member of Bass, I depend on the know-how I read in those 10 yearly issues of Bassmaster magazine. But you have to be a member of Bass in order to get it. Hey, you're a member, aren't you?
You're not?
An angler like you ought to be a Bass member. Come on and join us and start packing this in your tackle box.
Join Bass now. Call 1-800-647-FISH. With your $20 paid membership, you'll receive free Berkeley's Gorilla Line, Pradco's Got a Bite, Bill Lewis's Rattle Trap, and a copy of Spinnerbait Bassin'. Plus, you'll receive 10 issues a year of Bassmaster magazine. That's 1-800-647-FISH.
The final round and another weather change. With cloud cover, tournament leader Jerry Guest makes an adjustment in his pattern.
Started a little shallower, if you call 45 feet shallower, but the shed has moved right here now instead of out here. I run my graph and found the shed, and they moved up here in about 40, 45 feet instead of about 60-foot water. And I started off with a spoon. I had a real good fish on. It come off just before I got him to the top of the water. But these fish is gonna scatter more now. They're gonna follow the shed, not necessarily be on the brush.
Darrell Wilbanks has fished within sight of the Holiday Marina and tournament headquarters for 3 days. He's not burned a gallon of gas.
Early in the day, I've been catching them on these little drops. Between 40 and 50 foot deep. And then as the day goes on, the fish seem to bunch up out here in this gully. And they get a lot easier to catch. But I've been jigging a spoon.
Mickey Bruce thinks the weather change and clouds could work in his favor.
These fish aren't going anywhere. It's just that the pattern I'm fishing, I kind of like it better with the sunshine. It keeps the fish tighter to the structure. Without the sunshine, the low pressure, the fish are roaming around more. And I just messed up. A lot of times they'll be at the base of these trees. Today with the low pressure, they're right in the tops of them. Right where I planted that jig. But I really like my chances. I got 3 nice fish and one about 1.5 pounds and probably got 10 pounds of fish right now. So, another nice fish and I'll be in contention to win. What I'm fishing is ditches with standing timber along the edge of it. All the bait in the lake has gone deep since the turnover, and the fish are just roaming around chasing the bait. They kind of park in these trees every once in a while, and it's kind of tough to fish a Stanley jig like I'm fishing down 45, 50 foot deep. But a lot of the fish aren't that deep. They're actually suspended up in the top of the tree. This may be the smallest fish, unless it's going to turn on me, that I've caught. A little better than I thought. Well, that's not the one I'm looking for, but that's number 5. Thank you, Lord.
3 good fishermen, 3 good friends. Which one will come out on top? The final weigh-in, and Darrell Wilbanks is first to arrive at the scales.
6-12, does that put him in the lead? We got a new leader. Look at this. All right. Man, you have caught 3 straight limits, and where have you been fishing?
Close.
You could have fished on your trolling motor. This man right here may win the tournament, and he's been fishing in sight of you all day.
Yesterday's leader, Jerry Guest, is a bit disappointed. He weighs in only 3 bass and 3 pounds 10 ounces.
They only had 6 bites, so I'm still happy. I had 2 good days.
I was just told by Ann Lewis, the Bass Public Relations Director, that you haven't lost the lead yet. You've got a margin of 1 ounce. You're still leading by 1 ounce. You heard some discussion earlier, and you don't need an introduction to this guy. It's Mickey Bruce. He needs 9 pounds, 1 ounce to win the tournament. What's it look like, Mickey? Have you got it?
I don't know. You can't never tell. I feel pretty good about it. Sure do.
You want to weigh them, or you want to talk?
Yeah, before they dry out.
All right, put them on the scales and let's see. Needs 9-1 to take the lead and possibly win the tournament. Look at that, 11 pounds and 3 ounces for Mickey Bruce. He's taking the lead. The old pro showed him what to do when the overcast came.
I really don't think that's what it was. The fish I was catching, it didn't make any difference what the weather did, and I knew that without some backup holes and the way my friends were doing, that the overcast was going to hurt them. And I just happened to have enough spots to keep going, and I went to a couple of places today that I haven't been, and it really paid off.
For Mickey Bruce, it's a big payday worth $35,000, and it's an angling anniversary. 10 years ago today, Mickey won the Super Bass 2 tournament here on Lake Lanier and launched his professional bass fishing career. But he won't forget this moment either. A come-from-behind win and a 1-2-3 finish by 3 good friends. Right now, it's time for the Pros Pointer, the how-to section of the Bassmasters. Brought to you by Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
There's 2 main reasons why I think I won this tournament. Both of them pertain to this trailer. One of them is I placed a rattler in the trailer on all my jigs, especially this last day. I'd like to show you how to place a rattler in. With this 2 bore hole all the way through, out, pull it out, place the jig, place the rattler into the trailer, push it in, insert it on your jig. Your finished product looks like this. One other key reason is that a lot of times when you set the hook, the trailer will slide down. If you keep your bait down there, you can catch the fish that just hit you. Simply take 1 drop of super glue and place it on the head of the trailer prior to pushing it up, and you can set the hook all you want to, and it won't slide.
Wrangler jeans, available in the 2 colors boys prefer most, black and blue. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans. Pine Lake, 3 friends, 3 pair of Wrangler jeans. Everybody's comfortable, even the fish. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
A great win for Mickey Bruce, but he may have just broke even. His wife said those special guests sure could eat, but they enjoyed every moment of it, and we enjoyed their sportsmanship. Next week, our Bassmasters cameras follow the tournament trail to Sam Rayburn Lake for the $195,000 Bassmaster Texas Invitational. There's big bass and big bucks on the line. Hope you'll join us. For the Bassmasters, I'm Bob Cobb. Hope to see you all right here next Sunday.
The Bassmasters has been brought to you by Ranger Boats, still building legends one at a time. Motor Guide, the choice of serious fishermen. Bass Pro Shops, the world's largest supplier of premium tackle. Lowrance, setting the course in marine electronics. Chevy Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Berkeley Power Bait, fish bite and won't let go. Jerseys, America's Activewear. Parts Plus, America's family of auto parts stores. Team Dial, designed by the winningest pros on the tournament trail. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans. And the Bass Angler Sportsman Society, the world's largest bass fishing organization.
You want to weigh them, or you want to talk?
Yeah, before they dry out.
All right, put them on the scales and let's see. Needs 9-1 to take the lead and possibly win the tournament. Look at that, 11 pounds and 3 ounces for Mickey Bruce. He's taking the lead. Hold that couple fish. Mickey, that's amazing. I mean, you took these guys in under your roof, and Jerry Guest, one of your guests at your house, had led the tournament, and the other angler was in 3rd place.
The underwater world of the black bass, an endless curiosity for bass anglers. Spring, the spawning season, a bittersweet time when fishing can be very good or very bad. Today, you're going to learn a lesson in bassing before the beds.
Grand Lake of the Cherokees near Afton, Oklahoma, site of the $195,000 Bassmaster Oklahoma Invitational. Today you're going to see an incredible pre-spawn pattern unfold, and the Bassmaster's TV cameras will be right there with all the action as 3 top pros battle it out on this northeastern Oklahoma bass factory. Tommy Martin, the Hemphill, Texas veteran and 1974 world champion, puts all his experience to use in trying to figure out the stubborn springtime bass. You'll pick up pointers in bass behavior from another classic champion, Ken Cook, a former fishery biologist, as Ken goes sight fishing for bass. And you'll see firsthand why Jay Ellis of Jasper, Texas is being touted as the future superstar of the Bassmaster Tournament Trail.
It's all that, plus a close-up visit with a guru of sight fishing for bass, Guido Hibden.
It might have flared its gills, raised its back fin, or something. I mean, it done something to let us know that the fish can be caught or will bite.
And you'll meet our special Bassmaster casting kit of the week. And there's Tommy Martin's Pros Pointer on how to use plastic frog chunks. I'm Bob Cobb. Stay with us. The Bassmasters will be coming right back.
Quantum energy. Energy under control. Perfection.
At Ranger, when we build the XT series, what we do here makes all the difference out here. Attention to detail here means safety and performance out here. Craftsmanship and legendary quality here means resale value out here. Boat, motor, and trailer. This is factory rig performance at a price you'll truly enjoy out here.
It's the deadliest trap ever invented. Millions have been used by professionals and amateurs all over the world. It comes loaded for fast, heart-stopping action. And while others have tried to copy it, nothing works like the original. The original rattle trap from Bill Lewis Lures. When a better one's built, we'll build it.
The time is early April. The place, Grand Lake of the Cherokees, a 59,000-acre impoundment in northeastern Oklahoma. 300 fishing pros are competing over 3 days for $195,000 in awards, including a $35,000 first place prize. For most of the contestants, springtime means shallow water fishing. Normally, the bass are moving into the spawning coves, but a recent cold front has dropped water temperatures and delayed nature's urge. And it's a clue for a strategy change for some pros, such as Tommy Martin, the 1974 Classic champion and an 18-time qualifier for the World Finals.
And the bass are doing a number of different things. There's quite a few bass up trying to spawn, real shallow water, 2, 3, and 4 foot and 5 foot. Making beds and getting on the beds. There's a number of fish that are still out in the deeper water, but I feel like the bigger fish, you know, the way to win a tournament is by catching quality fish, bigger fish. That's the way to win a tournament. And I feel like the bigger fish, a lot of them are still staging. They're just moving up. They're not really going into bed yet. They're kind of moving into the little sub points or secondary points back in the creeks, and that's what I'm going to key on in this tournament. I'm just fishing these little secondary points back in the creek for these staging bass, and I think I haven't seen a lot of the other fishermen doing this. Most everyone's bedding fishing because you can see so many fish on the beds. But I feel like the bigger fish, or a lot of the bigger fish, are still out in deeper water, staging to move up, and that's what I'm going to key on. I need some help. I can see beds when I go back in the coves and pockets, like in that little pocket there. There's some beds back in it, but those fish around the beds are off. They hadn't laid any eggs yet, so that they're not really protecting the beds, but they're in there around them, and they're real spooky. That's why a lot of those guys yesterday were having such a tough time catching them off of beds, because they're not really, they hadn't laid any eggs yet. You know, the bigger fish are definitely out a little deeper and on these steeper banks, moving into spawn. They're not on the beds. Thank you. I'm catching my bass anywhere from 8 to 15 foot. I never really know where I'm going to get bit. All of the bass are coming on a Carolina rigged lizard, and the way I'm rigging that particular rig is real important to catch these fish. It's certainly important to keep my confidence level high. I've caught a lot of fish since I started rigging my Carolina rig this way, and I think it will help the average angler also. Of course, I'm using 20-pound Berkley Trilene XT main line, and also a 20-pound green leader. I use the green Trilene leader. I'm using a 3/4 ounce Jawtech brass weight, which slides up and down the line. Now, this brass doesn't cut your line like lead does. It's very, it's real good on the line. It doesn't cut the line. But I'm using 2 little clickers. I think you can see them here. These little clickers, I put them right on. I put the weight on first, then put the 2 little clickers on, and then I put a red bead, a glass bead. Then I tie a number 7 black swivel. I think black is more invisible in the water, and all of these things may seem immaterial, but it's working for me, and it really gives me a lot of confidence when I have it rigged this way. But when you shake that sinker, boy, it makes a lot of noise, and I think it'll draw these fish in this clear water. It pulls them, and it draws them to the bait. Now, I'm using a new Mustad hook. This is a little wide gap Mustad hook, a 1/0. Boy, it's just a fine hook that I have to give it a lot of credit in this tournament because I haven't lost a fish. The way I have it rigged is real important to me, and I think it makes a drastic difference because, again, this lead banging those little clackers and clickers, making that noise, it'll attract these fish, and it just gives me a lot of confidence, really. The conditions are idealistic for Carolina rigging right now. There's not much cover in the water's clear. They're on a clean bottom, basically, just rubble and rock and gravel and stuff. And they're out in deeper water. Plus, you can fish faster with this big sinker. See, I can cover more water effectively. My normal way of fishing is covering a lot of water and fishing extremely fast. But I realized early on here that these fish, the mood that they're in, you're gonna have to slow down. And I think that's what a lot of us have to learn. And I know I've had to learn it, and you can learn it too. When the fish are in a mood that they're not going to be real aggressive and they're sluggish and slow, you got to get slow with them. And that's what I'm doing. I'm slowing down, and I'm fishing much slower than I like to fish, much slower than I want to fish. But that's one of the key reasons I'm catching these bigger fish. Concentration is another thing that's really important. I have to concentrate on every cast. I'm feeling that sinker hit every rock. When I butt this sinker up against a rock or a stump down there in 8 and 10, 12 foot of water, I'll take my rod tip and just shake it like that, and make that sinker rattle those clickers. It beats those clickers, and it makes that clacking noise. And a lot of times when I do that, I'll feel one go boom. He'll just hit that lizard real hard. Then I'll just let him bog down on it. You got to let these fish take it when you're fishing a Carolina rig. It's not like a Texas rig where you snap back and jerk the instant you feel the strike. I'm letting them pull down. I'm giving them plenty of time to eat the lizard. Then I'm just rearing back on them, setting the hook, and getting them out of that cover.
Stay tuned. The Bassmasters will be right back with more tips and tactics from the pros on how to catch springtime bass.
Little bitty fella.
Now it's time for Bass Mail, where you send in questions for the pros. James Evans from Chattanooga, Tennessee asks 1995 Bassmasters Classic champion Mark Davis, how do I get line twists out of my spinning reel?
James, there's two things you can do that's going to help you out. One, instead of opening the bail and pulling the line out to get rid of these bad loops you get from twisted line, leave your bail closed, loosen up your drag, and pull them out like so, and watch it, it's going to disappear. There you are. Second thing you can do is, before you start fishing, take your lure off your line, drag your line out behind the boat for about 10 minutes, wind it back up on your reel, you're ready to go fishing. That's going to help you.
Send your Bassin questions to Bass Mail, Post Office Box 140430, Dallas, Texas 75214.
Here's big news coming at you from Chevrolet. 3.9% financing or $500 cash back on exciting new full-size Chevy pickups. Plus $1,000 cash back or 3.9% financing and $500 cash on new Chevy S10 pickups and Blazers. It's your time to buy. 3.9% financing or up to $1,000 cash back.
That's today's Chevy truck.
Just think, it could all be yours. All of it. For just about as long as you want it. Yeah. The comfort, the colors, the cut, the carefully calculated low price, the whole 9 yards. Which will probably leave you wishing you'd thought of all this earlier. Jerseys. Just think.
It isn't monofilament. It isn't a braid. It's like nothing you've ever fished before. Fireline, new from Berkeley. Witness the dawn of a new age in angling. A fishing line faster, thinner, more powerful than anything of this earth. Berkeley Fireline. The future of fishing is here.
Fishermen, get a jump on your spring fishing with this. It's the new spring sale catalog from Bass Pro Shops. To get yours free, call 1-800-BPS-FISH now. It's jammed with nearly 15,000 items for fishing and the outdoors. Everything at the lowest possible prices. Plus, take 6 months to pay for your order interest-free and earn free gift certificates. Don't miss out. Call 1-800-BPS-FISH for your free Bass Pro Shops spring sale catalog.
Catching bass in shallow water. The pros call it sight fishing. In the spring, it's a proven method, but not a cinch catch by any means. Just because you see a bass doesn't mean it's going to take your lure.
Can't get her to bite. There's a pair right there, but she's big and I need her, but I can't make her bite.
Ken Cook of Mears, Oklahoma, a 6-time winner on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail, was trained as a fishery biologist. And some folks believe that Ken thinks like a fish. For sure, he understands bass behavior and can more often than not figure out how to make them bite. That's evident from looking at the scoreboard in this Oklahoma Invitational. Ken Cook's right in the hunt. After 2 rounds, Tommy Martin holds the lead with 37 pounds, 13 ounces with 10 bass, moving up from second place. Ken Cook with 34 pounds, 11 ounces ranks second, having jumped from 9th. He had yesterday's best weigh-in of 19 pounds, 4 ounces. Jay Yellis, the B.A.S.S Tour's hottest young pro, is third with 33 pounds, 8 ounces. With the weather warming and more bass moving shallow, Tommy Martin may have trouble holding on to his lead. But for Ken and Jay, their chances are improving. For them, there are more targets showing up along the shoreline. But bass in the shallows are extra spooky. Here's our lesson from Ken Cook on how to improve your chances.
Once you see the fish, it's extremely important to identify what stage they are, if they're spawning, or whether they're going to spawn, or have spawned, or if it's a male or a female, and from how they're acting and positioning themselves on the bed, if there is a bed. We were seeing a lot of fish coming on the beds. As the tournament progressed, more and more fish were showing up on the beds. First, the males were there by themselves, and you'd see them moving in and out of the bed. They wouldn't really stay in the bed too well because they didn't have a female. As a female came to the beds, and you'd see a pair of fish. And sometimes with a pair of fish, it'd be obviously a big one and a small one. But if they're actually spawning, if you see them in there actually doing the spawning act, then it's virtually impossible to catch one. And if they're there in a guarding mode, which usually means they've already produced some eggs and have eggs on the nest, then one or more of those fish is usually real catchable because they're protecting those eggs from predation. You put a bait in there and they'll bite it. So that assessment of what the fish's attitude is extremely critical in developing a plan whether I can catch this fish or not. One of the keys I look for is to try to key in on if there's a bed and the fish is sitting on the bed, where his attention area is. If you pitch a bait in there, or ideally throw a bait past the bed, drag it into the bed, if he leaves and then doesn't come immediately back, it's a long shot that you can catch the fish. Ideally, he what we'll call addresses the bait. He'll pay attention to it. He'll stand up, look at it. If he does that, he's fixing to bite it. I mean, you just got to be ready at that point in time. And then he may just ignore it, but then you make another presentation and do it over and over and over and over again until he eventually will make the bait hits him just right and he'll bite it. You want to pay real close attention to where he takes up his position. When he comes back into the position, he's looking at right where he wants to be, right where he wants to guard. And that's the spot you want to put your bait. You want to have your bait in that position. What I like to do is pitch a bait in the bed. If the fish leaves and starts to come back, I want to make sure the bait is in the bed, in his key spot, as he approaches back to the bed. Then just as he gets into a vision of the bait, then you just barely move it. So that as he comes back to the bait, here's this thing in his eggs, in his nest. And that's the best time, most likely time to get the fish to bite. If the water temperature is 65 degrees, ideal temperature, a male will build this bed, or he'll find a bed that's already built. He'll attract a female there, she'll deposit some eggs, and generally over a 2 or 3 day period, he'll attract several females to the same bed. Each of the females will deposit some eggs, he fertilizes each one of them, and then about 3 days after the first one spawns, they start to hatch. And then if it's been a 2 or 3 days period since that male has been there guarding that same nest and different females have spawned, then eggs might continue to hatch for 2 or 3 more days. But you're talking about a week is about a maximum time for a male to be on a bed.
Don't go away. The Bassmasters will be coming right back with more how-to tips from Jay Ellis and Guido Hibden. But right now, Ray Scott's tip of the hat to our casting kid of the week.
Meet my buddy Larry Gene Franks of Birmingham, Alabama. He's our special Bassmaster Casting Kid of the Week. Larry won the Southern Division of the Flip, Pitch, and Casting competition with bragging scores of 140. He made it to the Casting Kids National Finals in Greensboro, North Carolina. Larry's 11 years old in the 6th grade, and he wants to grow up to be a pro bass fisherman or a baseball player. I'd suggest fishing. He's already caught a 25-pound striped bass to his credit. A big Bassmaster recognition for Larry Franks Jr. of Birmingham, Alabama, a great casting kid.
Whether you're the first to win a Bassmaster Classic Championship
or the last, winning the World Championship of bass fishing takes a lot of hard work and dedication.
But without bass and the fishing know-how found in Bassmaster, I wouldn't have made a splash on the tournament trail.
And Bassmaster is still putting champs in the winner's circle.
I'm proud to say, even though I no longer fish the Bassmaster tournament trail, Bassmaster continues to help me fine-tune my fishing skills.
Bassmaster has all the latest tips, tactics, and techniques any angler needs for fishing success.
So if you want to join the ranks of the world's greatest anglers and catch more bass,
join the Bass Angler Sportsman Society.
To join, call 1-800-BASS-549. If you call now, you'll receive with your paid $20 membership 10 issues of Bassmaster, plus a Mark Davis autographed Flat A, Berkeley's new Fireline, Berkeley's Tournament Strength Power Baits, and 162 pages of fishing how-to and bass baits. To join Bass and get your free tackle pack, call 1-800-BASS-549.
From the grueling tournament trails of America to the rugged big game competitions of the South Pacific, Lowrance's X70A and LMS 350A fish finders are setting the course in high performance. Superb widescreen visibility, unequal target detail, and 3,000 watts of penetrating power put the X70A and LMS 350A in a class by themselves. See these tournament-proven winners at over 1,200 authorized dealers nationwide. Lowrance, setting the course in marine electronics.
Now here's an interesting situation. Jay Ellis, paired with Guido Hibden in the final round of the Oklahoma Invitational. Yellis in third place can win the tournament if his shallow water game plan holds together. However, his partner Guido Hibden is the master of the game. He wrote the book on sight fishing for bass. With this technique, usually only one angler can play at a time. Later, we asked Jay about how he felt.
And I was a little self-conscious, you know, out there sight fishing. I was like, first bed we pulled up to, I'm like, well, geez, I hope I'm doing this right. I mean, I got the master looking over my shoulder, but it worked out pretty good. We caught, Guido was a real sportsman and letting me catch my limit first, and I caught it, and then he started fishing after that. But, you know, he gave me a shot to win.
Sure, I tried to coach him all day long. You know, I couldn't help myself. You know, when you don't have a rod in your hand, you can do a lot of coaching. But there was a 3-pounder by a big stump, and the bed was off to the right-hand side of it, and you could see where she had moved, or he had moved the bed up and down. I mean, it was a real long-looking bed. Well, he kept wanting to throw to the top side of it. Well, the fish was never interested to the top side of it, but every time that he got down that bumped that stump, that fish would jump and turn around and look at it. And finally I told him, I said, just throw it on top of the stump and let it lay there. Whenever it swims back by the stump, just pull it off in front of him. First time he done it, I mean, she jumped and ate the silly thing. Bobo!
Ooh, that's a good one.
Don't try to lift that fish. Where you going?
Over here.
The fish is guarding a little area, and it doesn't make any difference. Sometimes it's in the fall of the year. You know, it doesn't have to be in the spring of the year. They pick them a spot, and they guard it. Well, now it's up to you to figure out what that little technique is to catch that fish. You know, and most of the time it's some little subtle, a little tiny 4-inch straight worm. You know, like a Lucky Strike body worm, or a Zoom. You know, some kind of little 4-inch smoke with silver flake, or a crawfish color, or something like that. Sometimes that's what it takes to catch it. Some little small profile bait. A lot of times we'll take a 4-inch worm and cut it in two and use it on a little tiny jig head. You know, it's something, if you'll notice a fish that's standing on the bed, she's all the time running something off, but you can't see what it is. Well, it's those little tiny minnows that come in there, and she'll chase them out of it. The smaller you make that bait, a lot of times, the easier it is to catch that fish.
And here's a tip from Jay Ellis on lure presentation.
A lot of the fish were down about 4 feet on real steep banks, and what I had to do there was go to a heavier weight to get those fish, you know, to get it, because your eyes really deceive you. When, you know, when you look and you think, and the bed's 4 feet deep on a steep bank, it's really tough to get the bait in the bed, because it's hard to tell exactly where the bait is. And so I went up. I usually use like an 1/8 or a 16th ounce weight on my tube, but in that tournament I had to go up to like a 1/4 ounce to really keep it down there on those steeper banks. And that was one of the keys. That if I used a lighter head on those steep banks, it would just kind of the bait would just kind of swim away from the bed, and it wouldn't be on the bottom. So in order to keep good bottom contact, I went up to a little bit deeper, or a little heavier lead.
3 methods to catch springtime bass. Tommy Martin, Ken Cook, and Jay Ellis. They all had a good game plan, and they all weighed in 15 bass, the tournament limit. But Tommy Martin, the Oklahoma Invitational champion, keyed in on the bigger staging bass. He posts the top weight of 52 pounds 6 ounces. Ken Cook finishes second, only ounces behind, with 51 pounds 8 ounces, followed by Jay Ellis's 50 pounds 3 ounces. Young Sean Penn of Kentucky, Tommy's first day partner, ranks 4th with 49 pounds. Yes, he learned a lesson fishing with Tommy and made it pay off.
The winner of the Oklahoma Invitational from Hemphill, Texas, is Tommy Martin. Come on up, Tommy. Congratulations on a catch with 52 pounds 6 ounces. He wins $14,000 cash and a new Ranger bass boat.
Bob, you know, you and I both been doing this a long time, and it's something I guess we just never get tired of. Bass fishing is such a challenging sport that even though I've been doing it most of my adult life, I still wake up every morning when I go fishing really excited about being out there.
Amen to that. One more hand for a great champion, Tommy Martin.
He's just a little, I thought he was a good one.
Right now, it's time for the Pros Pointer. the how-to section of the Bassmasters. Brought to you by Wrangler Rugged Wear, geared for the outdoors.
You know, these plastic frogs are getting real popular now. A lot of people use them, especially during the warm weather months. Let me give you a little tip on how to rig them and put them on your jig where they'll stay on and you don't have any trouble with them. I take a little piece of toothpick and run it right through the head of the frog like this. Just push it through the plastic all the way through like that, and then cut it off. Take your side cutters and just trim it off like that. And then take your jig, and when you hook it on, put your hook point right behind that toothpick like this and go through. And what that does, it gives you a stop there, or a stopper, and it will not pull through the plastic with that toothpick in there, and you can fish this frog for a long time. You can jerk it and rip it, especially if you're fishing in the weeds. Boy, that's a great little idea, and it's just a good tip, and it'll save you a lot of time and trouble.
Wrangler jeans have always been worn by cowboys. But nowadays, even horses wear them. Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans.
Wrangler, the perfect jean for your 10-year-old son. And your 10-year-old husband. Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans.
Well, that's the story from Grand Lake and how the pros adjust to springtime bassing. Next week, we're headed to Moline, Illinois, and the Mississippi River for the Bassmaster Top 100. Catching river bass is always a challenge, but where there's a will, there's a way, and we'll tell you why. Join us. For the Bassmasters, I'm Bob Cobb. See you all next week.
The Bassmasters has been brought to you by Zebco Quantum, the top names in fishing. Evinrude Outboards, leading the way. Ranger Boats, still building legends one at a time. Bill Lewis Lures, the Rattle Trap People. Chevy Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Jersey's, American Activewear. Berkeley Power Bait, fish bite and won't let go. Bass Pro Shops, world's largest supplier of premium tackle. Lowrance and Eagle Electronics, proud sponsors of the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. Wrangler Rugged Wear, geared for the outdoors. And the Bass Angler Sportsman Society, the world's largest bass fishing organization.
Yeah! All right, let's see your two big fish. Man, if you can see them, you can catch them. Look at this, folks. I don't think you got the two biggest ones? Oh. Now that's Grand Lake bass, isn't it? Now let's weigh your largest one, Mitch. Put the lid on. We gotta have the lid on now. Man. 6 pounds and 6 ounces. Is that the big bass so far? 6'6" is the largest so far. Could be worth $1,000. Slap the lid on there, bud. That's 5'9". That's the 6'6" still. Hey, tell us about it, man. Oh, you gonna try that one?
The way that wind blows for going back, it's going to be really tough. I have a feeling from here to the mouth of Chameau, which is about 5 miles, I'll be able to run the troughs, and that'll be pretty easy. But then going on in, I don't think it'll be as much of a dangerous ride. I just think it'll be a really slow ride. You just have to get on top of the crest of the wave and ride it. And if you ride it too fast, you're going to go into the next wave. But I bet it takes 2.5, 3 hours to get there, and it's only about 30 miles. So that's a good ride.
Great day for bass fishing, huh? We're on Tibbetts Point off Lake Ontario, the 3rd day of the New York Invitational Bass Tournament, and someplace out there in those 5- and 6-foot rollers is Clark Wendelin. He was yesterday's tournament leader. We know he has fish in the live well. The question is, can he make it back? He's allowed 3 hours in these rough seas, and let me tell you, a professional bass fisherman is no easy job. I'm Bob Cobb. We're the Bassmasters, and we'll be right back with the New York Invitational from Clayton, New York. The St. Lawrence River at Clayton, New York. the launch point for the Bassmaster New York Invitational Tournament. This is one tournament trail stop the pros look forward to fishing. The reason? Smallmouth bass, the bronze battlers, the challenge of fishing the St. Lawrence and Lake Ontario. Today we're going to follow the pros as they battle weather changes and learn the winning techniques for catching smallmouth in the fall. With smallmouth, when the weather's the worst, the bassing's often the best. Stay tuned, I'm Bob Cobb. The Bassmasters are coming right back from the smallmouth capital, Clayton, New York.
In 1992, Kevin VanDam became the youngest angler to ever win Bass Angler of the Year, and he did it again in '96.
Some may call it intuition. But without the right bass fishing know-how, like the kind found in Bassmaster magazine, I wouldn't have come this far as a tournament angler. I've been reading Bassmaster since I was 7 years old. Reading Bassmaster is like borrowing knowledge from fishing veterans and heroes. And it's that knowledge found in these pages that has been the foundation on which I've built my own fishing success. You too can have the knowledge of the pros at your fingertips by joining Bass today.
Join Bass now and, like Kevin, start getting your own copy of Bassmaster 10 times a year. Benefits include car rental discounts, Bass Patch, decal, membership card, handbook, and more. Call now and get free the new Kevin VanDam spinnerbait from Strike King, Berkeley's Power Lizards, Trilene XL line, plus a copy of Spinnerbait Fasten, all for only $20 if you call now. 1-800-565-4665.
All right, if you're looking for comfort, Jersey's has it. If you're looking for clothing that's easy to care for, Jersey's has that. And if you're looking for more styles and colors than you've got fingers and toes, well, we got that too. Can you believe it? That is what you want, isn't it? Jersey's. That's with a Z.
You know, Kelly makes a safari tie for just about every light truck driver on the road. Or off. For people into social climbing or just socializing. For people who run rivers or errands. For people who think trucks are for hauling or for hauling. You'll never believe it, but they even make safari tires for people who think this is a great fishing hole.
The Bassmaster Tournament Trail returns to Clayton, New York, and the magical Thousand Islands area on the U.S.-Canadian border. Mid-September, a time when the smallmouth bass turn on and 15-pound 5 bass daily tournament limits are expected. But the backwater bays of the St. Lawrence River harbor excellent largemouth bass fishing, as proven in the previous 10 Bass Anglers Sportsman Society's tournaments held here since 1977. Any tournament game plan must weigh the averages. Bigmouth bass will outweigh the smallmouth. However, in weather changes, the largemouth is the more fickle fish. For the smallmouth chaser, the bronzebacks can turn into pure gold at the end of a 3-day tournament. As was the case last time the B.A.S.S trail dropped anchor here. Rick Clunn weighed in 15 bass to win with 44 pounds 2 ounces, and they were all smallmouth. Today, his spinnerbait pattern is producing, but not at the same catch rate.
When I was here before, you could go down one stretch and catch 5 or 6, and then you turn around and go right back down it, so you could cut out your small ones real fast, and you could really start upgrading fast. Right now, you can't really do that. It takes time to catch them, you know, and it took me, up to 12 o'clock to even catch my limit today.
For sure, the weatherman can bear bad news for the smallmouth anglers, too. The worst possible forecast is for strong winds, northwest direction. This means the run from Clayton toward the mouth of the St. Lawrence and into Lake Ontario will be a let's make that back-breaking trip. But if you've located schools of smallmouth feeding on alewives on the rocky shoals and rock piles in places like Shamo Bay, that's where the pros go, even when the waves and rollers reach 6 to 8 feet. Knowing how to run a bass boat in rough seas is something that Michigan's Kevin VanDam has perfected. He's grown up fishing the big waters of the Great Lakes.
The real key to running a boat in rough water is just being real patient and taking your time. You can't run around with your nose trimmed down like if you're going to go across boat wakes and that, because you'll just go right through those big waves. The way I like to drive big waves is I just analyze the direction they're coming from and try never to go directly into them. I like to tack back and forth, much like a sailor would. Just hit them at a quartering angle and just take your time, use the trim a little bit, get the bow up, try to look far out in front of the boat, 50, 75 yards, and look for those bigger little groups of waves so you can avoid them. I like to steer around them. If I want to go around some waves, I'll just drive down a trough and get around 2 or 3 big ones, and then I'll tack back into the waves and just kind of quarter and angle them. If you just take your time, you're going to keep a lot drier and you're going to be a lot safer.
The former Bass Angler of the Year knows smallmouth bass too. How Kevin works a suspending bomber long a sinking jerkbait over scattered milfoil grass on rocky shoals will be a key to his success in this tournament. You Bassmasters at home might want to file Kevin's tournament tactic away for future use.
This is a special lure that I designed for bomber that works really good on these smallmouth. It's a suspending Pro Autograph Series long A, and the real key to it is the internal weight system in it. That it makes it neutral buoyant, but the bait itself, because it's weighted over the whole body of the lure, it really has a lot of side-to-side action. And when you jerk it, it really moves a lot, almost like a Zara spook. And for smallmouth, that's the most important thing, is to give it a real erratic action. When you're going to work a jerkbait, the key thing to remember is after you jerk it a couple of times, make sure that there's slack in the line. That allows the bait to pause out there in the water, and it's that real stop-and-go erratic action that triggers these smallmouth to bite. Just get that rod tip pointing back at the lure and throw that slack in the line. And you notice how hard I'm jerking it. The harder you jerk it, the more that bait's going to dance back and forth, and that's what it takes to get those fish to come out of deep water to come up and hit that lure.
Water conditions are extremely clear in the St. Lawrence River and the bays off Lake Ontario. With the lack of turbidity, the grass lines have moved out deeper. Credit the influx of a tiny shellfish, the zebra mussel, with its filtering out the plankton in the water that normally makes it murky. Among fishery folks, the jury is still divided as to the zebra mussel's long-term effect on the food chain in the Great Lakes. But Bassmasters at the New York Eastern Invitational, such as Shaw Grigsby of Florida, a noted sight fishing expert, had praise for the clear water visibility.
The whole time we've been here, we've been waiting for it to get calm to where I could see fish. I mean, that's all I've been doing. I said, let me see the fish one day. I'm loving life, I'm telling you that.
Yesterday, the first round of the tournament, wind and overcast conditions had the smallmouth active and feeding on rocky, shallow shoals. Shaw and his partner Terry Boyd of Ohio have adjusted to today's calm bluebird weather.
And what we've done is backed out with the fish. The fish have moved out, and they're in isolated grass clumps, so it's not like a defined line. It's just little clumpy spots of grass with good rock in between it, and the smallmouth will just hold on them. And that's what we're doing. We're targeting them, and we had to go to a much more subtle presentation. With clouds and a lot of wind, you can rip a spinnerbait and throw a lot of different baits because they're real aggressive. But when they slow down like this and it gets, like I said, that high pressure, you need to more finesse them. So a grub would be a good choice and a jerk bait. And we're using suspending jerk baits, and they just barely float, and the fish are just swimming up on them and sucking them down.
There he is. Oh, there's 4, 5, 6 of them. Stop and get it. Oh, my goodness. There's a dozen of them in there.
There's a big one on mine. Get your grub, get the grub, get the grub, get the grub. There's a big one on mine. Right there. See my flash? Drop it. There was a good one on it right there. Okay. That'll cull one of those little ones real easy, I think. But that was a 3-pounder with him right there. Man, when you pulled up, you had, is that a good one?
Stay tuned. The Bassmasters are coming right back with more tips and tactics from the pros on how to catch smallmouth bass. But right now, a tip of the hat by Ray Scott to our Bassmaster Casting Kid of the Week.
Derek Schreiber of Cincinnati, Ohio is our special casting kid of the week. Remember that name, Derek Schreiber. He's 14 years old, in the 9th grade, and has his sights set on being a professional bass fisherman. He's sharpening his skill at flipping, pitching, and casting as a National Casting Kids 2-time finalist. Derek won the 1994 title in the 11 to 14 age group. Derek's biggest moment in fishing is a 25-pound shovel-bill catfish on a rod and reel. For his efforts, a big Bassmaster salute to my buddy Derek Schreiber of Cincinnati, Ohio, our Bassmaster Casting Kid of the Week.
From the looks of the bags of bass coming into the Day 2 weigh-in of the Bassmaster New York Invitational, calm weather conditions have helped. The bassers venturing to Lake Ontario were able to reach their spots, as evident by the numbers of smallmouth bass being checked in. Biggest bag of the day and the tournament, 16 pounds, weighed in by Tom Mann Jr. of Georgia. He jumps from 36th place into strong contention for the $35,000 top payoff. However, Kevin VanDam, with a 5 bass limit and 13 pounds 11 ounces, temporarily moves on top with a 3-ounce lead. But Davey Height of South Carolina charges from 28th place with a 15-pound 15-ounce creel of smallmouth. Height anchors his big string with a 4-pound 8-ounce smallie and a 2-day score of 26 pounds 8 ounces. However, Clark Wendelin of College Station, Texas, pulls ahead of the pack with 27 pounds 3 ounces. Another solid 5 bass limit of 15 pounds 4 ounces lifts Clark from 12th place into the lead, but not by much, only 11 ounces.
You're averaging 3 pounds today on smallmouth. Can you do it tomorrow?
I don't know. It's a little bit tougher on me today. I didn't get as many bites. The bites ended up being a little bit bigger, but just go out and struggle with it again tomorrow and hope I can get the bigger bites.
The final round, Day 3, a howling wind, 20 to 30 miles per hour. Tournament leader Clark Wendelin's got his wish, but the south-southwest direction is going to mean trouble. Clark's fishing a shallow 3 to 6 foot deep rocky flat behind Horse Island at the mouth of the Black River, and the full force of the strong winds builds big waves from Lake Ontario.
This is just a big grass flat. Really, it doesn't really have very much grass on it. It's basically got some little clumps that have some small boulders mixed with grass in it, and the rest of it looks like just one big rock. I don't know if it's rock or sand, but it's kind of a bright green color, and the rest of it's a dark color. What you want to cast at's a dark color, and those smallmouth just seem to come off these little spots. I'm throwing about a 1/2 ounce bulldog spinnerbait. It's got a clear skirt and a trailer hook, and I've caught quite a few of the fish I've caught on the trailer hook. The water's so clear, they know they want it, but they get up close to it, and I guess they shy away a little bit, and they just swipe at it. So the trailer hooks help a bunch.
Over in Shamo Bay, Davey Height is jerking a Norman's Rippin' Rick suspending plug. This is similar to other sinking jerkbaits being fished for smallmouth in the tournament. But with this lure, Davey adds water to make it suspend at various depths. Today, the added water makes it easier to cast in the wind. Now, watch what happens. A smallmouth follows the lure out of a clump of grass, but then turns away. Davey sees the bass and makes a quick lure change. His other rod is rigged with a smoke-colored grub. Bingo! The quick reaction with a smaller lure triggered the bite. Davey's quick thinking pays off. But an interesting sidebar to the catch is the tournament leader, Clark Wendelin, tipped him off to the 1-2 lure punch.
You know, yesterday when it was calm, you could throw a grub back and catch them, but you can't keep up with them now. Some of them I just follow. I'd get a bite and see the fish go back down and start throwing back at him and take 5, 6, 7 casts and finally they'd bite it.
Trying to fish and control the boat in these conditions is almost impossible. But Kevin VanDam uses a canvas sea anchor or drift sock that's a handy accessory for any bass boat.
Boat control was real difficult in this tournament, and one of the things that really helped me out a lot was the sea anchor. All it is it's a big parachute type deal that has a big opening on one end and a real small opening on the other, and it forces the water through that small hole, and it really slows down your boat. What you need to do though is use a swivel on the rope that you tie it to, because this will spin to keep it from twisting. And I just clip it on my back here, and then I just wrap the rope around this one cleat. And what that does by putting it on that side cleat is it tilts the boat at an angle as you make your drift, and it helps so both people in the boat can make good casts to the structure. If I want it tilted the other way, I just put it on the other side. It'll really help you out a lot when it's real windy to work the structure.
Kevin's got another ace up his sleeve. He's not depending on seeing the underwater rock piles and targets. In practice, VanDam pinpointed the structure and recorded the exact locations in his Lowrance Global Map 2000 GPS system. He can find his fishing spots with a GPS unit in the windswept bay without landmarks or the need to line up the objects on the shoreline.
And with my GPS, it'd get me right on top of those spots every time. And that's all I did, is I made short little drifts out there in the wind over these little 50-yard areas. And without that GPS, I could have never done it. You know, every time I'd get done with the drift, I'd pull back up there to my waypoint and drift right back down through the same exact little spot each time. And I caught those fish just out of those little areas where everybody else was just drifting across the whole flat and really not knowing where they were throwing. I knew exactly where every single spot that I was going to fish was at.
Stay tuned. The Bassmasters are coming right back with the final New York Invitational weigh-in and the champion's pros pointer on spinnerbait fishing for smallmouth bass. Now it's time for Bass Mail, where you send in questions for the pros. Jerry Dixon from Tulsa, Oklahoma asks Arkansas pro Ron Shuffield, what can I do to prevent short strikes on smaller spinnerbaits?
Jerry, let me give you a small tip that'll help you out. I take a little bitty trailer hook and insert onto the spinnerbait main hook to start with, and take a little section of rubber band and just poke a hole through it and run it right on down onto your main hook so it holds the trailer hook on like so. Just because you have to downsize your spinnerbait doesn't mean that you can't downsize your trailer hook also. Jerry, if you'll try this, I think it'll help you catch a lot more fish.
Send your bassin questions to Bass Mail, Post Office Box 140430, Dallas, Texas 75214. After almost 3 hours of nerve-grinding, white-knuckle boat handling in 6-foot waves from near Henderson Bay to Safe Harbor at the French Creek Marina, it's a tight-lipped Clark Wendelant that checks in for the final weigh-in. Yesterday's New York Invitational leader has only 3 bass, 2 short of the limit.
6 pounds, 2 ounces. Clark, would you show off a couple of fish? Now, there's lots of riding on these fish right here, $35,000. Now, we don't know what the people behind him's done, but that keeps him in the lead.
But any creel less than a 5 bass limit won't make the big money today. Davey Height's 10-pound, 13-ounce limit puts him in the hot seat. The South Carolina pro leads with 37 pounds, 5 ounces. Tom Mann Jr. of Georgia needs 11 pounds, 6 ounces to claim the lead. Almost. Tom's 5 ounces light, but moves into second place, worth $22,000. Kevin VanDam of Michigan started this morning in 3rd place. He's got a chance to catch Davey Height.
And he has blown the top off of it. 15 pounds, 11 ounces. He's ahead in the tournament. Hold up some fish, Kevin VanDam.
I knew the area that I'm fishing doesn't have a lot of big fish. You can just see they're all carbon copies, and 3-pounders or whatever. And I knew that the only way I could win this tournament is if the wind was to blow. So I prayed for wind last night. By golly, I think I got a little more than what I needed. And it was hard today because the drifts I had to make were quite short to stay just in those zones. But that's what we did. We just kept drifting over these little key spots. With, just drive out to my best spot. By the way, was number 13 on my GPS, lucky 13. So
the final standings. Kevin VanDam with 41 pounds, 14 ounces, a winning margin of over 4 pounds. Davey Height finishes with runner-up honors, followed by Tom Mann Jr., Mike Lanier of North Carolina, and Robert Tucker of Texas, all with 15 bass tournament limits. Defending champion Rick Clunn ranks 7th, and Clark Wendelant drops to an 8th place tie. For sure, a good game plan for catching smallmouth bass pays off.
Smallmouth are totally different than a largemouth. They're a lot more aggressive in their nature. Because of that aggressive nature, you can use lures to really trigger that out of it. And the two best lures that I use to catch smallmouth with are a jerk bait and a burning a spinner bait. And the key thing is, though, is the speed and an erratic action. Even with a spinner bait, just a straight cast and retrieve doesn't catch money. You got to, jerk it and twitch it and flutter it and do a lot of different things with it. Smallmouth like that.
Right now, it's time for the Pros Pointer, the how-to section of the Bassmasters, brought to you by Wrangler Rugged Wear, geared for the outdoors.
In this tournament, I used a spinner bait, a real heavy version with smaller blades on it, burning it over deeper water to catch a lot of my bigger smallmouth. A little tip that I can show you, so you don't have to buy a lot of new spinner baits like I've got a whole box full right here. You can take a regular, like this is a 1/2 ounce Strike King Pro model, and you get rubber core egg sinkers, little sinkers, and take the rubber out of them and just slide them on the hook. Then take a pair of pliers and crimp them down, and that way you can add weight to your spinner bait, and that helps the bait stay down so you can reel it faster without it keeping to the top. Use this little tip right here and it'll save you a lot of money and it'll catch you a lot more smallmouth.
For more tips and techniques on how the pros catch bass, follow the Bassmasters next week to the James River and the Virginia Top 100 tournament. Figuring out a tidal river is an all different game plan. Join us to learn why. See you all next week. The Bassmasters has been brought to you by Chevy Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Jersey's Activewear, the official licensed knit apparel of the Bass Angler Sportsman Society. Kelly Tires, where you get a good deal on a great tire. Catch all the action of the World Championship Bassmasters Classic September 27th and 28th, 1997. A special 1-hour airing of the Bassmasters right here on TNN Outdoors. Bassmaster Tournament Trail returns to the Arkansas River at Pine Bluff, Arkansas, with great expectations and high hopes for 330 fishing pros competing in the $196,000 Bassmaster Central Division Invitational. This is a special place in the Bass Angler Sportsman Society's history. The time, 1984, Pine Bluff Civic Center. The moment, Rick Clunn's final weigh-in at the Bassmasters Classic World Championship. A record-breaking 3-day creel of 75 pounds, 9 ounces with 21 bass. Truly a classic fishing feat. One that will stand with the ages. Now, 11 years later, Arkansas Invitational fans wonder if the Clunn Hole, a spot so named in Slackwater Harbor, will pay off again.
Has to bring back some moments to be back here at Pine Bluff.
Well, you know, in any sport, I think what you strive for is that moment or that day you tend to touch perfection in what you do. In the art form, it's kind of like when Michael Jordan shoots 60 points in one game. And in fishing, you're real fortunate if you touch that perfection, you know, part of the day. And of course, the last time I was here, I was very fortunate enough to really be there for 3 days. And so no, it will always have a special meaning for me coming back here.
Well, to be in that zone and have a spot named after you, everybody knows where the Clunn Hole is now. I think when you fished it, it was a 2-foot drop-off, and now it's about a 4-foot ledge. There's been so many crankbaits run down it.
Yeah, it used to be kind of a steep, now it's rounded off, you know. A lot of sanding been going on there, but you know, this river's got a lot of fish. I just was very fortunate back then to find a spot that was just one of those really extraordinary spots. But that doesn't say this river, there's a lot of good water in this river. That one just was extraordinary.
Well, it's a great moment in bass history, and wish you the best in this tournament.
Certainly, Rick Clunn's made his mark on angling history, and here in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, the Clunn Hole's a tourist attraction. Every Bassmaster worth his tackle box wants to drag a lure along the now famous 50-yard stretch of Slackwater Harbor. Today, our Bassmaster's cameras are going to focus on how to fish in highly pressured waters, what techniques and lures to use when fishing in a crowd, tactics the pros use to catch bass, even in well-known community holes. Also, you'll learn a lesson in cold front bassing, what to do and try when that first major cold front of the season arrives just as your fall weekend trip starts. All that's coming up, plus Ray Scott's special Bassmaster Casting Kit of the Week, and a new Pros Corner with Ron Shuffield on how to add a noisemaker to any jig. So stay on board. I'm Bob Cobb. The Bassmasters are coming right back with tips and tactics you can use to catch more bass.
But that's the way it goes.
All right, if you're looking for comfort, Jersey's has it. If you're looking for clothing that's easy to care for, Jersey's has that. And if you're looking for more styles and colors than you've got fingers and toes, well, we got that too. Can you believe it? That is what you want, isn't it? Jersey's. That's with a Z.
In 1992, Kevin VanDam became the youngest angler to ever win Bass Angler of the Year, and he did it again in '96.
Some may call it intuition. But without the right bass fishing know-how, like the kind found in Bassmaster magazine, I wouldn't have come this far as a tournament angler. I've been reading Bassmaster since I was 7 years old. Reading Bassmaster is like borrowing knowledge from fishing veterans and heroes. And it's that knowledge found in these pages that has been the foundation on which I've built my own fishing success. You too can have the knowledge of the pros at your fingertips by joining Bass today.
Join Bass now, and like Kevin, start getting your own copy of Bassmaster 10 times a year. Benefits include car rental discounts, Bass Patch, decal, membership card, handbook, and more. Call now and get free the new Kevin VanDam spinnerbait from Strike King, Berkeley's Power Lizards, Trilene XL line, plus a copy of Spinnerbait Bassin, all for only $20 if you call now. 1-800-565-4665.
You know, Kelly makes a safari tie for just about every light truck driver on the road. Or off for people into social climbing or just socializing. For people who run rivers or errands. For people who think trucks are for hauling or for hauling. You'll never believe it, but they even make safari tires for people who think this is a great fishing hole.
Tournament strategy, the perfect game plan. Simple to define, but not always easy to execute. To be a successful bass tournament angler, you find them in practice and catch them in the tournament. For the 330 pros fishing the Bassmaster Arkansas Invitational in early November, the 3 previous practice days were perfect. But at this morning's checkout at Pine Bluff's Regional Park in Slackwater Harbor, The forecast is upsetting. A strong cold front over the plains continues southeastward, expecting to slam into central Arkansas later today, dropping temperatures from the mid-70s to the 40s, followed by clear, bright skies and high winds. For bass anglers, the worst. How to beat the cold front blues won't be easy. But ahead of the front, the bass bite. Former Bass Angler of the Year Denny Brower of Missouri and today's partner Mike Etchart of Arizona are working a shallow water pad field some 60 miles south of the launch point. Generally, the backwaters in the lower Arkansas River pools near Dumas are productive in the early fall. However, tournament anglers do limit their daily fishing hours because of lost time in the river transportation locks. But it can be worth it as Denny Brower connects here on a half-ounce Strike King spinnerbait. Ahead of the weather front, the bass are feeding and aggressive. Baitfish are active. A topwater jerkbait fished by Jim Bitter is a good lure choice for bass-chasing shad. But the Fruitland Park, Florida pro seems to always make the right lure selection. Jim's won back-to-back Bassmaster Top 100 events this season. Denny Brower is casting into the pads in water 1 to 2 feet deep, but the key to the area is a creek channel with deeper water. The largemouth are feeding near the creek bend points. Denny's reeling the Pro Model Strike King spinnerbait just under the surface. The strikes are wrist-jarring. Oh my, tough break, Denny. As they say, without bad luck, you wouldn't have any luck at all. Bunky Long of Missouri is the lucky one today. The luck of the draw put him into the boat with Kurt Copeland of Pine Bluff. Kurt's fishing his first big-time B.A.S.S. tournament, but he's no raw rookie. The 32-year-old Copeland knows Slackwater Harbor like his backyard, which it is.
Okay.
A blackened chartreuse jig with a number 11 Uncle Josh pork in the quarter-ounce size has worked best. With the lightweight jig, the anglers are swimming the lure over the rocky riprap. Kurt Copeland's milk run in the harbor covers some 20 different spots. About half of them are producing strikes. He's working on a 4-pound average limit. Besides Kurt's knowledge of the Pine Bluff Harbor, there's a pattern developing. The bass are suspended in the deeper water, moving up on the shallow shelf to feed when the shad are trapped against the rocks. With the lock and dam time loss worry and the cold front forecast, more competitors opt to fish the close-at-hand slackwater area. Well-known Arkansas pro Ron Shuffield among them. Shuffield's decision is interesting. Most of his experience has been way south in the Dumas pool. We'll learn later why Ron's change in strategy is important. However, this first day, conditions are just about perfect for the pros fishing the backwater bays and creeks down south. With the overcast, the largemouth and the pads are still striking on top. Alfred Williams, a Jackson, Mississippi pro, is using a soft rubber bait, the Rat, that skims past the pad stems until a bass decides to make a rat attack. At the day one weigh-in, anglers' opinions differ as to how the fast-moving cold front and falling temperatures will affect the fishing.
I don't know the way I'm fishing. I hope it'll help my fish. I hope it puts them tight on cover because, you know, I'm just fishing real slow and real hard.
This front, if it tightens them up a little bit, we could catch some big stringers or we could come in with nothing. It'll be interesting.
But there's more to fret about than a cold front. Here comes local favorite Kurt Copeland, and he's toting a load.
We got a new leader in the tournament. 20 pounds even. Kurt, what a start. Hold up.
Kurt Copeland's first weigh-in at a B.A.S.S. tournament is impressive. A 4-pound average creel. With 20 pounds, he leads by almost 6 pounds over Gerald Beck's 14 pounds 4 ounces. Stay tuned. The Bassmasters are coming right back with the pros' tips and tactics on cold front bassing. But right now, a tip of our cap to Ray Scott's Bassmaster Casting Kit of the Week.
David Brinkerhoff of Longview, Washington is our special Bassmaster Casting Kit of the Week. This 13-year-old can flip, pitch, and cast with the best of them. David's reached the National Casting Kids Finals twice, and he's a champion. He's been fishing since age 3, and the biggest fish he's ever caught was a 15-pound steelhead. David, that had to be some thrill. A big Bassmaster salute to David Brinkerhoff, a good casting kid who loves the outdoors.
Bass tournaments are like magnets. They attract bad weather. Day 2, the Bassmaster Arkansas Invitational. As forecast, the cold front arrives. Overnight temperatures plunge into the 30s. Surface water readings drop almost 4 degrees to 61.8 in the Pine Bluff Harbor. Winds are 15 to 25 miles per hour out of the north-northwest. But for tournament leader Kurt Copeland, it's not an ill wind that blows his mind. Equipment failure is the culprit. A broken steering cable on the trolling motor. Then his outboard motor quits. Partner Charlie Jones of Tennessee gets his boat from the motel. But Kurt Copeland never gets his concentration level back. The cardinal rules of cold front bassin: slow down, keep your confidence up. That's exactly what Ron Shuffield is doing to catch bass in these conditions.
This is the area known here in Pine Bluff as the Clunn Hole. That's because in 1984, Rick Clunn captured his 3rd Bassmasters Classic title by catching 75 pounds, 9 ounces of bass on this spot. You know, that's good for any fishing tournament, much less the Classic. Now, 11 years later, this hole is still producing bass, and it's Ron Shuffield's key starting spot on this second morning.
Fishing sandbar drops is on this stretch of bank. It's kind of like there's a ledge, a double ledge. There's a ledge from about 1 foot to 2 foot of water, goes into about 3 to 4, and then it comes out another 20 or 30 feet and then goes off into about 8 to 12. And then about where my boat sits, it tapers on off into 15 or 16 feet. And these fish have 3 or 4 little steps and ledges they can move up and down according to the weather. And then to add a bonus to it is scattered all up and down this drop, there's like isolated logs and a brush top or 2 here and there. And these fish are just kind of moving up and down. As the shad move in, the fish will move in. And I'm just kind of going up and down about a 200-yard section of bank here. That's a good fish here. Picking off 1 or 2 a pass, you know, I've had 4 bass today and I've caught 4 fish. I'm Carolina rigging the French fry is what I'm doing today. Yesterday I caught all my fish on a 7/16 Stanley jig. I think that's part of the key to this pattern is keeping your lures pretty small. There's number 5.
Boy, conditions out here on the second day are really tough for fishing. The wind's out of the north about 15 miles an hour. It's cold, it's chilly. It's hard for these guys to stay in position, and it's even harder for them to be working their lures effectively. But if you'll notice Ron Shuffield, he's not looking around very much when he's fishing. He has his eyes focused on one spot, and it's a great tip. It's where the line is meeting the water.
When the hard wind is blowing, a lot of us have trouble maintaining feel and contact when we're using a bottom lure such as a jig or a plastic worm. This particular time I'm fishing a jig and I've got a hard wind situation, and what I'm actually doing is I'm paying real close attention to where my jig, where my line is intersected with the surface of the water, and letting the bow and the line dictate a lot of my feel as far as when I'm getting a strike and when I'm not getting a strike. I think if you'd use that technique, using a lot less rod movement, letting the wind actually kind of move your lure along, and a real subtle hopping or twitching motion with the tip of your rod, I think it'll make you a lot more effective fisherman in a situation, especially where we're faced here with a post-cold front situation. These fish are being real sluggish, not wanting to be very active. And by this way, I'm just letting that wind kind of drift my lure along with my line into the areas I want to fish and just shaking it. And when I make contact with a piece of cover, I'm doing quite a bit of the shaking, and the fish are moving off my line. That's the only way I'm detecting a lot of my strikes.
Even though Ron is an excellent fisherman, he's struggled the last couple of seasons. He hasn't made the Classic, he hasn't won any tournaments, and this Arkansas Invitational would be a key confidence builder to his career if he can come out on top.
Stay tuned. The Bassmasters will be right back with more how-to tactics to cure the cold front bass and blues. The Arkansas Invitational continues in a moment. But now it's time for Bass Mail, where you send in questions for the pros. Paul Wilson of Apache Junction, Arizona asks Florida pro Shaw Grigsby, how can I increase my hookup ratio with soft plastic lures, like a tube bait?
Paul, the best tip I can give you is instead of hooking the hook just into the body of the bait, just take it and punch it straight through the bait so it lays right on the surface. Push the plastic forward and just
stick the point right under the skin, and that'll keep it weedless. If you're in real heavy cover, you can get a little deeper, but make sure you push the plastic towards the eye to get that point under there. This, of course, works best on a high-performance hook, but it'll definitely increase your hookups no matter what soft plastic bait you're having. This'll do it.
Send your bassin questions to Bass Mail, Post Office Box 140430, Dallas, Texas 75214. At the Day 2 weigh-in with local favorite Kurt Copeland stumbling, the Arkansas Invitational spotlight shifts to Ron Shuffield.
He's got 13 pounds, 13 ounces. Ron, that's a great catch today in these conditions. Let's put you in the lead in the tournament.
Thank you, Bob. Well, you know, I don't know. I'm fishing in an area I've never fished before. In all my years of fishing this Arkansas River, I've never fished where I'm fishing. And so I think timing is critical here. When the bait fish move into these areas, these fish turn on, and that's kind of what I'm keying on. And hopefully that it'll hold up again one more day. I don't know.
Ron Shuffield climbs from 9th place into the top spot. A 2-day total of 25 pounds, 13 ounces. Gerald Peck holds on to second, only 7 ounces shy. But the big jump sees David Ashcraft of Bismarck, Arkansas, come from 55th place. His 15-pound, 11-ounce catch, the day's best, ties Gary Clunn for third.
How many of you have ever gone to the lake only to find out that a major seasonal temperature plunging cold front is going to get there just after you do? What do you do? Well, normally you would think that the bass would move out a little bit deeper, get tighter on cover, and be tougher to catch. Well, just listen to what David Ashcraft says these bass here on the Arkansas River do when a cold front moves through.
Instead of locking on the cover, they go shallow and get on the rocks. And I guess it's the sunshine, and it tends to grip the bait fish, so they do opposite of what you think they do. They just go shallow instead of back deeper and lock on cover. This is a locally made bait. It's called an Arkansas hog collar. This water in the harbor is a little dingier than what it normally is. I went with a white blade because shad tend to turn real light colored when the water's dingy, and go to a small blade because we've got a lot of small fry that's in the harbor right now. When the sun really come out and got real high, I couldn't get them to bite this white one, so I changed and put on a double willow leaf. If you notice the blades are painted on it, it kind of breaks up some of the flash, and it really makes it look like a small school of bait fish. And the color of the skirt, it all ties in with the shad that's here in the harbor. That's what the majority of these fish are going to feed on.
That's a big fish. All right, good one. Come here, baby. Come here, that's a big fish. It may be a striper. I bet it's a striper. What are you gonna bet? Oh my gosh, what a fish. Oh, it's a big fish. Get down there, get down there. Come here, baby. Yeah. Yeah, come here, darling. All right. That's what I'm looking for right there. 3 more like it, and this tournament's done.
Cold front bassin. There's no cure-all answer. The solution's mostly just dogged determination. Slow down, fish hard. That's how the top pros do it. Ron Sheffield makes a living that way.
Field early this morning, they said he was having one poor day. Man, I tell you, let's weigh him. 5 bass. He needs what? 12 pounds and 7 ounces. He's got it. 16 pounds, 10 ounces, Ron Sheffield. Ron, you had a little dry spell, but I think it rained dollars on you today.
Yeah, I hope you're right. I kind of thought for a while that my luck had been running so bad that even black cats avoided my path.
The final standings. Ron Sheffield pockets a big payday, $35,000. His winning total, 42 pounds, 7 ounces with 15 bass. Gary Clunn finishes second with 38 pounds, 3 ounces, followed by Ken Adamson, Denny Brower, and Jay Yellis. First-round leader Kurt Copeland ranks 6th ahead of David Ashcraft, Malcolm Rachel, Richard McCarty, and Gerald Beck. Right now, it's time for the Pros Pointer, the how-to section of the Bassmasters, brought to you by Wrangler Rugged Wear. geared for the outdoors.
You know, I've won most of my tournaments fishing a Stanley jig. That's my favorite jig, and this particular tournament was won by using a 7/16 ounce Stanley jig. This particular jig is brown and orange in color, a little bit of black mixed in. I've got a number 11 Uncle Josh pork frog, and one of the tricks I did in this tournament to keep them staying hung up so much was I'd spread my weed guard apart like this so that lure would come over that cover a lot better. And to help an added attraction, get the fish to hear the lure, I'd take a little section of plastic worm, and inside it I would insert a little plastic rattle. As you can see, I've got a little glass rattle inside this jig. This was added a little bit of noise. This water's a little off-colored. It's cold front. I wanted all the attraction I could get to this fish, and I just take this lure and basically take it and pull it up against a piece of cover and shake it very gently. And these fish, a lot of them were coming up and picking that lure off of that cover just as it was sitting on the back side ready to hop over it, or immediately after I would pull it over a piece of cover. That was the whole secret to me winning this tournament. I think if you'll try the jig in the fall, you'll catch better quality fish, and it'll work in all kinds of frontal conditions.
Next week, the Bassmaster Tournament Trail drops anchor in Shreveport, Louisiana for the 1997 Wrangler B.A.S.S. Federation National Championship. The best Bass Club anglers tackled the Red River and its bayou bass. For the Bassmasters, I'm Bob Cobb. See you all next week right here on TNN Outdoors.
The Bassmasters has been brought to you by Chevy Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Kelly Tire, where you get a good deal on a great tire. Jersey's Activewear, the official licensed knit apparel of the Bass Anglers Sportsman Society. Catch all the action of the World Championship Bassmasters Classic September 27th and 28th, 1997. A special one-hour airing of the Bassmasters right here on TNN Outdoors. Today, the Bassmasters are in Arkansas at the place where Rick Clunn set the all-time Bassmasters Classic winning record of 75 pounds, 9 ounces back in 1984, the Arkansas River at Pine Bluff. But no records will tumble this time, as these Bassmasters face some challenging fall fishing conditions.
That's because of what's been going on here on the Arkansas River earlier this year. Current flow, weather changes, and fishing pressure are all colliding, just as the Bassmaster Invitational Tournament Trail pulls into town.
Well, fishing on the Arkansas River during the Invitational, I think is going to be pretty rough because the river is still high. There's a lot of current out there, probably too much current really for the actual jetty fishing or pilings fishing along the river. Now, you know, river fishing, especially the Arkansas River, the fish are always concentrated just in certain areas, and you've got to look and look and look and seek these areas out, and you'll find little wads of fish back in these backwater areas, and they're huge areas, so you have to really comb a lot of water. But I expect that spinnerbaits and flipping jigs and flipping crawworms and things like that are going to take most of the fish.
Former Angler of the Year Gary Klein thinks a heavy tournament load this year has also taken a toll.
We're kind of like the last big tournament being held here at Pine Bluff. And so the river has had a lot of attention in the last month. And there's really no secrets anymore. They read Bassmasters, they know the sloughs and the bayous, and so everybody's got to go check them out. And when they go and check them out, they usually catch 1 or 2 fish. and then they go somewhere else. And if everybody catches 1 or 2 fish out of an area, then after a while the fish are just scattered. They're not grouped up. The fishermen won't allow that to take place.
Scott Suggs is a hot local angler who knows the river well. He turns to the backwater areas when conditions get tough, but weather and wood are the keys to fishing the flats.
Well, when the backwater conditions are the best is usually when you have just nearly zero flow. That and a high sunny day. The main key in backwater is wood, logs, laying logs, things like that. For it to drive them to the logs, you have to have a lot of sunshine. Usually from 11 o'clock on is the best time to hit backwater.
So what are you supposed to do? The tournament dates are set and you have to perform. Well, that's why the Bass Angler Sportsman Society is here, to show you new and better ways to catch bass, even under the most tough conditions, and that's what you're going to see today. You'll see how one young pro observes a changing pattern to find and catch bass. You'll also learn a new twist on junk fishing from one of the sport's best. So fasten your seatbelts. I'm Bob Cobb. Stay with us. The Bassmasters will be right back with all the action right here on TNN Outdoors.
The Arkansas River at Pine Bluff. Over 120 miles of fishable water, stretching from Little Rock to the north, past the Pendleton Bridge where the Arkansas dumps into the Mississippi. Anglers fishing any navigation system like the Arkansas must add another factor to their tournament game plan: locks. Barge traffic always takes priority over bass boats, and traveling beyond the safe haven of Pine Bluff can mean getting stuck outside a lock, being late for the tournament weigh-in. That's what happened to Texas pro Tommy Martin, who elected to run 60 miles downriver this first day.
Tommy, I want to ask you a question. I understand you negotiated the locks this morning. You and the lock masters had a ballet you did together. Tell us about it.
Well, we started out today. Tim Hartman and I drew out, and I told him I had a couple places to fish, and I said, boy, you know, the only bad thing about fishing here on the river, if you do have to negotiate those locks and go through them and make that long run, we only have about 4 hours to fish when we get down there. And they let us go, and it was real nice here in the harbor. But, buddy, when we hit the river, I mean, the fog was out there, and it was thicker than pea soup, and we got lost. We got turned around, didn't know which way we was going, so we missed the first lock. We finally found the lock, and the fog lifted about 9 or 9:30, whatever, and we got through there. And I told Tim, I said, well, I lied to you, Tim. We only got 3 hours to fish because we missed the first lock. And then we run 60 miles and got way down there on the other end of the lake and went to this little old patch of fish I had, and by golly, they just thicker than flies in there. We started catching. Old Tim says, man, this going to be easy, isn't it? And I said, yeah, it is. We just reel in another, and we'd reel in another, and we'd just catch them going and coming. Started back up the river, and we got up there to the lock coming out of that lower pool, and this big old barge, I guess, was on the other side, and they wanted him in there a whole lot worse than they wanted us in there. They just didn't let us in. They let the barge in, so we sat there for 30 or 40 minutes, and as a result, it made us 30 minutes late.
Bassmaster tournament trail rules state that you give up a pound for every minute you're late. So Tommy loses his entire 9 pounds 3 ounces today. But Arkansas's Mike McClelland seizes the opportunity.
10 pounds, 12 ounces. He has taken the lead, people. There is your leader. Let's give him a nice hand.
If not for his misfortune, Tommy Martin would have been tied for 5th on the Jersey's activewear leaderboard. But as it shakes out this first day, Mike McClelland holds a 7-ounce lead over Jimmy Mize. Malcolm Rayshall, Fred Bland, and Randy Blockett aren't far behind.
And this is the area where our tournament leader, Mike McClelland, is fishing. He's found an isolated grass bed adjacent to an island in the mouth of Brody Bend. This is an oxbow lake just off the main river channel, and there's no real distinct channel in here, but he's found this isolated grass bed with a good shad population, and that's where he's catching his bass.
The outside of these islands really doesn't have any grass to speak of. There's just a few sparse patches. There's a little bit more depth back behind this first island than there is the rest of these down through here, and I think that's a key to why these fish hold. Also, it's the first real flat off the channel out here. The main river channel's only 200 or 300 yards, and I think when there's a lot of current on the river, it just gives the fish, you know, a good break out of the current. There's a real good shad population in here. And I think that's, you know, the biggest key to why the fish are here. The shad stay here due to the grass, and it gives them a home and a place to eat.
Mike originally came here thinking he would catch bass on wood cover, but his close observation of what was going on that grass bed during the practice period changed his whole game plan.
After I realized the wood pattern wasn't going to work, I was really just kind of stumbling around out there, and I was fishing some breaks, and I happened to see this grass. Like I said, it wasn't there the last few years, and it's just recently grown. I started working into the grass and started seeing fish chase shad, and it took me a little while to figure out how to catch them once I found them, but once I was able to start catching the fish, I didn't fish them real hard during practice. I spent a lot of time just watching, you know, where the shad were and how the fish were relating to the grass by where they were coming up chasing shad, and I really learned a lot just from watching, not necessarily catching the fish during practice.
Here's a tip you Bassmasters can use. As Mike said, you don't always have to be casting to learn what bass are doing. You can observe what's going on around you to learn bass behavior.
After Mike figured out where the bass were, his next step was to figure out how to catch them.
I began fishing the grass with a topwater bait and was able to get some fish to bite the topwater bait, but I was unable to catch them. I started switching baits. I first began to catch fish on a floating worm and really figured there could be a better and easier way to catch fish, and I started throwing a spinnerbait, and the fish really aggressively ate the spinnerbait, and it enabled me to catch the fish in a way that you really are sure that you're going to be able to boat the fish when you catch them. Right now, I've probably
Then Mike had to figure out how to best present the spinnerbait.
I'm using a 3/8 ounce spinnerbait. Got a golden nickel willow leaf combination shad pattern. I'm keeping the bait right on the surface, actually throwing a wake with the bait. I think the fish are just reacting to it as they're feeding on shad. Seems real critical that you keep the bait up and moving fast. I think they're not necessarily feeding it, it's a reaction strike. They're coming up and hitting it out of anger. Skirt color seems to be a pretty strong thing that makes a difference in whether they'll bite or not. My partner yesterday never could really match the skirt color, and he didn't get near the bites I had.
Listen to these fall bass pattern tips from Mike.
In the fall, fishing really is a day-by-day adventure. One day, fish may be on one type of structure, the next day a different. The fall is the time of year that you really have to go and seek out what the fish are telling you to do. Shad are the biggest key to catching bass in the fall. If you can find shad, fish will either be feeding underneath the shad, or a lot of times you can bring a bait fast above the shad and the fish will actually come clear through the shad to feed on it. When you do find a flat that has a number of bait fish on it, you can almost be assured there's going to be a large quantity of fish there. You really have to be patient, work any type of cover on that flat. Watch the shad, because as the shad move, they'll tell you where the fish have gone.
Alabama pro Fred Bland is also catching bass today. Fred's downsized his lure presentation for thicker fish.
Well, conditions is tough, and so all I like to do is get me a little small finesse worm. B&M makes a little 5 and 6 inch needle point worm. This happens to be a green pumpkin dipped in chartreuse. I make my own jig heads, using eagle claw hooks off of them, and just when it's tough, I just seem to get more bites doing this, and so that's all I've been doing, trying to get 5 bites a day when it's tough. And so yesterday it worked, and today it's a little shaky right now.
More tips like these on catching bass are in every issue of Bassmaster magazine. For more information on how you can become a member of Bass and learn the pros' secrets, call the number on your screen. Time for Ray Scott's Bassmaster Casting Kit of the Week, presented by Zebco and Kmart.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Harvey. I'm from Skowhegan, Maine.
10-year-old Jennifer Harvey is the national champion of the 7 to 10-year-old division. She scored 140 out of a possible 150 in the finals. Her skills at flip, pitch, and cast are not just on targets. Jennifer is an avid angler. Her biggest bass, a 4-pound, 8-ounce smallmouth, is a trophy in anybody's game. Kids 7 to 14 compete in local, state, and regional events. Call this number for more information. Our congratulations to Jennifer Harvey, a good casting kid. Bassmaster TV's Tim Miller fills in for Ray Scott at the second day weigh-in as Texas pro Jay Ellis comes to the scales.
Down, Jerry. Here we go. Watch it. 14 pounds, 7 ounces. Let's give him a hand, Jay. Hold up 2 of those bigger fish for us. Look at this,
That
folks.
biggest creel of the tournament puts Jay Ellis in 5th. Remember Tommy Martin? What a comeback today as he tips the scales with 12 pounds, 12 ounces. But Mike McClelland brings in another 5-pass limit of 8 pounds, 14 ounces to hold the lead on the Jersey's activewear leaderboard. Gary Klein is second. Tommy Martin, who was off the chart yesterday, charges to 16th. The final round, and Mike McClelland returns to his grass bed in Brody Bend. But the bass aren't cooperating today. Mike's forced out of the area early by heavy barge traffic on the river, tying up the lock. The Pine Bluff Harbor is his last hope for a keeper. 70 miles downriver, Jay Ellis is also struggling. One small keeper won't be enough to pull ahead today. Back in Pine Bluff, Gary Klein is catching bass, doing what he calls junk fishing. You'll find out what he means coming up next. But first, it's time for Bass Mail, where you send in questions for the pros. Brian Stone of Moreno Valley, California asks how to become a bass fishing professional. Well, we have 2 answers, Brian. First, from Randy Blockett.
Brian, I was in the same boat you are. You know, the fact I just wanted to be a professional fisherman my whole life. The biggest advice I can give you is spend time on the water. You know, a lot of beginning fishermen are really focused in on, you know, what it takes to get sponsors to get out there, but you're going to really use all your energy doing that. So the best thing to do is just fish day and night. You know, try to get a part-time job, mowing lawns or whatever, that will allow you to put that time on the water, because that's really the only way you're going to compete in, you know, with today's caliber anglers. Is you have to get that intellectual knowledge first, get the confidence in your own ability, then start fishing smaller stuff. You know, start, you know, fishing the buddy tournaments, move up to maybe regional level tournaments, and then, you know, tackle the bass circuit when you're ready and you have confidence in your own ability. But the best advice I can give you is just spend time in the water as much as you can.
I think the biggest key for someone that's wanting to get started is make sure they're fishing an organization that has got some publicity behind them and also is going to get you some publicity. I know when I started, I was competing against a lot of the same guys that were fishing these B.A.S.S tournaments, but the publicity in the circuit I was fishing wasn't that good, so as far as sponsorship, recognition and things like that, it really didn't benefit a whole lot. It's a tough road to hoe. I've been, like I say, working at it for 10 years, and it's just now getting to the point where, you know, I can comfortably get away and go to events and feel real confident that I can compete with the guys.
If you have a question for the Bassmaster Tournament Trail Pros, write Bass Mail, 8600 Coppertown Lane, Box 404, Dallas, Texas, 75243. Gary Klein started this final round in 2nd place. He's trying to get a big bite fishing junk.
The term that I call junk fishing is that I'm just fishing little isolated pieces of wood. So you have a lot of dead water, what I call dead water in between. There's virtually no targets. The fish have to be up actively feeding in order to catch them. And I really had the feeling all this week that these fish were more in an ambush mode than they were in a traveling mode, and that they were really setting up in the targets to ambush the shad. So I was really keen on anything that would come out off this little break line. And what I wanted to try to do is just hit the piece of cover right on the corner of the break. And if you notice, I skipped a little bit of bait there when the crankbait came over the log. Almost all these pieces of cover have a lot of shad activity around them. And I'm looking for an angle. I'm looking for the angle that I can get a bite off of. You have to make multiple casts. Most guys are going to make a cast of that and then they're going to leave, and I'm not. I'm going to make at least 5 or 6 and make sure that I hit both sides of the log and actually feel out here in the deeper water to see if the log extends out. What's taking place on the reservoir right now, or on the river system, is just a typical fall, I guess seasonal pattern, I guess you may say. The bait fish starting to really come up on top, starting to ball up, and the fish are really starting to feed on them. You know, really the key to these fish, how they're relating to this timber, there's just a little secondary channel that comes in here. And as you can see down this bank, this is really the only stretch in this area where the timber actually comes out over the break line. And there's a little, if you can see there, it goes from like 1 foot to 12 foot. It's almost a vertical break. And here I have a series of logs that are actually extended out into that 8 to 12 foot zone. And the whole key to my successes has simply been, persistent. I've had to stay in this particular area and really beat the water pretty hard and try a lot of different lures because the fish I felt were kind of getting tired of seeing the same thing all the time. Most guys will pull up and they'll flip a jig in there, a worm, and every now and then catch a fish. But the fish don't like to be in real heavy cover when they're running shad. They want to be by an isolated target that they can get away from real quick. Basically they're just hiding. They're just trying to ambush their prey. And if it's a big bushy deal, they have to put a lot of effort to get out, to get to the minnows. And just your little isolated stuff like that isolated log out there on that point, obvious would be a very, very key spot for me to fish. I'm going to run my little crankbait bite, and I'm going to make sure that I go down both sides of the log. Instead of making a cast over the log, I want to run it parallel and try to hit the little shade pocket where I think the fish is lying. But that's just the key to being successful, especially under competitive conditions. You have to think, and you have to think about all the variables and think about what if. Yeah, I'm catching them, and if you're catching them on a certain lure, that's great, but don't get mindset locked in on that particular lure. You've got to think about cloud cover, sun, depth, speed of retrieve, and think about all your options as a fisherman. In other words, I think really what I'm trying to say is I want to set yourself up so you can use all your knowledge. Got to give yourself a chance in these tournaments in order to do well. And a lot of people don't. They get so keyed in on one thing at the beginning of practice, by the time the tournament's over with, they're still doing the one thing that they were successful on the first day of the tournament. And fishing changes. It changes by the hour due to fishing pressure, due to weather pressure. And so you got to continuously think in order to beat these guys, because they're good.
But Gary Klein's big bite didn't come today. And Mike McClelland's Hail Mary in the harbor turns up 3 keeper bass.
What does big bass weigh?
Oh, about 3.5, 3.
That's your insurance bass. That's going to make you a very wealthy cowboy.
Let's hope so.
Weigh him up for a dozen drop of water dries, and the weight, McClelland, 5 pounds, 8 ounces, folks. There is your winner! Hey, let's go.
Tommy Martin makes a noble last-minute charge from 16th to take 2nd, and would have walked away with this tournament if not for that big barge tying up a lock the first day. Gary Klein takes 3rd. Now it's time for the Pros Pointer, the champion's winning strategy. Brought to you by Wrangler Rugged Wear, geared for the outdoors.
The lure I'm using to catch my fish is a War Eagle spinnerbait. It's a 3/8 ounce shad pattern bait. The reason that I feel like this bait is a key to what I'm doing right now is the bait's made from piano music wire, and it has a lot more vibration than most of the standard spinner baits. It pulsates a lot more in the water, and it allows you to, the way the wire works, the bait actually kind of folds up when you're bringing it in, retrieving it fast like I am. So it allows me to retrieve the bait at a real fast pace, and it's triggering the fish to bite it. Another neat thing about the bait is it has as you can see, it's got a drop center portion in the skirt, which also allows you not to have to throw a plastic trailer. A lot of times with the plastic trailer, fish will come up behind the bait, hit the trailer, and miss the hook due to the trailer being there. With this skirt being designed the way it is, it allows the fish to come on through the bait and get all the way to the hook when they hit it.
Next week, the Bassmasters travels to TNN's backyard and the heart of country music. We'll be at Old Hickory Lake, just outside Nashville. Watch the nation's best bass pros figure out how to catch them after a steep winter drawdown. And you'll see a Bassin family come full circle as Chad Brower begins walking in his father's footsteps. It's all next week, right here on TNN Outdoors. For the Bassmasters, I'm Bob Cobb. We'll see you all next week from Nashville.
I think the biggest key for someone that's wanting to get started is make sure they're fishing an organization that has got some publicity behind them and also is going to get you some publicity. I know when I started, I was competing against a lot of the same guys that were fishing these B.A.S.S tournaments, but the publicity in the circuit I was fishing wasn't that good. So as far as sponsorship recognition and things like that, it really didn't benefit a whole lot. It's a tough road to hoe. I've been, like I say, working at it for 10 years, and it's just now getting to the point where, you know, I can comfortably get away and go to events and feel real confident that I can compete with the guys.
What does Big Bass weigh?
Oh, about 3.5, 3.
That's your insurance bass. That's going to make you a very wealthy cowboy.
Let's hope so.
Weigh him up for a drop of water dries, and the weight, McClelland, 5 pounds, 8 ounces, folks. There is your winner! Hey, let's go.
Now learn the bass catching techniques of the Bassmaster Tournament Trail Pros coming next on the Bassmasters right here on TNN Outdoors.
He's a good one too. Oh yeah. I tell you, it just hadn't been my day today. Jeez.
Let's bet $1 just for fun. Who can be the closest?
About 6'3".
Yes, 6'3", he said. All right, 6'3". I think you're right on the money. Well, I'm going to give you one chance to change, because you are 2 ounces off.
I'll stay with 6'3".
You're still off. One chance to change.
6'1", then.
6'1", stick with 6'1". I'll take 6'2". And the weight is 6 pounds, 9 ounces. You owe me $1. Bassmasters, I'll make you a bet. $1 against my cowboy hat that the next half hour you're going to learn something about tidal river bassing you'll be surprised about. Today, the Bassmasters Tournament Trail drops anchor at one of the world's best-known rivers, the Potomac River. We're headed to Charles County, Maryland, just downstream from Washington, D.C. for the Kmart Bassmaster Maryland Top 100 Tournament. We fished the Potomac before, but like all tidal rivers, this is a changing situation. But not just the tide movement. Here's Bob Cobb from Bassmasters to tell you all about it.
Ray, the Potomac River changes tidal conditions about every 6 hours, either from incoming or outgoing tides. But that's to be expected. What's puzzling these Bassmaster pros is the changing habitat. The milfoil grass beds are vanishing, and in some areas they're gone. Normally this area above the Woodrow Wilson Bridge and within sight of the Washington Monument would see 20 to 30 tournament boats fishing. But this morning, only a lone boat with Jay Yellis of Texas working an old rock jetty and submerged pilings, and not the usual main river grass bed pattern.
I didn't fish this spot too much in practice, but I fished all the grass beds over there, which normally are good, but the grass really isn't developed like normal up here in D.C. There's no milfoil anymore, and it's just a mat of hydrilla. There's a few fish in the grass, but as you can see, I mean, there's, I think, one boat in that grass bed. Last year at this time, there was probably 20 or 25, so things have changed a lot. Hopefully, due to the fact that the grass beds are deteriorating, there might be more fish on this spot this year. That's kind of what I'd like to see.
Well, Ray, that sets the stage for this Kmart Maryland Top 100 Pro-Am tournament. The anglers face a lot of adjustments, but in tidal water fishing, that's to be expected.
Give these Bassmaster pros 3 days on any waterway, and we'll bet they'll figure out the best bass catching pattern. I'm Ray Scott. Stay tuned. The Bassmasters are coming right back.
Big fish don't just break your line, they break your heart. That's why more fishermen trust Trilene, America's strongest monofilament.
Unmatched performance with no compromises. That's what you get with fixed fuel injection, the new outboard technology breakthrough from Evinrude. The Evinrude Intruder 150 with fixed fuel injection gives you all the advantages of a two-stroke with all the benefits of a four-stroke. 35% greater fuel economy than a two-stroke. Fewer moving parts for greater reliability. Superior acceleration and top-end speed. 50% less oil consumption than two-strokes. Turnkey starts under all conditions and an 80% reduction in emissions. Winner of both the 1996 Popular Mechanics Design and Engineering Award and the IMTEC Innovation Award. Official engine of the Bassmasters Classic, the FLW Tour, and the Redman Tournament Trail. The Evinrude Intruder 150 with fixed fuel injection. Call for a free brochure and the name of your nearest Evinrude dealer.
Top professional fishermen are calling the Terminator Titanium Spinnerbait the most revolutionary spinnerbait ever. The Terminator has a patent-pending titanium snapback frame that doesn't bend and break like ordinary stainless steel baits. It gives up to 50% more vibration and always runs true no matter what abuse it gets. The exclusive quick skirt system allows anglers to change skirt colors while trying to pattern fish without destroying the skirt. Go to your local tackle dealer and pick up your Terminator today.
The nation's river, the Potomac, downstream from Washington, D.C., is no stranger to the pros on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. Over the past seasons, they've learned to figure and fashion patterns for catching largemouth bass in these tidal waters. What is different for the 1997-98 Bass Angler Sportsman Society's tournament season is the namesake sponsorship for the Top 100 Pro-Am Tour. Now it's officially the Kmart Bassmaster Top 100 circuit, and with it, an increase in the first place purse to $75,000, as well as a balloon to $316,700 in the overall payout. All total, the 20 B.A.S.S events on this season's tour will top the $5 million mark in cash and awards. High water mark in professional bass fishing since Ray Scott put the idea into motion 30 years ago in June 1967. One angler who has repeatedly made it pay is Roland Martin, 9-time Bass Angler of the Year with 18 BASS wins to his credit. And on the Potomac River, where he learned to fish 40 years ago, Roland's on to something big, a 5 bass limit and 19 pounds 6 ounces. But 98 pros check in limits on day one. 2-time Angler of the Year Kevin VanDam is right in the hunt, 18 pounds 13 ounces. The leaderboard tells the story of this amazing fishery. Brent Chapman, 3rd.
It's about like a worm. It's about like a worm. Nice 2.5 pounder if I can get him in. I think he's hooked pretty good. Yeah, there we go. Now yesterday, I caught a limit of fish on a spinnerbait, ended up culling them all. Caught a limit of fish on a worm, ended up culling them all. And the 5 or 6 fish I caught on the jig were all the ones that I weighed in. So I'm not a real rocket scientist. I can't really figure out too much, but I know that that's a good enough pattern for me. That is the deal. If it's a jig bite, that's what I'm going to stay with. That's the small one. Kind of small, kind of small. 2.5, maybe almost 3.
In fishing tidal waters, you hear a lot about how current positions bass on cover or structure. Here's an example, a large lay-down tree, and how Roland Martin approaches it.
On this particular tree, there's a current coming in on this side. So all these current faces that presents itself ought to be the target for where the fish are. With every change of tide, there's a chance that some bigger fish will move in. Now here's a good shady spot right on the current edge. Come on. Little one. It's just a small one. That's just the limit, but that's only 13 pounds. I don't have very much on it.
There are more tips and tactics from the Kmart Bassmaster Maryland Top 100 coming up. But now it's time for Bass Mail, where you viewers ask the pros for how-to answers. Mike Hoden of Sheffield, Pennsylvania writes, what color spinnerbait is best for fishing in muddy water and why? Well, here's two-time Angler of the Year Kevin VanDam with the answer.
Hey Mike, good question. One of my favorite things to do is throw a spinnerbait in muddy water. And the reason is because the muddy water is going to position the fish close to the cover and it's going to move them shallow, which is the perfect zone to fish a spinnerbait. Now visibility is very important. I basically use a couple of different colors. I like chartreuse and a pearl white because those are going to be very visible. Now sometimes if it's sun shining and I'm fishing real shallow, I like to use metallic blades, but if it's really, really muddy, I'll just go right with painted blades, either all chartreuse or all white. I like to add a plastic trailer to it, it adds a little extra vibration to it, and I always fish a trailer hook on the spinnerbait regardless of how much cover I'm fishing. But those colors are always going to work for you.
If you have a question for the Bassmaster Tournament Trail Pros, write Bass Mail, 8600 Coppertown Lane, Box 404, Dallas, Texas, 75243. We may select your question to answer on the air.
Here on the Potomac River, Kevin VanDam is using a white-skirted spinnerbait with double Colorado blades to catch bass in the off-colored water conditions. The February issue of Bassmaster Magazine tells you how you can learn all about picking the right blade and skirt colors for every set of conditions. But you have to be a member of the Bass Angler Sportsman Society to get our Bassmaster Magazine. So stay tuned and we'll tell you how you can join Bass and learn from the tournament pros.
For over 30 years, Bass has been teaching anglers how to become better bass fishermen like the pros. Get this powerful know-how and more as a Bass member. You'll receive 10 issues a year of Bassmaster Magazine and 11 other exclusive benefits. Call now and I'll send you this free tackle pack, Hank Parker's Vampire Lure, Berkeley's Power Craw and Trilene Line, and the Winning Secrets of the Bass Pros book. Join now at the special anniversary rate of only $1.25 a month. Call 1-800-501-6334.
Maybe today, spinnerbaits will be spectacular. Perhaps plastics will produce. Or jigs will generate. But no matter what's working, you'll be ready. You've got the system. The Plano tackle system, Plano stowaways, hard boxes and soft-sided bags, and tackle logic wraps. Plano, the system works.
It is a sport played out in some of the most magnificent arenas on earth. Toledo Bend, Okeechobee, Table Rock. A sport played at a higher level, where you throw everything you've got at every fish on every cast. We do the same with the gear. At Quantum, fishing is a contact sport.
He needs 18 pounds to take the lead, folks. Look out for a new leader, beat 18, 20 pounds, 14 ounces. Ho! Woo!
Randy Blockett from out of no place into first place. Yesterday, the Joplin, Missouri pro with 14 pounds 9 ounces didn't even scratch the leaderboard. But fortunes can change rapidly, as with the ebb and flow of the Potomac's tide.
Well, I think the big key is you got to be in your water during the last 2 hours of outgoing tide and the first 2 hours of incoming tide, your best water that you're fishing, and that seems to be the key to catching the bigger fish. So I've just tried to stay in my best areas during that time instead of running around without biting.
Randy Blockett leaps from 23rd place to atop the leaderboard with a two-day total of 35 pounds 7 ounces. Kevin VanDam holds tight to second with 34 pounds 7 ounces.
The real key in tidal water is just really understanding what the fish do as the tide moves. It doesn't really matter to me if it's high or low, but I like the water to be moving because the current is always going to position the fish. They're always going to wait by something when the water is moving to bring some shad or some bait fish, some yellow perch or some white perch by them to eat. And so every place that I fish, I'm thinking of that. Every target that I throw at, I want to throw so that the bait swings across the current in front of the fish.
David Fritz climbs into third, followed by yesterday's leader Roland Martin and Robert Graham in fifth. Day 3, the final round of the Kmart Bassmaster Maryland Top 100. Bright sunny conditions, but low slack tide. There's just 1 pound separating the tournament leaders, who this morning are fishing literally within a cast of each other. Only a 5-minute run from the Smallwood Park launch site, Randy Blockett and Kevin VanDam are both working a half-mile stretch of shallow shoreline in Occoquan Bay.
There's a variety of cover on this shoreline. Lay down logs, uprooted trees, rocks, and lily pads. As Randy Blockett explains, casting technique is a key.
The bigger fish that I've caught have come on the pieces of cover that are out away from the bank that may be connected to the visible stuff. But the whole key on this type of an area is I'm really having to be real accurate of the angles that I'm making on the cast, because it seems like I can pull up to one of these pieces of cover and make maybe 10 or 15 casts to it before the fish will strike, just before you can get to the right angle on it. And they're really feeding according to the tide. It seems like they're really either totally non-aggressive or really active according to the tide conditions. A lot of people have the theory that when the tide's high, the fish move closer to the bank. And I haven't found that true at all. I think that's just something that a lot of people try to explain, to make it easy. But to me, it's like the bigger fish stay out on the deeper outside stuff, even on a high tide. And that's one of the things I think that helped me yesterday, because most all the bigger fish that I caught came when the tide was, fairly high, out away from the bank in some deeper water.
Kevin VanDam shared a difference of opinion with our Bassmaster's camera on bass behavior on high tides.
With a real high tide like we had today that normally don't have any water on them, banks that are normally dry, got an extra foot of water or so on them, and that's really the kind of areas I concentrated on. These places that don't even normally have water on them or any fish, and those fish really like to go up and move up into that shallow cover when the water comes up like that, and that's what I was targeting, extremely shallow water.
But that was yesterday. Tides change.
Early this morning, the tide is extremely low, lower than I've ever seen it, and most of the fish that I've been catching in this area have been coming up off the bank cover, but there's almost no water on it at all. There's maybe 6 inches. There's a few isolated pieces of wood out here a little further, and that's where the fish, tend to move out to. They can go out to that little bit deeper water first thing. As the tide moves back in, they'll move in real tight into that bank cover, all those stumps and stuff. But Right now we're just trying to pick off a few of these isolated fish, and later on the fishing should get a lot better.
As the tide turns to incoming, Kevin VanDam moves with it to the shoreline cover. Kevin's fishing a tandem blade spinnerbait, a 3/8 ounce Strike King Pro model with Colorado type blades. The blade shape is important in order to slow roll the lure over the limbs. The larger blades, 20-pound test Trilene XT line, and the high rod tip figure in the slow retrieve presentation. Kevin's crawling the spinnerbait over the cover.
It's number 5, right? There's a big one. Yes. That's the kind right there. The real key about this particular bank right here is working the tide just right, and the sunshine, because the sunshine puts the fish tight to the cover, and then the tide positions them on the upstream side of the logs and stuff. They'll lay right underneath them and they'll face with their head out. So you just put your bait and just slow roll that spinnerbait right down those logs and around the edges of those stumps and any little shady spot that's facing into the current, and you're gonna catch those fish.
Randy Blockett's making a game of it, scoring on a mega bass crankbait. But in this final round of the Kmart Bassmaster Maryland Top 100, it's Kevin VanDam who's putting on a fishing clinic. For sure, Kevin's good, but being a little lucky to get bass out of the stuff he's fishing sure helps. The final weigh-in is coming up.
You're not after second best, and all you're gonna follow are the fish. Welcome to the tournament-level performance of the Ranger Sports Series. Cocked, loaded, and priced to move. Once you pull the trigger, the cap you wear won't be the only thing blown away.
Oh, did you see that one jump?
It's all about time. Taking the time to enjoy the simple things.
You got one, son? Yeah. Whoa, Dad, look at that. Whoa, he's really fighting me.
Bass Pro Shops helps make that time special.
Great. Good job. I'll bet that fish weighed 10 pounds. Right, Dad?
After all, they grow so fast.
Kevin VanDam of Kalamazoo, Michigan. All right. He's got to have 12 pounds and 7 ounces to take the lead. 12.6. Put him on. He's made it, people. 16 pounds, 14 ounces. Boom! Congratulations. Woo!
Hey, Ray.
Hold him up, baby. Hold him up.
Well, it's going into the record book. Kevin VanDam, the champion of the first Kmart-sponsored Bassmaster Top 100. A prize worth $75,000. He did it with 15 bass and 51 pounds 5 ounces. The runner-up, Randy Blockett, with 47 pounds 8 ounces, nets $34,000. Rick Lilligard claims third with 46 pounds 13 ounces, followed by Guy Aker, Denny Brower, and Roland Martin in 6th place. In the amateur division, Michael Grant of Waldorf, Maryland, with 35 pounds 8 ounces, wins a $22,000 Ranger bass rig, powered by an OMC outboard. Right now, it's time for the Pros Pointer. the champion's winning tip. Brought to you by Wrangler Rugged Wear, geared for the outdoors.
Anytime you're fishing a place like the Potomac River that has a lot of stained water, I like to use a spinnerbait with Colorado blades. That stained water makes the fish hold tight to the cover and it keeps them shallower. So I use this 3/8 ounce Strike King Pro Model Premier bait. It's got Colorado blades and I slow rolled it. I fished it real slow around logs and things. And with the tide running, it presents current and it washes over these logs and the fish are always facing upstream. So I like to position the bait so it runs straight down those logs and hit the bass right in the nose. One of the real important things though was the addition of a trailer hook to it. And what I like to do is I like to use this little Mustad short shank trailer hook. And I'll just slide it right on the hook. And instead of using a plastic keeper, I just twist the eyelet over a little bit and then crimp it down so it can't come off, so it can't slide off the barb. And then it's always free to move. So if I let the spinnerbait flutter down on the other side of a log like this, that trailer hook is always right there. And this little shorter trailer hook hangs up a lot less than those longer hooks.
Wrangler, the perfect jean for your 10-year-old son. And your 10-year-old husband. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
Pine Lake, 3 friends, 3 pair of Wrangler jeans. Everybody's comfortable, even the fish. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
Be sure to be on board with the Bassmasters next week. We're headed to Lake Champlain for the Kmart Bassmaster Vermont Top 100 tournament. This huge 300,000-acre natural lake is perhaps the last great untapped fishery in the country. We'll show you why. The bass catching action is nonstop. For the Bassmasters, I'm Ray Scott. See you all next week, or catch us on the internet at www.bassmaster.com. I like that .com. 4-9. Lay it down in the basket. Let me get one glance at it. I know you probably waited before you got here, didn't you?
No.
Just raise your right hand. You see, the left hand went up.
Mm-hmm.
You say it weighs how much?
4-9.
Go ahead, give it one more chance.
4-11.
4-10. You owe me $1. 4-9. Stand right down there. Don't leave till you pay me. All right, next man. Just don't leave. It's bad luck not to pay me.
Now learn the bass catching techniques of the Bassmaster Tournament Trail Pros. Coming next on the Bassmasters, right here on TNN Outdoors.
It's not a very big fish, Bo. He's just barely hooked, though. I'm just trying to get another hook into him. Help the cause, anyways.
The Bassmaster Tournament Trail moves up the Roanoke River today to Buggs Island Lake for the Bassmaster Virginia Eastern Division Invitational. Last week, the pros had a tough time downriver at Lake Gaston. But above the John H. Kerr Dam, the fishing picture on Buggs Island's 50,000 acres takes on a different focus.
For one thing, this is a flood control reservoir, and the Corps of Engineers pulls the water level down in mid-October. Come here in the spring, and it's an entirely different fishery. You fish the shoreline cover then. But right now, there's one key to success. Find the bait, find the bass. Here's Bassmaster Pro Sam Sweat of Covington, Louisiana, to explain this strategy.
Basically what we're doing, the fish are scattered out right now. The shad are moving and starting to move back into the cove. Water temperatures coming off the summertime pattern going into the fall is starting to cool down. And the bait fish are starting to move to the back of the coves. Naturally, the largemouth are going to fall in right behind it. So basically what I'm trying to do is just look for the shad starting to surface and looking for some holding areas where the bass can literally ambush the shad as they pass through.
With the lake level dropping and the water temperature cooling off, bass predictably do one other thing. They suspend. That can be good or it can be bad. Jigging spoons are taking a few small limits, but the best bet seems to be the backs of the creeks.
Today on the Bassmasters, you're going to get a short course in how to pattern a bass migration and learn firsthand how Kevin VanDam, a two-time Bass Angler of the Year, works a creek channel. What he does to be successful when others fishing the same waters fail. Also, our Bassmasters camera crews will be alongside as two-time world champion George Cochran explains what he's doing with a crankbait to trigger bass to bite.
So Bassmasters, trust us. The next half hour is going to be jam full of bassin' know-how. And you'll meet Charlie Hartley, an Ohio-based pro, who's out here chasing his dream, trying to make a living bass fishing.
There's one. Ah. That was a really nice fish, and I'm just going to pretend that didn't happen.
Sorry, Charlie. That's bass fishing. But in this Virginia Invitational, there's a big payday on the line. $40,000 first prize. Hang in there, Charlie.
That was a dandy, wasn't it? You see the boil she left after? I had her stuck.
There are sportsmen who don't know the meaning of rain delays, who brave the dark and the chill because they have to. They battle opponents whose blood runs cold and who sleep with their eyes open. At Quantum, fishing is a contact sport.
We've cut our teeth on America's toughest tournament trails and never stopped hungering for perfection. The Ranger Comanche Series. You've waited long enough. Drop the throttle, raise your standards, and unleash the power of a genuine American legend.
Top professional fishermen are calling the Terminator Titanium Spinnerbait the most revolutionary spinnerbait ever. The Terminator has a patent-pending titanium snapback frame that doesn't bend and break like ordinary stainless steel baits. It gives up to 50% more vibration and always runs true no matter what abuse it gets. The exclusive quick skirt system allows anglers to change skirt colors while trying to pattern fish without destroying the skirt. Go to your local tackle dealer and pick up your Terminator today.
Oh, did you see that one jump?
It's all about time. Taking the time to enjoy the simple things.
Yeah. Whoa, Dad, look at that. Whoa, he's really fighting me.
Bass Pro Shops helps make that time special.
Great. Good job.
I'll bet that fish weighed 10 pounds. Right, Dad?
After all, they grow so fast.
Bugs Island Lake, a.k.a. John H. Kerr Reservoir, one of the best unspoiled bass fisheries on the East Coast. 50,000 acres shared by Virginia and North Carolina. Over 800 miles of shoreline, most of it relatively undeveloped. It's the location for the $205,000 Bassmaster Virginia Eastern Invitational, a qualifying tournament for the Bassmasters Classic World Championship in August. The main Roanoke River tributary slices through the red clay countryside with numerous coves and creeks, names like Grassy, Butchers, Aaron, and the Clearwater Arm Nutbush Creek near the dam. But it's the stained, off-color tributaries in the upper reaches of Bugs Island Lake where many of the 330 tournament anglers are putting their hopes for fame and fortune. Kevin VanDam of Michigan, already a winner on this season's Bassmaster Trail, capturing the Kmart Maryland Top 100 on the Potomac River. And yesterday at the Day 1 weigh-in here on Bugs Island, Kevin charged out front. His 5 bass tournament limit and 15 pounds, a 3-pound average, is certainly an impressive start. Only 17 limits are scored. Ohio's Ollie Alexander with 14 pounds 3 ounces is second. Rodney Sorrell of North Carolina, George Cochran of Arkansas, and Missouri's Charlie Campbell round out yesterday's top 5.
This Bassmaster Invitational format differs from the Top 100 Pro-Am events where the pro has control of the boat and the amateur fishes in the back of the boat.
Here, the partners are paired together and competing against each other. Mike Iaconelli, in 22nd place, is fishing up front alongside Kevin VanDam, the tournament leader.
Well, back in this creek, I'm really fishing two patterns. I'm fishing a lot of these steeper rocky banks like this, and because that's where the fish are kind of using to migrate in and out of these creeks. And you know, the water's 7, 8, 10 foot deep out in front of it, and most of the bites are coming 4, 5, 6 foot down on it. They're not moving real shallow on it. And then the other thing is up in the day when the shad start getting more active, the fish start roaming to the other side, to the flat side of these creeks and pockets, and catching them on little rounding points or any little stumps or any little piece of cover that's in the water. And it's a lot easier early in the day when they're on this stuff right here, because you know right where to put your bait. But later on, you just have to cover a lot of water and hope for a few strikes. There's a brush pile there. No, he's just a little one. Just a little one. We take them all at this point. As it gets up in the day a little bit, and usually the sunshine makes it a lot better, but these fish start moving back in these flat pockets to follow the shad. And any little piece of cover, if you can find any stumps or submerged brush piles and stuff. And this little bay right here is lined with little brush piles that some crappie fishermen probably put out, but they're just in about 2 and 3 foot of water, and that's what that fish was hanging on, is right on one of those. I think if we could get the sun to pop out, we'd probably do a little better, but that's not what the forecast is calling for. It's a real flat pocket off to the side of the creek channel, and the shad's starting to move in there, and especially with the wind blowing in it today. I've seen several nice bass chasing shad out in the middle of it, but I already had my limit, so I didn't even go after them. I was kind of saving them for today, and I just caught one just off these gravel banks, and that's what the bass do a lot on days like today, is they're just going to roam in these flat pockets, and they feel safe in here because the water's nice and stained, so they'll just swim around looking for the shad, and a little rattle trap or a little bitty crankbait or something like that will catch them, sometimes a little spinnerbait.
Next, we'll catch up to one of the tournament trail's best stump jumpers, 2-time classic champion George Cochran, and learn his trick to trigger strikes with a crankbait. But now it's time for Bass Mail, where you Bassmasters viewers ask the pros for answers. Mary Kessner of Cedar Hill, Missouri writes, would you give some tips on walking the dog with a Zara spook? Also, what's the best line to use in clear water? Here's topwater expert Charlie Campbell with the answer.
Well, Mary, you're talking about my favorite way to fish, and that's topwater with a Zara spook and with a woodwalker. One thing that I like to do, I use a limber pole. I've got a pole here, it's got graphite up about half the way, and then it's got glass the rest of the way, so it's real limber and flexible on the end from here on up. And that way it makes the plug walk real well. And then the size line I like, I use a 14-pound test line most of the time, a green line so it doesn't show up in the water for the fish. And that way I find that the plug works much better. And also on the plug, I use a snap or a split ring on the front of it, and that way it lets the plug wobble back and forth like that real well. And here I've got a woodwalker, which is just like a Zara spook. And I've drilled a little hole in it, and I put a rattle in there and glued it in, so it really rattles good, and that seems to bring up the fish real well. Now let me show you kind of how I work it. You throw it out past the object that you want to fish, and then you give little short jerks. Now you don't want to reel too fast. Just kind of, in fact, I don't hardly reel at all. Just kind of go back and forth like this. Just little short jerks with your wrist. Now watch my wrist right there. And little short jerks with your wrist, and I'm just barely reeling it every now and then like that. And that way you just jerk it back and forth, and then you come by the object that you want to fish. And then if you want to half step it to make it go to one side or the other, you jerk it in between jerks. And that way you can make it go to the right or left, walk it over next to a stump or log, and that way you can catch a really big bass. And remember, one thing, when you get a strike of a big bass, don't set the hook until you feel that fish on the end of your line.
If you have a question for the Bassmasters pros, write Bass Mail, 8600 Coppertown Lane, Box 404, Dallas, Texas, 75243. We may select your question to answer on the air.
Unmatched performance with no compromises. That's what you get with Fit Fuel Injection, the new outboard technology breakthrough from Johnson. The Johnson Fast Strike 150 at 175 with Fit Fuel Injection gives you all the advantages of a two-stroke with all the benefits of a four-stroke. 35% greater fuel economy than a standard two-stroke, fewer moving parts for greater reliability, and an 80% reduction in emissions. It's also the official engine of the Walmart FLW Tour, the Redman Tournament Trail, and the Bassmasters Classic. Call for a free brochure and the name of your nearest Johnson dealer.
Bass bite and won't let go. Bass bite and won't let go. Bass bite and won't let go. Berkley Power Bait. You'll feel more bites, set more hooks, and catch more bass. Because when you fish Power Bait, fish bite and won't let go.
6 boats, 10 fishermen, 14,000 pounds, and 1 trolling motor with the power to move it all. Motor Guide, the world's most powerful trolling motors.
It doesn't matter whether you're on a transom or a bow mount. Dollar for dollar, Motor Guide delivers more pounds of thrust than Minn Kota or any other trolling motor in the world.
For power to burn, it's Motor Guide.
If the back of the creek shallow water structure pattern is paying off, you can bet George Cochran will cash a paycheck in this Bassmaster Virginia Invitational. At Backwater Stump Bumpin', Sir George rules.
I'm fishing these channel swing banks, and I'm fishing a new crankbait made by Strike King. It's called Big Daddy Strike. It's really a shallow running bait. It doesn't run but about 5 or 6 foot, but it's chartreuse blackback. And then what I'm trying to do is fish these stumps and the creek channel swings. And these fish are up in here following the shad. They're moving up in here for the winter. And yesterday I caught quite a few. And it seemed like further in the day it got, the better it got, because the shad got more active and the bass seemed to get more active. But I'm trying to key in on any kind of wood I can, rocks or anything right on the creek channel bend. If I can bump a stump and stop it just a second, it seems to key them in on hitting it. Finally, they came out, Strike King, with a whole new line of crankbaits. And this one that I'm using, chartreuse blackback, the main reason I'm using it, the water's dirty, dingy, makes see it better. And it resembles the size shad that the bass are feeding on in this creek. The bait doesn't run very deep, about 5, 6 foot deep. It's got a real good big wobble to it. And it looks like a shad, you know.
Bouncing a crankbait off the cover trips a bass's trigger, a reflex reaction. Like here, Mike Iaconelli uses a line to pop his lure off a rock. Now watch what happens.
Get it? Fish? Isn't that nice when you bite it? When you snap it off a rock? And deeper too.
Not all the bass migrate to the creeks. This hefty largemouth hit a jig and pig fished along the main river channel. Tommy Chumley of Jasper, Georgia is using a different lure and presentation from his partner, Mac McCormick of Huntersville, North Carolina.
I'm just slow rolling this Stanley Platinum Wedge spinnerbait. The river channel runs right up against the rocky bank right here. It's less current than it has been the last few days, but still enough current, I think, to be washing some bait down. Tommy just caught a nice one on a jig. He caught it a little far off the bank in some stumps of wood down there. So I'm going to stick with this spinnerbait a little bit longer. Fish are either coming on the wood or the rocks. Not a better fish than on the rocks, but I say that, he just caught that nice one on the wood. So they can be anywhere.
And it seems that anywhere you find Kevin VanDam, you'll find more bass. The story doesn't change much at the Day 2 weigh-in. Another 5 bass limit keeps Kevin solidly on top the leaderboard with a 2-day score of 25 pounds 11 ounces. Georgia's Bobby Paget jumps from 69th place to 2nd with 15 pounds 5 ounces today. Michigan's Chuck Schrader climbs from 7th to 3rd. Mac McCormick and Charlie Hartley with 20 pounds 7 ounces tie for 4th. George Cochran slips to 6th place, followed by Ohio's Wesley Kemper, North Carolina pros Gerald Beck and Rodney Sorrell, and New Jersey's Michael Iaconelli.
Besides fishing the visible cover, Kevin VanDam is using his Lowrance X75 LCR to pinpoint bottom structure along the creek channel. Using his electronics is making a difference for Kevin VanDam. And if you want to make a difference in your bass fishing, here's a tip. Read Bassmaster magazine. It's a bass and how-to book in every issue. But you've got to be a member of Bass to get Bassmaster. Here's how you join.
For over 30 years, Bass has been teaching anglers how to become better bass fishermen like the pros. Get this powerful know-how and more as a Bass member. You'll receive 10 issues a year of Bassmaster magazine and 11 other exclusive benefits. Call now and I'll send you this free tackle pack, Hank Parker's Vampire Lure, Berkeley's Power Craw and Trilene Line, and the Winning Secrets of the Bass Pros book. Join now at the special anniversary rate of only $1.25 a month. Call 1-800-501-6334.
Maybe today, spinnerbaits will be spectacular. Perhaps plastics will produce. Or jigs will generate. But no matter what's working, you'll be ready. You've got the system, the Plano tackle system. Plano stowaways, hard boxes and soft-sided bags, and tackle logic wraps. Plano, the system works.
Day 3, final round of the Bassmaster Virginia Eastern Division Invitational. It's been the Kevin VanDam show so far. With almost a 5-pound lead, he's the only angler among the 330 pros to weigh in daily 5 bass limits.
Well, I came back to the same area that I've been fishing the last 2 days, and immediately I caught a good solid keeper fish off of a little channel point back there where there's some cover on it. There's some stumps and brush and stuff like that on it, and that's kind of one of the real keys to the fishing in the back of these creeks is paying real close attention to your depth finder. I've watched a lot of other anglers come in here and they've been just basically beating the banks, and I'm trying to fish a lot of the invisible stuff, the little channel drops and things like that, and that's where a good depth finder like this Lowrance unit here, this X75 with a gray line.
A keeper bass in this tournament must measure at least 14 inches. At times, it's a challenge. Only 969 tournament-sized bass were weighed in the past 2 days, and 5 bass limits are rare, 36 total. George Cochran scratched out only 3 keepers yesterday and slipped to 6th place, but he's sticking with his crankbait, bumping the stumps along the channel in Aaron Creek. George is moving back up the leaderboard, but catching Kevin VanDam is a question. Kevin VanDam, a bright star on the Bassmaster Tournament trail, almost from his first cast 7 seasons ago. 2-time Angler of the Year, 3-time B.A.S.S. winner. But for many newcomers fishing this field of dreams, it's more frustration than fortune. Today, Charlie Hartley hopes he's paid his dues.
I come up to Bassmasters 4 years ago and I thought I was going to win everything. I was going to be Kevin VanDam. But these boys are serious. I had a pretty good tournament at 1,000 Islands, and I'm really excited about this week because one of my goals has been to make the top 100 circuit because I really enjoy Pro-Am events. I fished my first tournament when I was 14 years old. I had a little bass tracker and my mom used to drive it to the launch ramp and let me back it in because I didn't have my driver's license yet. We just don't catch many in Ohio. But some of the best fishermen, and as far as having their basics down and knowing how to cast and knowing what they're supposed to be doing, those guys from Ohio know that, but we've never had a lot of experience with catching fish. I've won several tournaments with 1 and 2 fish in Ohio, and that's tough fishing. But yeah, I have to adjust my fishing a lot to fish these big bodies of water. They're full of fish, and you can't go out on practice and catch a couple and think you got something going, because there's somewhere in this lake, a good lake like this and as big as it is, where they're really biting, and you got to find it. Just my luck, a short one. Look at that. What's different about my bait? It says short on it.
But as we expected, Kevin VanDam doesn't come up short at the final weigh-in.
Coming to the scales, folks. He led day 1, day 2 from Kalamazoo, Michigan, Mr. Kevin VanDam. Nice hand for him, folks. He's currently in 2nd place. He needs 6 pounds and 5 ounces to regain the lead, and let's slide him on the scales, Jerry. A 5 bass limit for him, needs 6 pounds and change. Look at here, folks. Your winner of the tournament, Mr. Kevin VanDam, 16 pounds, 4 ounces, 16-4. Nice hand for him, folks.
Another win, his 4th for Kevin VanDam. Total weight, 41 pounds, 15 ounces for 15 bass worth $40,000. Wesley Kemper of Ohio with 31 pounds, 15 ounces claims the $24,000 runner-up spot. George Cochran finishes 3rd, earning $22,000. Mike Iaconelli is 4th, and in 5th place, Charlie Hartley. For sure, Charlie, you've earned it.
There he is. Good one.
Right now, it's time for the Pros Pointer, the tournament champion's winning tip. Brought to you by Wrangler Rugged Wear, geared for the outdoors.
You know, I just won this tournament using crankbaits, which are one of my favorite lures to fish. I was using this small little Strike King Series 1 bait a lot during the tournament. And one of the key things that allowed me to catch the fish, though, is this fiberglass cranking rod. It's a special rod that Gary Klein and I designed for Quantum. It's 7 foot, it's a medium action, but it's real light in weight. It's made out of E-glass, which is a lot lighter, and you can fish with it all day long. But when a fish comes up behind your bait and takes it, you still feel him. It's very sensitive, but the rod reacts a lot slower, and the fish can get the bait a lot deeper in his mouth. And I'll tell you, the fish I was catching, they had it swallowed down, and when I was playing them up to the boat, and the rod will bend and react, and you know, if the fish makes a quick lunge, you're still going to be able to keep them on there. They're not going to tear off near as easily. I don't think I could have won this tournament using the conventional graphite rods like I used to use for crankbait fishing. I think if you'll get a good fiberglass rod, whether you're throwing these big crankbaits in the summer or the little crankbaits like I used to win this tournament, you're going to land a lot more of your bass.
Wrangler jeans are the perfect jeans to wear when you're going out for a little seafood with your best buddy. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans. Wrangler jeans, perfect when you're training your dog, or when your dog is training you. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
Next week, the Bassmasters drop anchor at Missouri's Lake of the Ozarks, and right in the middle of an early winter storm. Join us right here on TNN Outdoors for the Central Division Missouri Bassmaster Invitational, and we'll find out how the pros cope with a blizzard. Or catch up on all the Bassin news on the web at www.bassmaster.com. See you all next week.
There she is. Keep, baby. Daggone it.
Now learn the bass catching techniques of the Bassmaster Tournament Trail Pros. Coming next on the Bassmasters, right here on TNN Outdoors.
There we go. That's the one I've been looking for. That's the one I've been looking for. You want to help me lick him? That's a good fish. That's a good fish. That's a good fish. You ain't gonna hurry him now. You ain't gonna hurry him now. Oh boy. Good fish. Coming at you, son. All right. All right.
Today, the Bassmaster Tournament Trail travels to central Missouri and the bass-rich Lake of the Ozarks for the $205,000 Bassmaster Missouri Invitational. This 58,000-acre reservoir on the Osage River continues year after year to provide outstanding bass fishing, despite 66 years of age. A big part of its youthful bassin attitude is credited to a 15-inch size limit in effect on Lake of the Ozarks since 1976.
To boat a 5-fish limit, a 15-inch size bass is a challenge, but that's not what has these tournament pros on edge. It's the weather forecast. Snow, 1 to 4 inches worth, with overnight temperatures dropping into the low 20s and a wind chill factor of 5 degrees, miserable conditions. But perhaps worse for the fishermen than the fish, as Dion Hibden, the world champion and a native of Lake of the Ozarks, explains.
You know, these are northern bass, and they, you know, they're accustomed to this. And besides that, the water temperature is not all that cold right now, and it's not really varying a whole lot. You know, it's, you know, the water temperature is still in the mid-50s, you know, in a lot of places. Gets down in the high 40s in a spot or two, but for the most part, it's in the, you know, it's in the 50s. Well, these fish are kind of used to it, you know, and it's not like this is the first cold front. You know, it's been cool here for a while, so I don't think it'll affect them a whole lot.
Okay, hope you're right, Dion. As to what they're biting, here's Danny Correa's opinion.
There's a lot of keeper bass, a lot of Kentuckys on the bank right now, and with the cold weather and a little bit of wind, I think they'll bite pretty good. It's this time of year when they get on a spinnerbait real well, and there's been a lot of fish caught on a spinnerbait. So I think there'll be a lot of fish caught all different ways, but I think the spinnerbait will be the key bait on this tournament.
What about trying to fish in sub-freezing conditions?
I am a Southern boy. I'm a Texan, and I guarantee it's been cold. I got all the clothes on I can muster.
The fishing, the lake's great. I mean, the lake is full of fish. They're still biting. I mean, I think we'll catch a lot of fish. The weather's going to be a factor as far as keeping your head in the game. I think it's going to get worse probably before the tournament's over, but the fish are going to bite. I think we're going to see a lot of fish caught.
First thing you pick up from these pros about cold weather bassin is keep a positive attitude. Ken Cook's a good role model, but how he's catching bass may surprise you. He's throwing a buzzbait. Now that's really positive thinking.
But hey, go figure. As a rule, you'd think a slow presentation like a jig and pig would be the best tactic. But that's why there are bass tournaments, to learn what works, when, and why. Stay tuned. We'll kick off the Bassmaster Snow Bowl from Lake of the Ozarks next.
Great fish don't just break your line, they break your heart. That's why more fishermen trust Trilene, America's strongest monofilament.
Unmatched performance with no compromises. That's what you get with fifth fuel injection, the new outboard technology breakthrough from Johnson. The Johnson Fast Strike 150 at 175 with fifth fuel injection gives you all the advantages of a two-stroke with all the benefits of a four-stroke. 35% greater fuel economy than a standard two-stroke, fewer moving parts for greater reliability, and an 80% reduction in emissions. It's also the official engine of the Walmart FLW Tour, the Redman Tournament Trail, and the Bassmasters Classic. Call for a free brochure and the name of your nearest Johnson dealer.
Maybe today, spinnerbaits will be spectacular. Perhaps plastics will produce. Or jigs will generate. But no matter what's working, you'll be ready. You've got the system, the Plano tackle system. Plano stowaways, hard boxes and soft-sided bags, and tackle logic wraps. Plano, the system works.
There are sportsmen who don't know the meaning of rain delays, who brave the dark and the chill because they have to. They battle opponents whose blood runs cold and who sleep with their eyes open. At Quantum, fishing is a contact sport.
Lake of the Ozarks in central Missouri, one of the most popular summertime playgrounds for Midwestern vacationers. But this is the off-season. The time is mid-November. The statewide deer season opens this weekend. But for the 330 professional bass fishermen on hand, it's the beginning of the Central Division qualifying for the Bassmasters Classic World Championship this summer.
Most important thing in the boat today, right here.
A propane boat heater provides some welcome relief from the cold. Tim Loper and his partner are going to need it. Loper's fishing some 75 miles from the launch point, an hour and 20-minute run up the twisting Osage River arm to a creek near Warsaw, Missouri. The cold ride will be brutal, but there's reason to do it.
One. I think he may not even geek. It just feels good to get a bite. Yep.
Yesterday at the Day 1 weigh-in, Big Tim Loper of Terry, Mississippi stood out in more ways than one. He checked in a 5 bass limit and 22 pounds 6 ounces. Impressive? In cold front conditions, you bet.
What these fish are doing here is they're really moving into their winter pattern. That's the reason I came up here, because the lake was cooling down so fast each day. And these fish here have been a lot more used to the cool water, because it's been cool up here ever since we've been here. And I figured maybe they would be a little bit more adjusted to it than the fish out there on the main lake that the temperature is dropping several degrees a day. And I've just been swimming this jig and popping it around through these rocks. And then at the boat docks, I try to fish the brush piles behind them. But I really had more bites off of this bluff at the end, right where the boat docks begin.
5 bites might be all you could hope for in this cold. But Tim Loper's 22 pounds 6 ounces wasn't the only bragging bag yesterday. Arkansas's Ricky Scott ranked second with 19 pounds 3 ounces. Texas pro Jay Yellis and Oklahoma's Ken Cook tie for third with 17 pounds 3. And ageless veteran Basil Bacon of Missouri holds down 5th place with 15 pounds 5 ounces. Former Megabucks winner Tommy Biffle is 6th with 15.1, followed by Texan David Wharton, also with 5 bass and 14.9. Out of 330 anglers, only 12 limits for round 1.
Floating boat docks are one key to fishing Lake of the Ozarks, and there's plenty of them to go around. But the success secret is to pinpoint the cover and brush piles planted by crappie fishermen under and around the docks, the piers, and the private boat ramps.
But with the bite slow, this is a game of determination. As Denny Barnes of Webb City, Missouri demonstrates, slow the retrieve to a standstill. Work the lure in short hops. Let it sit. And just maybe, a bass will take it. Jay Yellis, tied for third with Ken Cook, is fishing a jig around sunken brush piles under the docks.
Well, most of this brush is down about 10 to 15 feet or so, maybe a little 16, 17 at the deepest. And the jig I'm fishing is the Berkeley J. Yellis Power Jig, black and blue, ½ ounce, with I'm fishing a little 2-inch Berkeley Frog trailer, plastic trailer. And I'm working it real slow on the bottom. The fish are real lethargic. The water temperature's cold and falling, and you just got to really take your time and work it each dock real slow and methodically, because we'd been on this dock for probably 5 minutes before, and then Dion just hooked the big one there and just lost it. But I mean, they're not wanting to run right out and hit your jig as soon as it gets down there near them. You got to really kind of finesse them into biting. Break them off. Dion, got to throw over there.
Ricky Scott, holding on to second place, has a much different plan of attack.
My primary lure was a Bandit crankbait, and I threw it in most of the fish were out over about 8 foot of water. They're sitting up in the tops of brush piles, and when you'd hit the top of the brush with a crankbait, you just kind of pause it and they just get on there.
We'll have more tips and tactics for deep freeze bassin' coming up. But right now, it's time for Bass Mail, where you Bassmasters viewers ask the pros for how-to answers. Matt Condon of Redding, California writes, "Okay, I'm dragging a Carolina rig over the bottom. How do you detect a strike without mistaking it for bottom structure or weeds?" Here's 5-time B.A.S.S winner Shaw Grigsby Jr. with the answer.
Matt, one of the best things you can do to be able to distinguish a strike when you're Carolina rig fishing is loosen your grip on the rod. A lot of people hold it tight or hold it real tight, and you don't feel much. When the tighter you hold it, the less you feel. So if you loosen your grip, hold it real gentle like a little light bird or live bird in your hand, you'll do better. Another thing is change your grip to where your finger actually touches your line. That gives you direct line contact to the fish, and that'll really increase your sensitivity. A couple of just mechanical things you could do. You could try sensor line. That gives you a lot more sensitivity. A big rod. I use a 7.5 foot flipping stick. That gives me a lot of pickup the line to set the hook. Another thing, high-speed reel. Always helps with Carolina rigging. So all those little details will help you, along with a little high-performance hook that always catches them out there on those humps. Anyway, those things will help. But remember, when you get that bite, you don't necessarily have to sit there and go, well, is it or isn't it? Just hold steady on the rod, let it sit there a second, just steadily increase the tension, and you'll feel something alive. If you do, set the hook. Good luck, Matt.
If you have a question for the Bassmasters pros, write Bass Mail, 8600 Coppertown Lane, Box 404, Dallas, Texas, 75243. We may select your question to answer on the air.
You're not after second best, and all you're gonna follow are the fish. Welcome to the tournament-level performance of the Ranger Sports Series. Cocked, loaded, and priced to move. Once you pull the trigger, the cap you wear won't be the only thing blown away.
Top professional fishermen are calling the Terminator Titanium Spinnerbait the most revolutionary spinnerbait ever. The Terminator has a patent-pending titanium snapback frame that doesn't bend and break like ordinary stainless steel baits. It gives up to 50% more vibration and always runs true no matter what abuse it gets. The exclusive quick skirt system allows anglers to change skirt colors while trying to pattern fish without destroying the skirt. Go to your local tackle dealer and pick up your Terminator today.
Oh, did you see that one jump?
It's all about time. Taking the time to enjoy the simple things.
Yeah. Whoa, Dad, look at that. Whoa, he's really fighting me.
Bass Pro Shops helps make that time special.
Great. Good job. I'll bet that fish weighed 10 pounds. Right, Dad?
After all, they grow so fast.
There it is. I need help. Are you there? Scott. You got it? Ah! I like it like that. I like it like that. What I'm fishing with is a Strike King Denny Briar Pro Model jig. It's a 1/2 ounce. I'm using a #1 brown chunk, and Texas Craw is the color.
Tim Loper is a straight shooter with our Bassmasters TV crew. But BASS Weighmaster Dewey Kendrick can't get a straight answer to his question.
Oh, they were all about 4 pounds apiece. Good fish. What'd you catch them on?
I don't remember.
You don't remember, okay.
No, it's a real distinct pattern. You just have to cover a whole lot of water. When you get in the right little stretches, they're easy to catch, really.
What are you catching them on?
A different bait.
In the state of Missouri, 27 years ago is unbeatable, and doing pretty good right now, too.
You wouldn't want to tell them what this magic bait is, would you?
Probably not.
Okay. Good weight. You want to tell everybody what you caught them on, Rick?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay, thank you.
When the bite's slow, the pros get lockjaw too. For sure, Ricky Scott is not ready to talk out loud. The Van Buren, Arkansas angler climbs atop the Day 2 leaderboard with 32 pounds 5 ounces. Tim Loper slips to second with 30 pounds 10 ounces. Basil Bacon moves to third, followed by Chris Randall and Tommy Biffle. Jay Ellis drops from third to sixth. Ken Cook slips to seventh, ahead of Terry Conley, Kip Burnett, and Tommy Martin. Among the leaders, only Ricky Scott and Basil Bacon check in limits. Just 7 5-bass limits are scored. Day 3. Finally, the final round of the Bassmaster Missouri Invitational. The weather has not changed. It's still cold and miserable. Tournament leader Ricky Scott is hopeful his crankbait, worked over sunken brush, will yield 5 more bites. Another limit today would surely cap his first BASS victory.
Got off.
Tough break for Ricky Scott, but he's new to the game. He'll get other chances. However, you can't help but pull for Basil Bacon. He's been out here on the tournament trail for 27 years, and his opportunities may be numbered. But despite the cold conditions, you can't count him out.
That's bound to be the thing, is lucky, because that's what I've been all week. I was irritated and aggravated with having to fish a tournament this far north, this time of the year when you know it's going to snow. I didn't even go practice. I went out the first day for about 4 hours and set this pattern. Went out the second day for about 4 hours and just piddled around a little bit. I didn't even go out the third day. Think I might try that again someday.
Sure, Basil. But folks, this old dog can still hunt. He knows all the slick tricks.
Well, what I'm doing with this bait, primarily, it's 3/8-inch spinnerbait with a real long arm on it. And got two great big copper blades, like a buddy of mine once said. It looked like lids off two surf cans or something like that. They got a number 5 and a number 7 on there. It's the ones I like to use. And throw them out, and just as soon as it hits the water, just like a buzz bait, you have it coming at you, and it makes a great big ripple. And you just make that wake all the way back to the boat. What that's doing, I believe, is simulating, especially this time of the year, these big shad. They have so many of them in these lakes in Missouri. They skid out across the top of the water and make that wake, and that's what the bass go after. And I think that's why it works so good. Sounds good anyhow. There we go. That's the one I've been looking for. That's the one I've been looking for. You want to help me lick him? That's a good fish. That's a good fish. That's a good fish. We ain't gonna hurry him none. We ain't gonna hurry him none. Oh boy. Good fish. Coming at you, son. All right. All right. You're a good man. You're a handy dude to have around a boat, you know that? Full time, we're getting close to coffee time. Told you it'd work, didn't I? Another hour or two, I'll quit shaking and get back to fishing. See, even old men get excited when they catch a fish.
We've got an old-fashioned tug-of-war for the tournament lead. Ricky Scott's pattern is still paying off.
I can't get up. Maybe, baby, maybe. Number 5. Coffee time.
Basil Bacon's won twice on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. He's about due for another victory. His last win came in 1981. Basil's technique of waking a spinnerbait on the surface will work when conditions are right. If you want to know how to adjust your bassing tactics, here's a tip. Read Bassmaster magazine. It's the know-how book of the pros, but you've got to be a member of Bass to get Bassmaster. Here's how you can join right now.
For over 30 years, Bass has been teaching anglers how to become better bass fishermen like the pros. Get this powerful know-how and more as a Bass member. You'll receive 10 issues a year of Bassmaster magazine and 11 other exclusive benefits. Call now and I'll send you this free tackle pack, Hank Parker's Vampire Lure, Berkeley's Power Craw and Trilene Line, and the Winning Secrets of the Bass Pros book. Join now at the special anniversary rate of only $1.25 a month. Call 1-800-501-6334.
All right. If you're looking for comfort, Jersey's has it. If you're looking for clothing that's easy to care for, Jersey's has that. And if you're looking for more styles and colors than you've got fingers and toes, well, we got that too. Can you believe it? That is what you want, isn't it? Jersey's. That's with a Z.
Well, it's put-up time. There's $40,000 on the line for the winner of the Bassmaster Missouri Invitational. For sure, Basil Bacon's in the hunt. He's bagged 5 nice keepers. Tim Loper, the first-day leader, retakes the top spot with 7 pounds 15 ounces. But his 38 pounds 9 ounces may not hold. Jay Yellis, in 6th place yesterday, is loaded.
18 pounds, 7 ounces, 18.7. New leader.
First day I had a good day, and my mistake yesterday when I only caught one was I went back to the same docks that I caught them the first day. So I didn't do that today. I went to all new water today, and I just tried to run a pattern. I caught 18 pounds, so.
Well, congratulations. That's the biggest stringer today. You're now leading this tournament.
Now, yesterday's leader, Ricky Scott, 6 pounds, 4 ounces. The big fish lost at the boat will haunt him, but he's tied for second with Tim Loper. Can it be? Basil Bacon, the old pro, winning in front of the home folks?
He does have a limit of fish. Needs 14.3 to take over the lead. Basil Bacon's weight is 13 pounds even, 13 even.
So the comeback kid, Jay Yellis, edges the veteran pro Basil Bacon for the Bassmaster Missouri Invitational title. Jay's slow presentation with that jig pays off with 11 bass and 41 pounds 4 ounces. Basil finishes with 40 pounds 2 ounces and 15 bass, the only angler to score a limit each day. Right now, it's time for the Pros Pointer, the tournament champion's winning tip, brought to you by Wrangler Rugged Wear. Geared for the outdoors.
You know, when conditions get as tough as they were this week up here in Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri, you really have to slow down your presentation, and that was the key to my success. You know, we've had snow for 3 straight days. It was 22 degrees this morning. It's cold, and that really puts the bass off the bite. They're really in a real lethargic mood, and I had to work my jig super slowly on the bottom to catch my fish this week. The jig I was using was a 1/2 ounce Berkeley J. Yellis power jig. It's a bait I designed for Berkeley last year. It's got a black and blue power bait enhanced skirt and a 2-inch Berkeley Power Frog plastic trailer. And the fact that this bait was enhanced with the scent of power bait was a real key to my success, because those fish were so slow, so lethargic, and I really feel like as they followed that jig along the bottom as I crawled it really slowly, they could smell the power bait, and it made a difference. It made me get a few extra bites, which was enough to win the tournament. So try this jig next time you go. It'll put an extra fish or 2 in the boat for you.
Wrangler, the perfect jean for your 10-year-old son. And your 10-year-old husband. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
Pine Lake, 3 friends, 3 pair of Wrangler jeans. Everybody's comfortable, even the fish. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
Next week, the Bassmasters put you in the boat with one of the fastest rising stars on the tournament trail, Davey Height, the 1997 Bass Angler of the Year. Davey's rise to the top of professional bass fishing has been a skyrocket to success. If you've ever thought about joining the tournament trail, join us right here on TNN Outdoors for the Davey Height story. And catch up on all the bassin' news on the web at www.bassmaster.com. For the Bassmasters, I'm Bob Cobb. See you all next week.
I knew it was a big fish. I was so mad, but thanks to, I just got to thank God for His grace. I made a mistake, but I went back and tried him again about noon. I went back to the same slip. I threw my jig in there, and I caught that fish. It was a 6-pounder. And I only had 5 bites today, so that was a real blessing, because I tell you, when you make a mistake like that, it would have cost me the tournament, just a mental blunder, but I was able to come back and get a second shot at it.
Now learn the bass catching secrets of the Bassmaster Tournament Trail Pros. Coming next on the Bassmasters, right here on TNN Outdoors.
Fine bass, all smallmouth, in the weight, 29 pounds, 1 ounce. There you go. Boom, folks, that is a killer. 30 pounds, call it. That's a 6-pound average.
5 smallmouth bass, 29 pounds 1 ounce. A stunning one-day effort for Florida's Chuck Economou. Maybe the best bag of smallmouth bass over 30 years on the Bass Angler Sportsman Society's tournament trail. But not unexpected here. We're in trophy class smallmouth bassin waters.
Where is the world's best smallmouth bass trophy waters? Without a doubt, it's the Tennessee River TVA impoundments, shared by Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee. In the special category of big bronzeback bass, Pickwick and Wilson Lakes have few rivals. Today, the Bassmasters drop anchor in Florence, Alabama for the $317,000 Kmart Bassmaster Top 100 tournament. Although places like Dale Hollow, Lake Erie, or Bull Shoals have big reputations for big smallies, here at Pickwick and Wilson, big is over 6 pounds. A 5-pounder is common. The bragging size starts at 7 pounds.
Look at this, people. Look at this. Look at this, people. 7 pounds and 7 ounces, folks. Let's give them a good hand.
Some folks claim the rougher the weather, the better smallmouths bite. Well, these Bassmasters are going to have every opportunity to test that theory. Strong winds, high waves, and changing conditions. But that's typical bass tournament weather. Stay tuned. The Bassmasters will be right back.
Going early, staying late, and never being content with what others call good enough. At Ranger, we've spent 30 years pushing the limits, going the distance, head-to-head with some of the toughest tournament challenges out there. It's the ultimate proof that we got our stripes the old-fashioned way. We earned them.
There are sportsmen who don't know the meaning of rain delays, who brave the dark and the chill because they have to. They battle opponents whose blood runs cold and who sleep with their eyes open. At Quantum, fishing is a contact sport.
Hey fella, see you're protecting your investment there.
Yeah, Lubrimatic TCW3.
For lubrication protection,
Lubrimatic is automatic.
That's what we say. But don't forget your other equipment, that lawnmower you have there, that chainsaw, your ATV.
Hey, got it covered. If it moves, it needs protection.
Lubrimatic is automatic.
Yes, it is.
If you want to protect your investment.
Lubrimatic, it's automatic.
Big fish don't just break your line, they break your heart. That's why more fishermen trust Trilene, America's strongest monofilament.
If your quest is for a career catch, a trophy-sized smallmouth bass, there's one likely starting point: the tail race waters below Wilson Dam at Florence, Alabama. Here, 5 to 7 pound smallies are regularly hooked by drift fishing with hair jigs or live bait. The oldest TVA impoundment in Alabama, Wilson Lake made the record books in 1950 by yielding a world record 10.5 pound smallmouth bass. But Wilson's 16,000 acres has lately been dwarfed by the 43,000 acre Pickwick as the prime smallmouth spot. Pickwick is expected to get most of the attention from the 115 professional anglers and amateur partners fishing the Kmart Bassmaster Alabama Top 100 over the next 3 days. But as good as Pickwick is regarded, weather conditions may be the deciding factor in who takes home the $75,000 first place purse.
Really, the main thing is that severe cold front we had go through here last week. It's got the water temperature drop down to about 49 or 50 degrees, and the fish are real erratic, and in fact, they're just almost impossible for me to catch.
Tennessee pro Charlie Ingram is no stranger to Pickwick.
I caught 2 over 7 on back-to-back casts one day here, and it's not uncommon to catch a 8-pounder, really, for that matter, and every year they catch one between 9 and 10 here. So we could see some real big smallmouth come in this lake. The fishing, unfortunately, is a little off right now, I think, because of the cold weather that we had here last week. Got down to 11 degrees, and they really haven't recovered from that yet.
David Fritz believes the low water will work for him.
The lake is a little bit low down for the winter drawdown, which makes it good. It makes it where you can see a lot of the stumps and see the channel edges, and makes it a little easier to run. And also it positions the fish a little bit better. So I like that. I mean, you know, a lot of these fish are in eddies. Anywhere the water breaks away from the bank and you got a little swirl, that's where a lot of these fish are at, and that's the kind of things I've been looking for. So the low water is going to help me, and I think it's going to help everybody.
David's using 2 lures, a local smallmouth favorite, the smoke grub, and a gold-colored crankbait.
This is a smoke zoom Pat Albert, and I rigged it on a little, actually it's almost like it's not really a jig head, so to say, but yet it is.
The grub imitates the primary shad forage on Pickwick. During the March-April period, crawfish are the favored fare. Notice the color pattern on David's crankbait.
This is one of my key baits that I caught most of my fish on. This is a Rapala Risto Wrap. It runs about 6 or 7 foot deep, using it on 10-pound test sensor line.
North Carolina's Chris Bumgardner has hit on a real hot hole.
We pulled up on one spot and we caught 6 keepers off that one spot, including a 6-pound. Smallmouth and a 7-pound largemouth off that same spot.
What Chris has located in Cane Creek is really a hot hole. The Colbert steam plant discharges into the creek. The water temperature here is 10 degrees warmer than the main lake.
Some fish that probably live in here, and there's some that probably migrate in here in the winter. And you know the warm water attracts the shad in the winter. And them fish are probably just more or less following them shad. Catch one, he's fat and healthy. He might not be 15 inches, but he's usually fat. A lot of spotted bass in here. That's mostly what they're catching, but they don't measure up.
A keeper bass in this Kmart, Alabama Top 100, whether a spotted, smallmouth, or largemouth, must measure at least 15 inches long. The daily tournament limit is 5 bass. With all the talk and fishing focus on smallmouths, there's a tendency to overlook the largemouth bassin. But at the day 1 weigh-in, the largemouth rules.
Folks, watch it and watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it. Come on. 28 pounds, boom, on the money. 28 pounds, 1 ounce. Mark it, 28 pounds and 1 ounce. Right on it. Let's hold them up. Largemouth, people. Don't that blow your head off, brother? Huh? Don't that blow you? Just take your underwear and blow them down to your knees. Now, I tell you what, he's not pretty, but these bass are pretty, isn't they?
Well, so much for the pre-tournament smallmouth hype. The Hemphill Texas Pro leads by over 6 pounds. Mark Menendez, with a mixed bag of largemouth and smallmouth, ranks second with 21 pounds 11 ounces. 4-time world champion Rick Clunn, with 20 pounds 11 ounces, is third, followed by Chris Bumgardner with 2010, and 2-time Angler of the Year Kevin VanDam with 20 pounds 5 ounces. David Fritz scores 18 pounds 3 ounces to claim 6th place. Rick Morris, Carl Maxfield, Kevin Worth, and Tommy Biffle round out the top 10 leaderboard.
By 8:25, I believe it was, I caught my 5th keeper, and it kind of slowed down after that. The current started picking up from them raising the lake level. And I could not fish the area nearest Thilveros. Hopefully they will be in there again tomorrow, but the way the lake level is changing, there's no real telling.
Mark Menendez is more confident his pattern will hold true.
If we do have a major weather change, these particular fish aren't going anywhere. They're out there waiting for the weather conditions to get right to go in and spawn. And we're a long way from that right now. So I think they'll be fine. I think they'll be out there. Just depends if it's a bright blue day, it may make a little difference, but I think they'll stay put. I hope so anyway.
Maybe today, spinnerbaits will be spectacular. Perhaps plastics will produce. Or jigs will generate. But no matter what's working, you'll be ready. You've got the system, the Plano tackle system. Plano stowaways, hard boxes and soft-sided bags, and Tackle Logic wraps. Plano, the system works.
Oh yeah, there he is.
5.
Another one.
4.
That's all.
3.
Oh, good fish, good.
2.
Oh, son.
1.
That's a limit.
Ignition. Liftoff. We have liftoff.
The days of ordinary spinnerbaits have just been terminated. Terminator titanium spinnerbaits.
All right. If you're looking for comfort, Jersey's has it. If you're looking for clothing that's easy to care for, Jersey's has that. And if you're looking for more styles and colors than you've got fingers and toes, well, we got that too. Can you believe it? That is what you want, isn't it? Jersey's. That's with a Z.
Day 2, smallmouth bassin weather. Mark Menendez in second place has his hands full trying to control a rampaging brown bass. Amateur partner Steve Dover tries to lend a helping hand, but his line wraps up in Mark's line. Now, smallmouth fishing is supposed to be exciting, pulse-pounding. For sure, Mark Menendez agrees.
Yeah, I got him now. I got him now. This is a big one. Get in. All right. How's that for some excitement? Woo! That's the right kind, kids. That's the right kind.
This is Wilson Lake, the 12-mile-long reservoir located between Pickwick and Wheeler Lakes. From the tournament launch site at McClelland Park, anglers can lock into Wilson. Mark's fishing a series of points in the McKernan Creek area.
I've really got them keyed on 3 or 4 little areas when I'm fishing a jerkbait, a suspended jerkbait, and it has to have a little something that sticks out in the water. Straight banks, cliff banks are not working very well. You can get a bite or two there, but if it's got a little extension, a little key area on a point, that's the area that I'm catching on. Boat needs to be in about 25 feet of water. The fish are suspended up in 8 or 10 or 12 feet of water and coming up to get the bait.
Oh yeah, he'll work. He'll certainly work. He's all hooked up. Pick him up. He's back to me. He's back to me. See him right there? Right there. Right there. Bear hug him. Got him? All right. All right. All right. That makes 4, guys. It looks like a bluff bank, but there's a little key little point that sticks out there, and they're suspended out in about 12, 14 feet of water over 25. I caught about a 3.5 pounder here in practice, and saw the fish and left them. I'm fishing a rogue, a 5.5-inch rogue that is a non-suspending model that I've made suspend. I'm also out here throwing a crankbait, and I'm making them suspend, getting them down a little bit deeper. The key to my success has been
fishing with 8-pound triple fish line, the light line has been the key. It gets the bait down deeper and gives the bait a better action. And the triple fishes are super strong lines, so that's been the key elements to it. And the other thing is just being very patient and not fishing very fast. There are other people fishing this pattern, but I think they're fishing a lot faster than I am. And by fishing good and slow, long jerks, long pauses between jerks, I've been lucky enough to get some awfully good strikes.
Catching smallmouth on light line and a jerkbait takes patience, all right. Not only in working the lure, but after a big brown bass takes the bait, be patient. Watch how Virginia pro Rick Morris plays this fish. Rick's keeping a low rod tip, hoping the bass won't jump and rip the hooks loose. He's working his drag and on guard if the smallmouth makes a run after seeing the boat. Rick's coaching his partner on how to handle a fish when landing it. With a mouthful of hooks, lip landing a smallmouth with an attitude is really not advised.
Hands underneath, drop her in the boat, roll right up, there you go, like a pro.
Woo. Well, that's one sure-handed method to put a big smallmouth in the boat, right? Well, maybe. A few minutes later, same situation, same angler, same partner. Watch what happens. Rick Morris has played this bass for better than 2 minutes, and despite 2 sky-high leaps, he keeps the fish hooked up by hand-mending his drag and line. Unfortunately, on this catch, we had some audio problems with Rick's wireless microphone, but maybe it's just as well. Watch closely. Everything seems to be in order. Play the fish carefully. Tell your partner to get ready. Okay, same drill as last time, right? Use both hands, just scoop him up into the boat, a piece of cake. No sweat, Rick. Sorry we lost the audio on that video, but about now we'd had to bleep bleep a few comments, I'm sure. But that's bass fishing, the thrill of victory, the agony of angling.
And how true the story for Eason Dowden. Yesterday, a hero. Today, 0. After scoring 28 pounds, 1 ounce yesterday, Eason is empty-handed at the Day 2 weigh-in.
Are you embarrassed about it?
No, after the practice I had, I knew anything could happen any day of the tournament. I was fortunate yesterday to get 7 good keeper bites, and today it just didn't happen.
With Eason Dowden's bad luck, it's good luck for Kentucky's Mark Menendez, the Day 2 leader. Mark's 5 bass limit of 20 pounds gives him a 2-day total of 41 pounds, 11 ounces. David Fritz charges up the leaderboard into second place with a 22-pound, 6-ounce bag. Rick Clunn holds tight to third, followed by Tommy Biffle climbing from 10th into 4th. And Chuck Economou with 31 pounds, 13 ounces is 5th. Chuck weighs in 29 pounds, 1 ounce, believed to be the heaviest smallmouth creel in Bassmaster tournament trail history. But a 4-minute late penalty trimmed his official creel by 4 pounds. A late check-in deducts 1 pound per minute. Despite Eason Dowden's unlucky day, yesterday's leader slips only to 9th place. Jeff Fletcher, Roland Martin, Stanley Mitchell, and Rob Kilby all move into the top 10 with strong showings today. So how do the leaders size up the final round tomorrow?
It was quite a different day today. It was the weather became quite a factor. I've been surfing for the last 8 hours out there, and it was really rough. And it was better than a ride at Disneyland, I guarantee you. I got 5 bites today. Really fortunate to catch those 5.
I probably could have caught a 25 or 26 pound bag today, but I still don't know what to catch in this tournament. I keep holding back for tomorrow, so I don't know. I really think I can, with a little bit of luck, I could catch 25 pounds tomorrow.
For over 30 years, Bass has been teaching anglers how to become better bass fishermen like the pros. Get this powerful know-how and more as a Bass member. You'll receive 10 issues a year of Bassmaster magazine and 11 other exclusive benefits. Call now and I'll send you this free tackle pack, Hank Parker's Vampire Lure, Berkeley's Power Craw and Trilene Line, and the Winning Secrets of the Bass Pros book. Join now at the special anniversary rate of only $1.25 a month. Call 1-800-501-6334.
If you're going for trophy fish, Kmart's the first place to stop. Kmart's got your reel, Highly tuned bait cast and spinning reels. Kmart's got your rod, the length and the action you're looking for. Famous name brands at Kmart low prices all the time. And now Kmart is the Bass Angler Sportsman Society headquarters for all your fishing needs. Kmart, we're talking serious fishing here. 100% graphite Mitchell Tradition rods. On sale now at Kmart for a low $14.99.
You know, Kelly makes a safari tire for just about every light truck driver on the road. Or off. For people into social climbing or just socializing. For people who run rivers or errands. For people who think trucks are for hauling or for hauling. You'll never believe it, but they even make safari tires for people who think this is a great fishing hole.
Day 3, final round of the Kmart Bassmaster Alabama Top 100. Tournament leader Mark Menendez is rocking and rolling again off the underwater points on Wilson Lake. He owns a 1 pound, 2 ounce advantage over David Fritz to start this morning. And with this big smallmouth bass in the boat, Mark's off to a jump start to winning his first B.A.S.S. championship.
Wind, waves, and a strong current. Not a good combination for David Fritz to face this morning. He's fishing a more precise pattern. Boat control is important to his success.
Throwing a gold Risto rat to catch most of them, and in fact that's what I've caught all the big ones on, and just covering a lot of fish, just little points, fishing shallow, probably most of the fish in 3 to 5 foot of water.
Lock and load, rock and roll. Mark Menendez is on a winning roll.
Bear hugging. It'll work. That's number 2.
David Fritz is at the mercy of the wind. His boat is being blown about. He's having to drift fish, but still he's scratching out a few bites on his gold-colored crankbait.
Mark Menendez gets another strike on his suspending jerkbait. He's catching both smallmouth and largemouth on the rocky points.
That's number 3, boys.
Yesterday, the wind worked to Chuck Economou's advantage. The wave action moved bait fish over the series of humps he's fishing in the dam area on Pickwick Lake. But today, Chuck's having to adjust his game plan.
These humps come up to about 6 feet, and they drop off to about 20 to 30 feet on the sides. And I've been noticing the bait fish today are about 10 feet down off the sides, and yesterday it was marking about 8 feet. And basically those fish were, the big fish were sitting right off the edge of 6 to 8 feet of water. Today, nothing so far, not the big ones anyway. I haven't figured a way to catch them deep, so I'm just gonna have to wait for them to come up and feed and catch them on these jerk baits.
And as for Mark Menendez, well, he's having a lot more thrills today than any ride he could imagine at Disneyland.
Coming to you. Bear hugging, bear hugging. Woo!
William, don't slow me down. 18 pound. Eight ounces, 18.8. Hey! Boom! That'll win this thing. This will blow everybody away. I believe there's only 2 more people that got a chance to beat him. Hold up, just a couple of the biggest. Folks, this is what it's about. Mark Menendez is a man, for those who just joined us, that caught the largest bass in bass history. 13 pounds and 9 ounces last year, that spring.
So it's only fitting Mark Menendez blows the competition away with a 3-day total of 60 pounds, 3 ounces. Mark surfed his way to his first B.A.S.S. win by over a 7-pound margin. Chuck Economou, with a 21-pound, 3-ounce finish, ranks second with 53 pounds. David Fritz drops to third, followed by Rick Clunn. Kevin Worth jumps to fifth with the day's best effort, 23 pounds, 9 ounces. In the amateur division, Gordon Harden leads it wire to wire to win a fully rigged $22,000 Ranger bass boat powered by an OMC outboard. the Savannah, Tennessee angler from the back of the boat caught 42 pounds, 5 ounces. Right now, it's time for the Pros Pointer, the tournament champion's winning tip. Brought to you by Wrangler Rugged Wear, geared for the outdoors.
He got him.
A suspending jerkbait is an absolute great way to go. It's one of my favorite baits, and it's one of the only techniques I know that you can bring the bass to your bait. The threadfin and gizzard shad are dying at this time of year, and a suspending jerkbait brings it right to focus. It's exactly what the fish are looking for. It's moving around the same way those dying shad are, and it looks like an easy bite. The techniques that I like with this, I like to weight my baits. We're using a little bit of sinker here, using suspend strips to get the perfect neutral buoyancy. To do that, use cold water in your sink and kitchen sink. Make sure your buoyancy is just where it's very slowly rising, or just a dead stop. You don't want it to sink.
Wrangler, the perfect jean for your 10-year-old son. And your 10-year-old husband. Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans.
Pine Lake, 3 friends, 3 pair of Wrangler jeans. Everybody's comfortable, even the fish. Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans.
Next week, the Bassmasters drop anchor at Missouri's Lake of the Ozarks, and right in the middle of an early winter storm. Join us right here on TNN Outdoors for the Central Division Missouri Bassmaster Invitational, and we'll find out how the pros cope with a blizzard. Or catch up on all the bassin' news on the web at www.bassmaster.com. See you all next week.
Thank you, Ray. I tell you, there's been so many good things happen to me over the last year, particularly almost a year ago catching Miss Patty and all the things that went with that. This just really tops it off. I think I'm going to remember this week even more.
Well, you've done a fabulous job, and always your credit to our organization. You know, it's real tough. A lot of great men out there don't quite get to this position in winning a tournament, and of course, as you say, catching the largest bass in the history of our society, but congratulations to you.
I want to thank you for letting me have a job. It's the best show in town, and I don't think anything else will ever top it.
Now, learn the bass catching techniques of the Bassmaster Tournament Trail Pros. Coming next on the Bassmasters, right here on TNN Outdoors. If you could go bass fishing anywhere in the world, where's your best bet? Well, here's a clue. Today, the Bassmaster Tournament Trail heads to Northeast Georgia and Richard B. Russell Reservoir for the Kmart Georgia Top 100. This 26,600-acre Corps of Engineers impoundment on the Savannah River is getting a reputation as a fish factory. Sandwiched between the larger and better-known Hartwell and Clarks Hill lakes, the little brother Richard B. Russell has matured as a bass fishery, perhaps the best in the Southeast.
But timing can be everything. What a difference a season makes. Mother Nature can play some dirty tricks, such as the last time the pros were here in late fall. Sub-freezing temperatures, nasty weather, and tight-lipped bass.
I'd never been here before, but after I'd left here in November, I didn't think there was any fish in this lake. If you got 1 or 2 bites a day, you're really doing something. And all the local people told us, said, boy, y'all ought to come here in the spring. This thing is full of bass. They're right.
The key word, spring. The magic time when the bass leave their deep water winter homes and crowd into the shallow water pockets. Be here in April. As the local Deep South Bassmasters predict, when the dogwood's in bloom, the bass are on the banks.
It's springtime. Bass are in various stages. Pre-spawn, fish on the beds, and post-spawn bass moving toward deep water areas. Figuring out where and when is the key to success. And fortunately, a wide variety of lures produce strikes.
I'm fishing an area of the lake where the water is a little bit cooler. It's about 58 degrees, and that's a real key to my pattern right now because I'm catching the fish that aren't really interested in spawning. They're just starting to move up and starting to get shallow and get real active shallow. I'm using real basic techniques to catch them. I'm flipping and I'm using a spinnerbait, both up on the bank. I'm flipping something a little unique. It's been out in Bassmasters. It's a hot lure right now. What I'm flipping is a tube bait. It's larger than a normal size tube bait that most people are familiar with. It's about 4 inches long. It's about a ½ inch in diameter. It's a little bit harder plastic than most tube baits are, and that's what I'm using to catch my fish.
A lot of those fish are I feel like they're spawning or trying to bed, and they were ticking the bait and hitting at it, and I'd hook them on the trailer hook and they'd jump off, so I changed. I made a change and went to a bigger blade, bigger bait.
The fish are basically doing 3 different things. A lot of the guys, as you're seeing, are running to the backs of pockets, and they're fishing for the fish that are actually in the spawning process, and some of them are still guarding fry back there that are just finishing up, and there's probably some fish moving up to spawn right now with the full moon coming in. But the fish I've basically been keying on today and the last 2 days have been the post-spawn fish that have pulled out.
So which pattern do you favor? Catch them pre-spawn? Catch them off the beds, or go for the post-spawn fish? Stay tuned to find out the winning pattern. I'm Bob Cobb. The Bassmasters will be right back from the granite capital of the world, Elberton, Georgia, with the Kmart Georgia Top 100 Tournament.
Our competitors seem to have forgotten. Steel is stronger than plastic. Cold-rolled 12-gauge steel that will stand up to anything your trolling motor might see before you do. Steel that won't bend or flex when you crank 107 pounds of thrust against it. Men of steel, nerves of steel, shafts of steel, not plastic. Motor Guide. Take on the world.
Big fish don't just break your line, they break your heart. That's why more fishermen trust Trilene, America's strongest monofilament.
When it's time to find the big one, do what these guys do. Trust Raytheon, the world's leader in marine electronics. Whether it's bass, walleye, catfish, or crappie, your edge is Raytheon technology. More power, more pixels, and more performance, all in an easy-to-use package that gives you more for your money. Ask for Raytheon at your sporting goods store, then set your sights on more fish. If they're there, Raytheon will find them.
Richard B. Russell State Park, launch point for the $316,000 Kmart Bassmaster Georgia Top 100. The best pros on the B.A.S.S. tournament trail paired with amateur partners. The winner nets $75,000 in cash and awards, including a fully rigged Ranger bass boat. The fishing conditions? Perfect. Until last night. The lake level is rising following heavy downpours. Red clay mud rolling into the backwater spawning areas. Visibility will be difficult for sight fishermen. Once again, Mother Nature turns nasty.
A favorite springtime lure on Lake Russell is a trick worm. It's also called a floating worm. Rigged Texas style with a weedless hook and a swivel, tied a foot or so ahead. The lure is twitched and slowly sinks. The action is the trigger. Nothing in nature resembles the bright yellow or glow orange colors. But bass strike it, as Georgia pro Cliff Kraft shows us here with this acrobatic 4-pound largemouth.
The rising lake level, coming up more than a foot overnight, presents a problem, as Mark Davis explains.
a lot of these fish, the bigger fish, they're established in their little bedding areas right now. And now that the lake has come up, there may be new fish move up with that water, but I feel like the big fish that are already established in these pockets are going to stay put where they're at. So that means I'm going to have to slow my worm down, let it go even deeper.
Mark's changing up between a spinnerbait and the floating worm. A heavier leader line is a key to the worm rig.
I'm fishing on a 10-pound super silver thread line, rigged on a spinning rod, a medium heavy spinning rod, and I've got I use a heavy line and I make a little leader out of a heavy line, about 15-pound test or 14-pound test. With 10-pound test, if you hook a big fish, like a 5-6-pound fish, and he has the worm down deep in his throat or way down in his mouth, I like that little piece of, right there, maybe you could see it, of that heavier line for that leader. And I've had a lot of big fish in the past saw me off by fighting, and they'll saw that 10-pound test line in two. But with that little bit of leader down there, it's a little insurance. On that fish is exactly what we were talking about. The lake's coming up, and that fish was in this little indention right there, a little bedding area. And you see how far out off the bank it was when I got the strike. Normally with a floating worm, you know you're catching them up there shallow. I'm having to let the worm go down, and it's a hard way to fish. You gotta have a lot of patience to let that worm go down, go down, go down. You don't see the strike. All you do, you feel a little bit of weight, you check it, and then you got him. The good thing about the floating worm and fishing it that way is when a good bass, once he ever picks it up, he's not gonna spit it out. And he'll swim with it long enough for you to figure out what's going on, but it's kind of tricky. And I probably caught that fish 7 foot deep.
We'll have more tips and tactics for springtime bassin' coming up. But right now, it's time for Bass Mail, where you ask the pros questions. Robert Jones of Peoria, Illinois writes, high muddy water is a problem with fishing the river in the spring. What's a good lure for such conditions? Here's Bassmaster Superstars champion O.T. Fears with his suggestion.
Okay, this is a spinnerbait that I used to win the Superstars tournament. The reason that I was using this particular bait on the Illinois River was that the water was extremely dirty. I used both of these. One was when I was fishing. This is a little heavier, half-ounce head on this particular bait. And if you'll notice that it has a chartreuse, yellow, and white skirt, very visible in dirty water. Another thing that increases the visibility is the red fluorescent blade or kicker blade that I use on the front of the main blade. The reason that I use this combination is that over several years I've discovered that the bait actually shows up better to fish in dirty water. The other thing that I had in my favor was that I was using a prototype blade that I've developed for bulldog lures. This blade has an extreme amount of vibration to it, so that in dirty water, the fish have a tendency to locate this bait better, faster, and they strike it with great intensity.
If you have a question for the Bassmaster pros, write B.A.S.S. Mail, 8600 Coppertown Lane, Box 101, Dallas, Texas, 75243. We may answer your question on the air.
Of course, sooner or later, you'll have to go home.
There are sportsmen who don't know the meaning of rain delays, who brave the dark and the chill because they have to. They battle opponents whose blood runs cold and who sleep with their eyes open. Fishing is a contact sport.
Oh, did you see that one jump?
It's all about time. Taking the time to enjoy the simple things.
Yeah. Whoa, Dad, look at that. Whoa, he's really fighting me.
Bass Pro Shops helps make that time special.
Great. Good job.
I'll bet that fish weighed 10 pounds. Right, Dad?
After all, they grow so fast.
Welcome to the wonderful world of activewear. That's stuff you wear when you're, you know, active. Like this, from Jerseys, with the big, comfortable cut and the kind of construction that lets you wash, wear, and, well, wiggle around as much as you like. Jersey style, without worrying about a thing. So, wiggle on, won't you? In Jerseys. That's, with a Z.
Right here, Mark Davis, Mount Ida, Arkansas. Let's give him a nice hand as his fish come to the scale. Watch the bob cob. 22 pounds, 4 ounces, boom.
Today, it got a little tougher, and I figured it would. But with the front and the storms that went through last night, but I still able to get some big bites. So whether I can get them again tomorrow, I don't know.
So Mark Davis, the former Angler of the Year, is on a roll again. A 5 bass limit and 22 pounds 4 ounces. A 2 pound 2 ounce margin over Texas pro Clark Wendland. Roland Martin, a 19-time winner, ranks third with 19 pounds 9 ounces. Georgia's Stanley Mitchell is in fourth place with 18 pounds 7 ounces, followed by Pete Glusick, 18 pounds 1 ounce, and the big bass of the day, a 7-pounder worth a $1,000 bonus.
Both tournament leaders are fishing the lower end of the lake. Mark Davis is targeting spotting bass in the shallow water coves, but Clark Wendland has a much different game plan.
I'm catching these fish, most of them on riprap, and nobody's really fishing it right now. I'm throwing a bulldog spinnerbait and a VanDam super needle floating worm. And if it's wind blown, I'll throw a spinnerbait. If it's not, I'll throw a floating worm. I'm also catching some back in the pockets and that are basically spawning fish. And there's a lot of people doing that, and the pressure's just going to get to it, I'm afraid.
The early bite for Mark Davis has been on his spinnerbait, but this morning he's had to slow the retrieve.
I've been, it's changed. I was reeling the thing real high, and the water was a lot clearer, and it'd come up after it. But now yesterday, the water got stained up from the wind and the rain and all, and you had to more or less slow roll it, especially to catch the bigger fish. You catch the small fish still reeling it up high, but the bigger fish, they want it kind of crawling through that outside edge of those weeds. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good one. Thank you, sir.
Roland Martin started this morning in third place, 2 pounds 11 ounces shy of the lead. His switch to a spinnerbait is working wonders.
The wind's blowing in a lot of bait, and consequently a spinnerbait for this kind of water is perfect. So there's fish here, and I'm going to work it kind of slow into the wind, run that spinnerbait over the grass. When I get to the edge of the grass, I kind of let it flutter down. There's one. It's at least my third keeper, a little 1.5 pound, 2 pound fish. 19 pounds and 10 ounces yesterday, people. Watch the scale. He will possibly take the lead. Weight today, 18 pounds, 1 ounce. Let's have a Roland Martin and welcome home, Bob. You're right in the lead now, at least. And what do you predict for tomorrow?
I went scouting today for half the day and caught another 10 fish after I caught my main fish, so I found 2 or 3 other spots today, and that's important because you don't want to burn all your fish. Whenever you're in a big tournament like this, going in the last day, you need a couple spots.
Roland Martin has won more B.A.S.S tournaments than any other angler, 19. He's a 9-time Angler of the Year and leads the Kmart Georgia Top 100 with 37 pounds, 10 ounces. But this may be his toughest test. The likes of Mark Davis, 36 pounds, 5 ounces, Danny Brower, 36 pounds, and Clark Wendlandt, 35 pounds, 15 ounces, are right on his heels. With his second day catch of 19 pounds, 14 ounces, Danny Brower makes a big move, jumping from 13th into 3rd place, less than 2 pounds off the lead.
I'm not getting a ton of bites, but when I do get a bite, it's a pretty good quality fish. With this weather going through and the changes, I'm not making predictions anymore.
When you do it, you fish with a jig, I understand.
That would be a good guess.
Mm-hmm. For over 30 years, Bass has been teaching anglers how to become better bass fishermen like the pros. Get this powerful know-how and more as a Bass member. You'll receive 10 issues a year of Bassmaster Magazine and 11 other exclusive benefits. Call now and I'll send you this free tackle pack, Hank Parker's Vampire Lure, Berkeley's Power Craw and Trilene Line, and the Winning Secrets of the Bass Pros book. Join now at the special anniversary rate of only $1.25 a month. Call 1-800-501-6334.
Ignition sequence start.
For 41 years, this secret lake is where engines have earned the right to be called Mercury. Welcome to Lake X.
No matter what make or horsepower outboard you own, it's important to use a premium 2-cycle oil in order to protect your engine warranty. Pennzoil Marine Premium Plus 2-cycle oil is specially formulated not only to meet, but also exceed your engine manufacturer's requirements. So ask your favorite retailer for Pennzoil Premium Plus 2-cycle oil and protect that valuable outboard warranty.
Day 3, the final round. Another change in conditions. Bright skies, calm, no wind. Not exactly what Roland Martin would like.
It's just perfect. Windy conditions, it's just perfect for the spinnerbait bite. Plus, there's plenty of shad in that shallow water. You get a little bit discolored in those pockets where the wind's blowing in, and you'll see shad busting in almost every single pocket where the wind's blowing in, if you're in the right little pocket. So I look for those shad. When I see those shad, of course, I really concentrate on fishing that area.
The lack of wind has definitely changed Clark Wendlandt's pattern.
Well, the key to the way I was catching was a spinnerbait on these rocks, and the herring were spawning, and that wind seemed to somewhat key it, and you know, I have been getting a whole bunch of those little herring and shad following my bait in, and I haven't seen but a couple do it today.
Mark Davis has changed his tactics too, from a spinnerbait to a bomber long A jerkbait.
I changed it because the wind went down and the sun's out real bright. And it's just not a good day for a spinnerbait. So I feel like the fish are still there, and that's usually the next lure I go to is a jerkbait.
Following a front, bass usually move tighter to cover. Roland Martin is casting to isolated logs and stumps.
There's one. Thank you, Lord. That's the ticket this morning.
The color pattern, gold, blue back, and orange belly on the bomber jerkbait matches baitfish Mark's observed. Just twitching the lure slowly is getting strikes.
There's one. Good fish. Old jerkbait. Don't you come off.
Mark Davis is well on his way to winning this Kmart Georgia Top 100, but figures he needs to weigh in 20 pounds to do it. His biggest concern, Denny Brower.
Yeah, Denny's tough when the conditions are like you did right now. Denny's tough. He can scramble around and run and hit a little deal here and a little spot there and figure out a little bitty pattern and work it into a big stringer sometimes.
The fish I've basically been keying on today and the last 2 days have been the post-spawn fish that have pulled out. So you've got the fish in 3 different phases and you can catch them on a lot of different lures. My choice this week was to go with the spinnerbait, and I was lucky to catch a few auxiliary fish, and if I can get 1 or 2 more good fish yet this afternoon, I may pull this thing out. Basically what I'm doing out here is just running these humps, and they're really kind of sandbars, clay on top, and a lot of the post-spawn fish that have already spawned back here in the back of this bay are now pulling out and getting on these humps and waiting to probably move out to the river channel in another couple of weeks. And they're skinny fish, but yet they're pretty big fish, and I'm just throwing a variety of baits, but the quality bites seem to be coming on the Strike King Elite spinner bait that I've got right here, the chartreuse and white. I've been slow rolling it since the water dirtied up. When the water was clearer earlier in the week, I was speeding it across the top to get the reaction strikes.
Denny's in 3rd place from Camden, Missouri. He needs what? He needs 14-14 to take the lead. Denny Brower. Folks, he's Pullman Angler of the Year. Hit it. Boom. 14-4 to take the lead. He's done it, folks. He is our new leader. 17 pounds, 4 ounces. Boom. All right, hold up a couple. Let's look at these fish. Let me hold up one of the mediocre ones. That is fantastic fish flesh. Man. I got to tell you, you pulled the rabbit out of the hat.
Boy, Ray, it was really a hard day. I never had a bite till 9 o'clock, and I had one area that I've been catching some big fish out of, and I just kind of kept plugging around, and I'd run and try something else and come back, and I've been using like 4 different lures. I've caught 1 fish all week flipping, and I caught him today, and that was that big fish.
So 1 big bite on his trademark Strike King jig makes the difference in winning or not. Denny Brower, the champion of the Kmart Georgia Top 100, with a 3-day total of 53 pounds, 4 ounces. Mark Davis, with 50 pounds, 13 ounces, is the runner-up, followed by Florida's Carol Haygood, Kentucky's Mike Otten in 4th place, and Clark Wendlandt and Roland Martin tied for 5th. In the amateur division, Joel Etheridge takes home the $22,000 fully rigged Ranger bass boat with a catch of 32 pounds, 7 ounces, a margin of 7 ounces over Sam Osborne. Right now, it's time for the Pros Pointer, the tournament champion's winning tip, brought to you by Wrangler Rugged Wear, geared for the outdoors.
Over the years, I've specialized primarily with the Strike King Pro Model jig. But this particular tournament, we had fish that had already spawned, some spawning, some moving into spawn. And I kind of decided to fish the post-spawn fish that were out on the bars that had already finished up and moved out. And I went out and slow rolled the Strike King spinnerbait over them clay bars that some of these fish were sitting on. When the water was clear, I'd reel it real fast to get the reaction strike from the fish. And when the water dirtied up with all the wind, then I slow rolled it a little bit. But that was the key bait this week. And that's something you anglers need to keep in mind. When your pet technique doesn't work, you need to become a little bit more versatile. That's what you got all them lures in your tackle box for. Don't be afraid to use them.
Wrangler, the perfect jean for your 10-year-old son and your 10-year-old husband. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
Pine Lake, 3 friends, 3 pair of Wrangler jeans. Everybody's comfortable, even the fish. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
Next week, the Bassmaster Tournament Trail returns to Central Florida, the Kissimmee Chain, and Lake Toho. There's big bucks and big bass on the line. Follow the action in the Kmart Bassmaster Top 150 right here on TNN Outdoors. And catch up on all the Bassmaster Tournament Trail news on the web. The address, www.bassmaster.com. Check out the current standings. Keep up as the B.A.S.S. pros qualify for the Bassmasters Classic World Finals. For the Bassmasters, I'm Bob Cobb. See you all next time.
The Bassmasters has been brought to you by Ranger Boats, Motor Guy, Berkeley, Raytheon, Chevy Trucks, Quantum, Bass Pro Shops, Jersey's Activewear, Mercury Outboards, Pennzoil, Wrangler Rugged Wear, the Bass Angler Sportsman Society.
The dawn of a new season. A calling to the world's elite bass anglers that the competition is about to begin. With dreams of fame and glory, they prepare to do battle, each hoping that he'll be the last competitor left on stage, trophy in hand. Can you feel it? It's in the air. Get ready for the Bassmaster Tournament Trail. The Bass Angler Sportsman Society presents the Bassmaster Tournament Trail.
Welcome to the beautiful Potomac, the river that carries you through our nation's capital on into the magnificent Chesapeake Bay. We're in Charles County, Maryland, along with the top B.A.S.S. professionals as they get ready to kick off another season of fierce competition. Hello everybody, I'm Jimmy Dykes, and welcome to the #1 stop along the Kmart Bassmaster Top 150 Tournament Trail. Alongside me this week, professional guide and B.A.S.S. competitor Mark Goss. And Mark, this is where it all begins, the chase for Angler of the Year and qualifying for that Bassmasters Classic.
Yes, it's the first of 7. A good finish here gives a confidence to the angler going into the rest of the year.
You know, we got a new format this year along the tournament trail. It's going to result in a shootout on Saturday of the top 10 guys.
That's right, 150 anglers fight it out for 3 days, trying to make that top 10 on Friday, and only the top 10 go on to Saturday, where the winner, $100,000.
Speaking of winners, Kevin VanDam won this event last year with over 50 pounds of fish. You got to like the angler's chances again out of Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Hey, Kevin's got to be the favorite. Wins last year, 96, 5th. But how about Denny Brower, 5th and 4th the same year, is coming off a tremendous classic win. And how about last year's second place guy, Randy Blockett? It might be his year.
The Potomac, a tidal river, has an abundant food supply with grass beds, rock piles, and other cover. The fishing is usually outstanding. Day 1 of competition got off to a beautiful start, even under the potential threat of Hurricane Bonnie. Gainesville's Bernie Schultz jumped off to a fast start. Fishing a grass bed, he found the fish tight-lipped, but hitting a white spinnerbait or a follow-up cast with a white floating worm.
Texan Tommy Martin located an area during practice that was holding some good quality largemouth.
As expected, defending champion Kevin VanDam unleashed his machine gun style of fishing and boated a limit. But 12 pounds, 12 ounces left him tied for 19th place and facing an uphill struggle. So after day 1, Bernie Schultz sat on top of the pack, followed by Tommy Martin and Jay Yellis. Day 2 found the 1982 Bassmasters Classic champion Paul Elias on fish and employing a unique style to draw them to his jig.
Here, little fishy. Bernie Schultz maintained his focus and boated another solid limit.
The standings through day 2 show Paul Elias on top, followed by Bernie Schultz, and in third, Virginia's Rick Morris.
Day 3 and Indiana's Ken McIntosh came out smoking. Ken boated a limit so fast he was back at the ramp by noon, calmly eating an early lunch.
But the 98 Classic champion, Denny Brower, was working an isolated creek with cover that played to all his strengths: docks, wood, and pads.
Jay Ellis didn't get to grab an early lunch, but he did chow down on a solid limit for the third day in a row.
And Bernie Schultz remained consistent, adding a kicker fish to an already big stringer of bass. So our field is set as the top 10 pros head into the final round of the Kmart Maryland Top 150 tournament. At stake, a first place prize worth $100,000. We'll get things underway right after this.
Rugged SUV light truck tires, reliable passenger tires, SCCA winning high performance tires, world-class quality, value pricing. Kumo.
Way to go.
Hey, Sam. Hi. Yeah, I've been stocking up at Big Kmart. I love shopping at the new pantry. They've got everything my family needs, including a great pet section. Imagine Big Kmart prices on brand name products like Purina Dog Chow. It's made with high quality ingredients for high digestibility.
It's really made a difference in Sam.
Sam, it's gotta be the dog chow.
Hi, I'm Ken McIntosh. I work on the B.A.S.S tournament trail, and you probably don't know me. That's why I carry this.
Ken McIntosh is ready for payday on the Potomac. Welcome to the final day of the Kmart Bassmaster Top 150 tournament from Charles County, Maryland. I'm Jimmy Dykes, and our field is set. The top 10 anglers are ready to go at it. Ken McIntosh sits in the pole position, but in hot pursuit is Denny Brower, and Denny Brower is on fire. Just 3 weeks ago, he won his first Classic, and he's stalking another title here today. It should be an outstanding finish. Only 5 pounds, 8 ounces separate first through 10th place. For more with our leader, let's go to Mark Goss.
Ken, a lot of guys be having nightmares with Denny Brower less than a pound and a half behind. Can you do it?
Today, it's not really between me and Denny. It's just between me and the bass, and if they're there, we'll get them.
Well, we're set for the final shootout. Ken McIntosh is on top, but Denny Brower is breathing down his neck. The entire field's within striking distance.
Today's weather's going to be beautiful. Partly cloudy, but later on it's going to get real hot.
Well, here's our leader, Ken McIntosh.
He broke off. That's a bad break. And that's not how you want to start the big money round. I hope that doesn't hurt him later on.
Well, that's Jay Ellis, and his confidence and ability to focus gets stronger every tournament, something he credits to a group called Focus.
My secret to success is, like I've already said, is my relationship with Jesus Christ, a relationship I've had for a long time. But it wasn't until about 1994 that I really turned my life, and what we're going to talk about right now is my career, over to him.
That focus group has really helped Jay and other competitors on the tour.
Jay's hooked a fish on a small crankbait.
Little runt.
Jimmy's going to need bigger fish than that to win this tournament.
Here's the master, Denny Brower.
Denny's been working flipping tubes and jigs on the low tide and a spinnerbait during the high tide. You know, Denny's a master at developing and refining patterns, and once again, his pattern's paying off with quality fish, and it's the kind it takes to win a tournament like this.
Well, here's our leader, Ken McIntosh. Oh, man, look at that.
Shoot.
Ken's trying to push his career to the next level.
He's in an area called Blue Plains. He's been working a split-shot rig. The bite's been subtle, but he's been catching fish. Today, the tide and the watercolor's changed. Looks like his luck has too.
And that's a bad position to be in when you're against this man. We'll be back with more from the Potomac right after this. Jimmy Dykes and Mark Goss welcoming you back to historic Charles County, Maryland. Ken McIntosh appears to be in trouble as the conditions in his area have changed.
The difference in today's and the other days is the tide comes in just a little bit later every day. When I've gotten here before, the tide was pretty much right and you could start catching them right away. As the tide comes up, the fish are going to start moving. Right now it's just sitting dead still. Fish aren't moving around. As soon as they move around, they'll be swimming by my area and I'll pick them off as they come through.
Well, Denny Brower continues to work the small creek that has been so productive for him during this tournament.
This little old place I'm fishing, I didn't even know if I could get a limit the first day out of it. And in fact, I didn't. I only caught 4 out of it the first day and had to go scramble to get another fish. And yesterday they started to bite a little bit better in there, and today the tides were all screwed up. We had a flood tide, and I really wasn't doing very good, and I changed patterns, changed areas a little bit, and finally got something put together late in the day. And you just don't know what tomorrow will bring. I may not catch any where I'm at, or I may get another big bag. I think some big fish are left there.
Here's Denny Brower. Boom, got it, there you go. He's flipping a chameleon craw Denny Brower jig into the pads. It's amazing how this creek continues to produce fish and that Denny has the creek all to himself.
Hey, like we said, Jimmy, it's a small area, but it's got everything he needs. Docks, woods, pads, and he works every inch of that area.
Well, back to Ken McIntosh, who at the moment has an empty live well.
Yeah, he's hurting.
Oh, there he is.
I can't believe how he sets that hook with 8-pound test line. You know, he's got to boat this fish to have any chance to win this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think that he's still thinking about that first missed fish of the morning.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, it's working on his mind. And you can see now he's going to be real careful and bring this fish in with that light line. And you're right, he's got to be thinking about breaking that first hook set off.
I mean, here's an angler trying to win his first ever B.A.S.S. tournament.
Butterflies are in him like you won't believe.
Pressure time right now for Ken McIntosh.
Yep. And you know, he's fishing right in downtown Washington, too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full.
That jet could land on his boat and he wouldn't even know it's there.
Swim to your heart's content.
Okay, that 8-pound test line, I mean, it's so fragile. And yesterday when that water was real clear, it might have been necessary, but today, you know, I don't know. I just don't know if I could do that. But hey, he's the guy. He's the guy to fish on the line.
Well, this fish sure looks like it's rejuvenated his fighting spirit, trying to get that first national tournament title.
Let's see what it looks like. Oh, that's a good fish.
Attaboy, Ken.
That's the way it's going to do it.
Yeah, good one.
It's number 1.
Back over to Bernie Schultz, who was our day 1 leader. Bernie's currently in 4th place.
He's been fishing a spinnerbait and a white floating worm for 3 days, but he just switched to a swimming image crankbait. You know, he's worked this area all week and for a good reason. This is an upper tributary creek with a long hydrilla bed, and next to that grass is a flat that leads into deep water. And Jimmy, we know that's an ideal situation. It'll continue to supply solid fish. Now, the fish have been finicky, but by rotating his presentation, using a quiet approach, Bernie stayed among the leaders at the top of the pack and in contention to win this tournament.
Here's Davey Height. Man, he sets that hook, makes you think you're on a firing range.
Hey, he hooked this on a blue-black bulldog jig, and he's not playing around. That's not 8-pound line there, I'll guarantee you. You know, he had a poor opening day with 10 pounds and 5 ounces, but he's fought his way back in contention. Ooh, that's the kind it takes.
Yeah, he trails our leader, Ken McIntosh, by 3 pounds, 5 ounces. Back over to Bernie Schultz, who's trying to vault himself back into the lead from 4th place.
Hey, he's still throwing that swimming image, too. Oh, he just hooked a fish. Bernie's a great technician. Now, he's going to give us a lesson on how to land a crankbait fish. He's using a fiberglass rod that absorbs the surge of the fish, keeps him from pulling the hooks out. It also cushions that small crankbait line they use. He's a master at this. He'll wear that fish down, you watch, he'll wear it down.
Now, Bernie's one of those anglers that doesn't leave anything to chance. See, he's raised his motor so he doesn't give that bass an opportunity to break off.
And he's free-spooled his reel. That keeps the fish from surging and breaking that short piece of line when it's most critical. There, you see how he clicks that reel closed, takes up a little slack? Immediately free spools again. He's going to wear this thing way down.
Well, there goes the trolling motor, and this battle continues.
And this level of competition, every ounce is thousands of dollars.
Well, this fish has got to be ready to put up that white flag mark.
As long as he's been pulling on him, you know he is. Oh.
Yeah, there it is. Good one.
Now, Bernie's pattern's been a white quarter-ounce Hildebrand spinnerbait worked over the grass bed. Follows it up with a white floating worm, and that's a deadly combination on these Potomac bass.
Well, there's the Pied Piper of bass, Paul Elias.
Jimmy, Paul's been in this area all week long. He's working hard with a jig and a crankbait. Yesterday, he only brought 4 fish to the scales. Oh, that's a good fish. That's going to help him out.
Well, meanwhile, our leader, Ken McIntosh, has hooked into another fish. After a painfully slow start, he appears to have adjusted his pattern and starting to build some momentum.
You know, Ken has to baby this fish. He's still using that 7-foot medium light St. Croix rod. He's loaded with 8-pound test line. Unbelievable. That's an outfit that's much more suited to the clear western lakes. I'll guarantee you, that rig will put your heart in high gear, especially during a tournament like this with $100,000 on the line.
Look at that, Mark. It's kind of hard to tell who's playing who here.
That's known in the business as the David Fritz Shuffle.
Come on, baby, come on. Don't you get away from me. Don't you get away from me.
Boy, that is pure drama.
He's babying that fish. You can hear the tension.
Get it in the boat, Kenny. Yeah, there you go. Got it.
That's what he needs.
We'll be back with more great stuff right after this.
Becoming the world champion of bass fishing takes a lot of hard work, dedication, and know-how. I'm Davey Hite. You know, without the right know-how, I would not have been able to win the 1999 Bassmasters Classic. While a lot of guys were fishing deep, I fished a bacon rind, swimming it just under the weeds. To be successful at bass fishing, you have to keep learning all you can about bass. That's the reason I read Bassmaster magazine. You'll find every page is filled with ideas to make you and me a better bass fisherman. So if you want to become a better bass fisherman and maybe even a classic champion, take my advice and join B.A.S.S. today.
Call 1-888-387-8400 to join B.A.S.S. With your $15 paid membership, you'll receive 11 issues a year of Bassmaster magazine, plus a free tackle pack including Norman's Tracy Bird Lure, Berkeley's Sensafin, B.A.S.S. Pro Series 10-pack soft baits, and a copy of Baits for Bass. Call 1-888-387-8400 now.
Welcome back to the grand finale of the Kmart Maryland Top 150 tournament. Our current leader is Mark Davis, who weighed in 5 fish for 13 pounds 7 ounces, but we still have 6 competitors waiting to step up for their turn at the scales. Here's Bernie Schultz, hoping he can jump back into first place. Bernie needs 9 pounds 15 ounces for the lead. It appeared he had a solid day on the water, so let's go up to tournament director Dewey Kendrick for the official weight.
Tom Rowland, weight. He takes over the lead, 11 pounds, 12 ounces.
Nice job, Bernie's back on top, but Jay Yellis is next. He'll need 11 pounds 7 ounces to knock Bernie Schultz back into second place.
Jimmy, I don't think he's got it in that sack.
Well, let's get the weight.
Jay Yellis, he won this tournament a few years ago. He's not going to make it. Jay has 10 pounds, 1 ounce.
No, that's not enough. 10 pounds, 1 ounce doesn't get Jay Yellis where he needs to be. And here comes our leader through 3 days, Ken McIntosh. He'll need 9 pounds, 14 ounces to stay on top and have a shot at his first national victory.
Ooh, he's only got 4 bass, Jimmy. And that dead fish is going to cost him 4 ounces.
4 bass, we're going to weigh them real quick. Your weight is 11 pounds, 12 ounces, 11, 12.
And Ken McIntosh has done it. He's overcome a tough day on the water and maintained control of first place. Davey Hyde is next, and will need 14 pounds, 14 ounces to bump Ken McIntosh.
Take over the lead. 14 pounds, 12 ounces.
Oh, just shy, but that weight's good enough to move Davey Hyde to second place. Next up is Virginia's Rick Morris, who's a local favorite here on the Potomac. Rick needs almost 16 pounds, however, to overtake Ken McIntosh for first.
14 pounds, 11 ounces.
Well, there's one competitor left to weigh in, and that's Denny Brower, the hottest angler on the BASS circuit today. Denny remained in his private cove all day long and caught fish. We'll see how much weight he brought back to Smallwood State Park.
Put him on the scales. 15 pounds, 8 ounces.
And Denny Brower is the champion again. He follows up his 1998 Bassmasters Classic victory with a win at the Kmart Maryland Top 150. Our final standing showed Denny Brower back in the win column, followed by the gallant efforts of Ken McIntosh And in third place, former Angler of the Year, Davey Height.
Denny Brower, hold up.
You have to wonder what's left for Denny Brower to conquer. We'll be right back.
The Pros Pointer, brought to you by Wrangler Rugged Wear.
Folks, let me show you the 3 lures I used this week and how I used them on the different tidal waters in order to win the tournament. This particular bait, the Strike King Pro Model jig, I fished around wood and I fished into the pads when the tide was low. When the tide got high, I took the Strike King 3/8 ounce spinnerbait, chartreuse and white, with a little Indiana thumper blade and ran it over the tops of the lily pads. When that water flooded a foot above them, those fish move up on top, got some great strikes with it. When the bite got real tough, use this Strike King flipping tube we just came out with the megabite hook, just a regular slip sinker, and rigged it Texas style, and flipped it just like I would my jig around some of the boat docks, around some of the laying down trees, and really got some nice fish on that. That's just how I rigged it, where that hook's right there. Boy, you're gonna nail them every time with that hook. And that was the key to the success.
Since WorldWaters.com hit the internet, life at the Smith household just hasn't been the same. Obsessed with the boatloads of great fishing gear and information always available online, anglers everywhere have completely flipped for WorldWaters.com. Even the family pet's not safe. Now you can spend more time fishing when you buy your gear from WorldWaters.com, the company that knows fish.
Payday on the Potomac results with Denny Brower cashing the largest check, and with the win leaves no doubt he's the #1 bass angler in the entire world right now. Let's check in with Mark Goss with the winner.
Denny, another tremendous win and a $100,000 first prize. Tell us about it.
It's just one of them unreal weeks again. I don't know. You hear about people getting in a zone in athletics and, McGuire hitting them home runs and that. I feel like I'm hitting home runs right now. Everything I do, everything I swing at's right. And gosh, the fish have been cooperating. I haven't been losing many fish, and it's just been an awesome streak. And this is unbelievable to win this tournament.
Congratulations to Denny Brower on winning the Kmart Bassmaster Maryland Top 150 tournament. For Mark Goss, I'm Jimmy Dykes. So long from the Potomac.
B.A.S.S. presents The Road to the Classic. The race to New Orleans is on, and Jay Yellis leads the Kmart Top 150, while perennial favorites Larry Nixon, Kevin VanDam, and Davey Height are focused on a return trip to the World Championship. Defending champion Denny Brower sits in a 3-way tie for 16th. And Louisiana native Sam Sweat would love to fish the Classic in his home state. In the Eastern Division, Dustin Wilkes holds a 4-point lead over George Cochran. In the Central Division, Dan Moorhead leads after his victory on Lake of the Ozarks. And in the West, California's Aaron Martin sits atop the pack with 585 points. You can follow the road to the Classic. Just log on to www.bassmaster.com. We'll see you in New Orleans.
This special presentation of the Bassmasters Tournament Trail on the Potomac River is brought to you by Chevy Trucks, like a rock. Kumo Tires, way to go, Kumo. The Bass Anglers Sportsman Society. Log on at www.bassmaster.com. Big Kmart stores, changing for the better, and by WorldWaters.com. Thanks for joining us this week on the Bassmasters. Until next time, good luck and good fishing.
A sportsman's paradise, blessed with an abundance of life, an aquatic garden where shrimpers and crabbers reap a bountiful harvest, and largemouth bass share the water with an aggressive redfish population. The world's top bass anglers are ready to take on the Louisiana Delta and the warm hospitality of the Cajun population.
Hi, Bass Bros. Welcome to the bayou.
The Bass Anglers Sportsman Society presents the Bassmaster Tournament Trail.
The Louisiana Bayou Delta. Beautiful, exotic, where hidden dangers add to the mystery of this rich habitat. This is the final leg for the mighty Mississippi River as its long journey comes to an end at the Gulf of Mexico. We are outside New Orleans on the West Bank, and the competition is about to begin. Hello again, everyone. I'm Jimmy Dykes, and welcome to stop number 2 along the Kmart Bassmaster Top 150 Tournament Trail. This is an area known for outstanding bass fishing. Expectations and hopes were high among the anglers when they saw this location on that tournament schedule. However, in the wake of Tropical Storm Francis and Hurricane George, the question remains, how good will the fishing actually be? With that in mind, we spoke with pro angler Gary Clunn on the effects of the storm.
Well, you know, most of the time I'd like to think that the weather affects the fishermen, but that storm was so severe that it really affected the environment of the fish. It devastated some areas and it's probably made a lot of other areas better. They're still there.
This Louisiana Bayou Delta provides an enormous amount of water to fish on during the tournament. With that, there comes a major decision for all of our anglers. Do you gamble, make a long 2-hour run in hopes of bagging a big limit of fish in a short amount of time, or stay close to that launch site and maximize your fishing hours? Time management is critical this week for everyone involved in this tournament. The other burning question that everyone's talking about is, can Denny Brower stay in the zone? Can he make the final 10 cut on Saturday and have a chance to extend his winning streak along the Kmart Tournament Trail? Opening day of competition found Denny Brower and the rest of the pros ready to make their run at the Elite Top 10 and a shot at $100,000 in cash and prizes. As anticipated, some of the field opted to make 2-hour-plus runs south, while others remained within 40 minutes of the launch site. South Carolina's Ray Sedgwick stayed close and found bass early, while his amateur partner discovered the excitement of landing a Louisiana redfish. Zell Rowland opted for Canal just minutes from the launch ramp. Working a spinnerbait with a chartreuse skirt, Zell boated an early limit. Oklahoma's Tommy Biffle, meanwhile, had to come up with a unique style for throwing his baits and found catching keeper bass doesn't always depend on an orthodox technique. But Gary Clunn's long run south paid off, and he brought the crowd to their feet when he weighed in 5 fish totaling 18 pounds, 3 ounces. Meanwhile, tournament favorite Denny Brower brought 7 pounds, 2 ounces to the scales, putting him in 83rd place, creating a tough uphill battle to make the top 10. The results for day 1, Gary Clunn finds himself comfortably in the lead, followed by Stan Gerzini, Tom Burns, and Kenyon Hill. Day 2 found Jay Yellis honed in on a solid bass population, working a 7-inch red shad Berkeley power worm. Jay boated a strong limit weighing 15 pounds, 11 ounces, and climbed into 3rd place. Our leader, Gary Clunn, made another long run south, but discovered locals pulling big bass from his honey hole. Gary maintained his composure and bagged another limit, but it lacked the size of day 1, dropping him to 5th place. Meanwhile, Missouri's Mark Tucker was trying to follow his strong start on day 1 and put 4 fish in the live well, but a series of missed hook sets dropped him from 10th to 22nd place. The standings after day 2, Kenyon Hill jumping into 1st with an 18-pound limit, followed by Stan Gerzini and Jay Yellis. Denny Brower upped his total weight to 16 pounds, 6 ounces and moved up to 62nd place. Day 3 and all concerns about poor fishing due to the storms had vanished, and while the natives relaxed, Florida's Chet Dowdett was adding another 11 pounds, 3 ounces to his total for a shot at the top 10. Hey, nice fish, Chet. And sitting in 2nd place was Stan Gerzini, pitching a blue-black jig with a Gary Yamamoto trailer, and he was pulling keepers. But Stan wasn't able to set the hook when it counted and lost several big opportunities.
Oh, that was a good one there. That was one of them I needed.
Kenyon Hill maintained his hold on the lead and pitched a homemade jig to pick up another limit weighing 14 pounds and 7 ounces. So our top 10 competitors for the big money round of the Kmart Louisiana Top 150 are set. The leader, Kenyon Hill, with 48 pounds, 6 ounces. He's followed by O.T. Fears, Chet Dowdett, Larry Nixon, Stan Gerzini. In 6th place, Kevin VanDam, followed by Jay Yellis, Mark Menendez, Gary Klein, and Sam Sweat. Alton Jones, who started day 3 in 9th place, got caught in a lock on his return run and was 24 minutes late for the weigh-in. The resulting penalty zeroed him for the day and dropped him out of contention. Denny Brower finished the tournament in 60th place with 23 pounds 4 ounces. His incredible winning streak came to an end. We'll come back to the Louisiana Bayou right after this.
Rugged SUV light truck tires, reliable passenger tires, SCCA winning high performance tires, world-class quality, value pricing. Kumo.
Way to go.
$10 for lunch? I heard of a guy got a brand new car for that.
Sounds like a Darrell Waltrip story.
Oh, I swear it's true. This guy was at the track, he sees this notice, it says brand new hot rod, $10.
No, it's not a misprint. Stop by and see for yourself.
Turns out her husband met this little gal at the track, and he ran off to Tahiti with her. And he told his wife to sell the car and send him the money.
No.
Now at Kmart.
Welcome to day 4 of the Kmart Bassmaster Louisiana Top 150 tournament. Our final field of 10 is set. They're ready to fish for that $100,000 first place prize, and the question has been answered. Denny Brower's win streak along the Kmart tournament trail has come to a halt. We caught up with Denny Brower at yesterday's weigh-in.
I'm not disappointed at all. With the year I've had, the success I've had lately, shoot, if I don't ever catch another bass, I'll still be smiling.
Kenyon Hill leads this tournament with a 6-pound, 7-ounce lead over the rest of the field. He's been consistent all week. He seems to be in an outstanding strike zone. And in 2nd place is O.T. Fears. O.T. will probably need about a 20-pound plus bag if he's going to put any pressure at all on Kenyon Hill down the stretch. Joining us on the water today will be our reporter, Shaw Grigsby. Shaw fished this tournament the first 3 days. He has a great feel for what it's going to take to win this championship. Shaw, tell us about this morning's conditions, and who do you like heading into day 4?
Thanks, Jimmy. The conditions are fantastic today for catching them. I mean, we've got showers, we've got clouds. It's wonderful. The fish are really going to bite. So I think everybody's going to catch a big sack. On who's going to win, boy, it's a toss-up. But really, Kenyon Hill is in the driver's seat. So he should walk away with this one with a 6-pound lead or a little over a 6-pound lead. He really has control of the whole situation. But look for somebody like Kevin VanDam. Came in with big stringers the last 2 days. If he catches another big stringer and Kenyon kind of wavers a bit, you never know what can happen.
Well, here's another look at our top 10 competitors. Kenyon Hill is in the lead, but as Shaw said, there are names on that list who can make a serious run at this tournament. A review of the key tournament rules. There's a 12-inch minimum in effect, and as we saw with Alton Jones, being late for the weigh-in can have devastating results. Let's go to Shaw Grigsby, who'll be following Kenyon Hill.
There's it. Whoa, what a stud. That's his first fish of the morning, and it is a hummer.
Get in the boat.
That's a way to start it, isn't it?
Real quick.
That's got to be a good 3.5 pounder. Ooh, maybe even 4. What a stud. That's a way to start it.
Skunk is out of the boat, boys.
Let's go over to Kevin VanDam. Now, Kevin's been catching his fish on a buzzbait or spinnerbait, but he picked this bass up on a worm. Watch Kevin move. This guy's a fish-catching machine that never stops. This is Larry Nixon. He didn't pre-fish for this tournament, which is what killed Denny Brower, but Larry's currently in 4th place. Ironically, he hooked this fish on a Denny Brower flipping tube. That's a good one, Larry. Let's go back to Shaw Grigsby for an update.
Kenyon said in practice he was catching a lot of little fish. He switched off to a jig, one he makes himself, a little 1/2-ounce jig, black blue skirt on here with a Zoom Super Chunk trailer, rattle so they can hear it and find it. and he's catching big ones, and lots of them. And it's a good one, a good keeper. That's 2.
Well, Stan Gerzini's hanging on to 5th place. He's trying to recover from a light 5-pound, 7-ounce performance yesterday.
He ain't big, but he's green. I'll take him.
Kenyon Hill's on a roll, back to Shaw Grigsby.
There's a good fish. Another good one off a cypress tree, and that is a solid 2-pounder. Ooh, maybe a little better.
Kenyon Hill appears to be headed for his first B.A.S.S. tournament win, and he's enjoying every minute of the experience. We'll be back right after this.
Kenyon, yesterday evening, did you figure out about what it would take for you to win this tournament?
No, and I knew I had like a 6-pound lead going into the day, and so I start the morning with a 6-pounder, which is a good deal. And my goal all week is just to go have fun, just come out here and have a good time. I told Guido at the start of the week, it's been a long time since I put the run on in any tournament. By golly, I'm going to do it this time, just because we can, And so, I'm just out here having a good time. Flipping is what I really love to do, and they're actually biting it, so life is large, and I happen to be catching them.
Well, here's Jay Yellis, who seems to get better every tournament. Jay's just been keeping it simple all week, pitching a Texas rig power worm on small points that are created when these bayou canals intersect. Jay was trailing Kenyon Hill by 10 pounds, 12 ounces going into today. O.T. Fears is in 2nd place and has been catching good fish in this area all week on a bulldog spinnerbait. He's got one on. O.T. needs a big fish to even the playing field with Kenyon Hill, and that one won't do it. Well, Kenyon Hill has 3 good fish in the boat. Let's check back in with Shaw Grigsby.
There he goes. It's a good one. It's a good one. Oh, yes. That's another 2-pounder. That's number 4. Kenyon needs one more for a limit, and he is rolling along, flipping his way to his first top 150 victory.
Well, Kenyon's been flipping a 1/2-ounce blue-black jig into the hyacinths and hopping it once or twice. The pattern's been a winner because we've seen him follow other competitors and catch fish that they've missed.
I need one more about that long. That long.
Huh, bass made to order, I guess. Here's Okeechobee's Chet Dowdett. Wham, there, he's got one on. Chet's been flipping that black-blue Jean LaRue Super Craw into the hyacinths all tournament, and the bass have been hitting it on the fall. Let's go back to Kenyon Hill.
Oh, good fish, good fish. Monster bass in the tree. He's got it hung up. He's got it hung up. He's trying to get to him. He's trying to get to him. He gets a lip lock. Oh, no.
Ouch.
That was a guaranteed $100,000 fish that just came off right there.
Got me in the face.
Oh, my.
That is a terrible break for Kenyon Hill. Chet Dowdett, meanwhile, has another fish on. Chet is a former Miami Dolphin, done a pretty good job going from pro football to the B.A.S.S. tournament trail. Back to Shaw Grigsby.
Now there's number 5. It's a good fish, too. Real nice when he lifts him. Oh, yeah, that's a good 3-pounder.
Finally.
That's his $100,000 bass right there.
Man, that is a great fish, Kenyon. It would appear that he is on his way to his first B.A.S.S. career victory. Kenyon's fished hard during this tournament, even took a hook to the cheek, but he's enjoyed every second of the competition.
Stay.
We'll be back with Kenyon Hill's Moment of Truth. Stay with us.
In 1992, Kevin VanDam became the youngest angler ever to win Bass Angler of the Year. He also won in 96 and 99.
Some may call it intuition. But without the right bass fishing know-how, like the kind found in Bassmaster magazine, I wouldn't have come this far as a tournament angler. I've been reading Bassmaster since I was 7 years old. Reading Bassmaster is like borrowing knowledge from fishing veterans and heroes. And it's that knowledge found in these pages that has been the foundation on which I've built my own fishing success. You too can have the knowledge of the pros at your fingertips by joining Bass today.
Call 1-888-374-7300 to join B.A.S.S. With your $15 paid membership, you'll receive 11 issues a year of Bassmaster magazine, plus a free tackle pack including Bomber Spin Stick 30th Anniversary Lure, Berkeley XT Line, B.A.S.S Pro Series spinner baits, and a copy of Baits for Bass. Call 1-888-374-7300 now.
Jimmy Dykes welcoming you back to the Kmart, Louisiana Top 150, and check out the size of this Louisiana crowd. Here's where we stand. Stan Gerzini is in the lead, but we have 6 competitors waiting to weigh in. Two-time Angler of the Year, Larry Nixon, is on stage. He needs 8 pounds, 10 ounces to take over the lead. Let's go to Don Day.
9-4, mark it for Larry Nixon, everybody.
Well, Larry Nixon is now our leader as Kevin VanDam moves towards the weigh-in area. O.T. Fears III is our next competitor. O.T. needs 7 pounds, 3 ounces to capture the lead from Larry Nixon. O.T. has a limit. Let's go to Don Day for the weight.
6 pounds, 13 ounces. 613 is the weight.
So O.T. Fears misses the mark and remains in second place, which brings up Kevin VanDam. Kevin failed to break the top 40 on days 1 and 2, but fought his way into the top 10 with 16 pounds, 10 ounces yesterday. Let's get his weight. Man, what a catch for Kevin VanDam. He's our new leader with 49 pounds and 12 ounces. Kevin always adds drama, and the fans appreciate it. Up next is Chet Dowdett. He needs 7 pounds, 14 ounces to take the lead over from Kevin VanDam.
Oh! 9 pounds. Hold still, fish. Hold still. 4 ounces. Mark it.
We have a new leader. Chet Dowdett pushes the bar to 49 pounds, 13 ounces. And there's Kenyon Hill making his way to the stage as we get set for Jay Yellis to weigh in. Jay needs 12 pounds, 4 ounces to take over. He looks confident, but so does Kenyon Hill.
Confidence. Let's see here. Here we go. Look at. Oh my, here we go.
And Jay makes it look easy with 15 pounds, 4 ounces, but everyone knows there's one more competitor to weigh in. Kenyon Hill, and here he comes. Kenyon's trying to win his first ever B.A.S.S tournament, and he told us earlier it's been a long time since he's made a run at a title. In front of the largest crowd we've ever seen at a top 150 event, Kenyon Hill only needs 4 pounds, 9 ounces to win the Kmart, Louisiana top 150.
Lay him down here, Pee-wee. Let's go here. 12 pounds and 15 ounces.
And Kenyon Hill gets it done. Here are our final standings for the top 10. Kenyon Hill is our winner, followed by Jay Yellis, Chet Dowdett, and Kevin VanDam. We'll be back with a word from our champion right after this.
The Pros Pointer, brought to you by Wrangler Rugged Wear.
The pattern I used to win the Louisiana Kmart Top 150 was a very, very simple pattern we use a lot around the country, just flipping a half-ounce jig into matted cover that we found around the banks and canals. I use a half-ounce jig, and I put a good rattle on it. So it makes lots of noise when you shake it up and down. A trailer, I like to use a plastic trailer. This one is a Zoom Super Chunk that I used, and I thread it on like a plastic worm. Just thread it on the shank of the hook, and it goes right underneath the rattle. Kind of makes it a little more short and compact. One of the key things, I think, for me to doing it was just being persistent and then having the equipment to get them out of there because they're in the thickest stuff you could find. Using a 7.5-foot castaway flipping stick really made the difference for me this week.
Our battle on the bayou results in Kenyon Hill being crowned the champion. And Kenyon, you win your first title. Your gamble paid off. You made long runs all week, short amount of time to fish, but you brought home big ones every day.
Well, it was a gamble, but I decided that's the best way to have a chance of winning. There's just too many fish to be caught without trying to catch just big ones.
A lot of pressure on you during day 4. You dropped a big fish. What were you thinking at the time?
Oh, my heart just sank. I knew that was a fish I needed to lock the tournament. It was about a 4.5 pound fish, and boy, it just a heartbreaker.
Congratulations to you. You worked hard. For Kenyon Hill, Shaw Grigsby, our entire broadcast team, I'm Jimmy Dykes saying so long from Louisiana. B.A.S.S. presents The Road to the Classic. The race to New Orleans is on, and Jay Yellis leads the Kmart Top 150, while perennial favorites Larry Nixon, Kevin VanDam, and Davey Height are focused on a return trip to the World Championship. Defending champion Denny Brower sits in a 3-way tie for 16th, and Louisiana native Sam Sweat would love to fish the Classic in his home state. In the Eastern Division, Dustin Wilkes holds a 4-point lead over George Cochran. In the Central Division, Dan Moorhead leads after his victory on Lake of the Ozarks. And in the West, California's Aaron Martin sits atop the pack with 585 points. You can follow the road to the Classic. Just log on to www.bassmaster.com. We'll see you in New Orleans.
This special presentation of the Bassmasters Tournament Trail has been brought to you by Kumo, way to go Kumo, Kmart, changing for the better, Chevy Trucks, like a rock, the Bass Anglers Sportsman Society, and by WorldWaters.com. Plan on attending the 2000 Bassmaster Classic this year in Chicago, Illinois? Make your reservations now. For more information, log on at www.bassmaster.com. Motown, Detroit, Michigan, home of Lake St. Clair, one of the best smallmouth bass lakes in the country, and site of the $409,450 Big Kmart Bassmaster Top 150. The season opening event of the $6 million Bassmaster Tournament Trail, here on TNN Outdoors. Ah!
Hello, I'm Fish Fishburne.
And I'm Shaw Grigsby. Welcome to the Bassmasters.
Well, Shaw, there certainly wasn't any problem getting those big smallmouth bass to cooperate on Lake St. Clair.
Lake St. Clair is an incredible fishery. Many pros consider it to be the best smallmouth lake in the country. It's big, clear, measures about 420 square miles. The water temperatures this week are in the high 60s, low 70s. The lake's down about 3.5 feet, so bass will probably relate to the deeper water. We talked with local pro Kim Stricker, actually we call him the King, who won the last Bassmaster tournament here back in 1994, to find out what the lake's like this week.
Lake St. Clair is getting so much better. The zebra mussels are clearing the water up. We get more weed beds growing. There's tremendous weights coming in, but the lake is different right now. The water's about 3 foot low, and where I normally catch my fish up on flats, I'm not catching the big groups of fish like that. Most of the groups, the big schools of fish, are coming deep. They're off the edges in up to 30 foot of water. I'm catching these fish. So it's more of a deep pattern for, that good solid 3 to 4 pound average. At least that's what I'm finding.
Let's go to the leaderboard. After day 1, Florida pro and TV host Roland Martin holds the early lead with 22 pounds 14 ounces, and Larry Nixon trails by about 2.5 pounds. We'll be back with highlights and interviews from Big Kmart Bassmaster Michigan Top 150 after this.
Shaw Grigsby, winner of almost $1 million on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail.
Being a success on today's professional tournament trails, like the Bassmasters or WCF, takes more than just the right equipment. It takes a lot of skill and a few secrets. For instance, most anglers peg their weights when pitching a flipping tube in heavy cover. Denny Brower seldom pegs his weight and as a result catches more bass. That's the kind of fish catching secrets that we pros share with the members of Bass in the pages of Bassmaster magazine. 11 big issues a year are loaded with tips and techniques that will help you consistently land more bass. So if you want to join those of us in the know, become a member of Bass Angler Sportsman Society. Call now and sign up. We'll rush you this great tackle pack absolutely free.
Receive 11 issues a year of Bassmaster magazine and a free tackle pack including Berkley's Tournament Strength Crawls, Trilene Sense-A-Thin Line, the Terminator Spinnerbait, and a copy of Structure Basics. Call 1-877-227-7320 to join B.A.S.S. today.
The most important part of life is not where you're going. It's what you leave behind.
Welcome back to the Bassmasters.
Roland Martin had that tremendous 22-pound, 14-ounce stringer on day one. And even though conditions were almost the same on day two, a change in wind direction meant a change in Martin's strategy.
Today, things really changed. It was another rainy, cloudy day like yesterday, but yesterday they hit a big spinnerbait. I was throwing a big half-ounce spinnerbait, rolling it over this shallow grass in about 7 or 8 feet of water, and I caught all 5 of my big keepers, those 22 pounds, 14 ounces. They came up and slammed that spinnerbait. But today I threw that spinnerbait on all those good spots, only caught 1 keeper, and it was about a 4-pounder. It was the only one I caught, and then I had to go to the tube jig. And I got on the inside of the grass lines. There was one particular grass line across on the Canadian side where it dropped from about 5 feet to about 10 feet, and it was grass. And I was throwing the tube up in that 5 and 6 foot water and coming into the grass with the tube, and they were taking it right on the grass line in about 6 or 7 feet of water. And I caught about 15 bass on the tube from about 10 o'clock to about 2 o'clock. So I left the fish biting. I had those 18 pounds. I figured that was good enough to keep the lead going. And I just went and looked for some new fish, and I never did find any more new fish, but I do have that one good school.
Meanwhile, Larry Nixon was fishing an area near the mouth of the Detroit River, where he concentrated on a small, hard-bottom area estimated to be only 20 yards wide. Strong currents made making a perfect cast a necessity, and that can make a difference come weigh-in time.
This little area that I'm fishing is it's kind of a little slot that goes up in behind the actual river channel itself. And I mean, there's a bar on the riverbank, and then it drops off into this little groove back there. And evidently these fish are moving up into that area to get out of that current. But it's real hard to fish, and you got to use a heavy head. I'm throwing a skirted twin tail with a half-ounce head and making real long casts with it and throwing it on big line, and once it hits the bottom I'm just winding it along real slow, and that way I can stay in contact with it because it's real hard to, this spot is hard to fish. I mean, it's really hard to fish. When the fish get it, a lot of times I don't even know it. They'd either push the bait at me or they just kind of catch it as it's bouncing along the bottom, and I'm missing quite a few fish, but it's, you know, they're big ones. It's a good area. St. Clair is one of the greatest lakes that I've ever fished, and I can't imagine how many holes there is like this one out there that I just haven't found yet. I mean, it's extremely hard to find them because it's such a flat lake, but when you find them, they're really there.
Alabama pro Jeff Barnes, in 3rd place after day one, continues to catch fish on his spinnerbait pattern.
I'm just burning the spinnerbait across the tops of grass, little clumps of grass, little strips of bands of grass on this flat. I think the fish are just moving out of the river channel out here onto this flat to feed. And I'm reeling the bait real fast, just under the surface, trying to draw a reaction strike. And spinnerbait's usually only about less than a foot below the surface as I reel it in. The fish hit the bait real hard. And you lose some, but you just cover a lot of water, and the fish kind of roam around, I think, in schools or packs, and A lot of times when you catch one, you'll catch 2 or 3.
Rob Kilby from Hot Springs, Arkansas, started out the day in 16th place, but with this great 17-pound, 12-ounce stringer, he moves all the way to 8th.
And Larry Nixon had an 18-pound, 3-ounce stringer on day 2, but Martin followed his phenomenal opening day with a 17-pound, 14-ounce bag that helped him maintain almost a 2-pound lead.
In 3rd place is Jeff Barnes, followed by Art Ferguson and Tim Stricker.
We've got big actions on day 3 from Lake St. Clair coming up, so stick around.
You've got to trust that sonar. You've got to believe in that sonar. You've got to have a unit that you know when you see fish that it's literally fish. A lot of the units that I've used in the past, they weren't capable of doing that. I have played with it enough now that I completely trust it. I have not caught it lying to me yet. If it marks fish, there are fish. If it doesn't mark fish, unfortunately, they're not fishing. There's times I wish it was lying, but it wasn't.
For a limited time, when you buy a qualifying Mercury 4-stroke outboard, you'll receive 2 Motorola Talkabout radios and an extended 3-year warranty absolutely free. It's the clean, quiet power of a 4-stroke, the performance of a Mercury, with free radios and an extended 3-year warranty. No wonder people are talking. See participating dealer for details. Offer good January 1st through April 15th, 2000. Call 1-800-MERCURY or visit www.mercurymarine.com for the dealer nearest you.
Bass bite and won't let go. Bass bite and won't let go. Bass bite and won't let go. Scent and flavor enhanced Berkeley Power Bait. You'll feel more bites, scent more hooks, and catch more bass. Because when you fish power bait, fish bite and won't let go.
Welcome back to the Bassmasters. Shaw, day 3 is an important day in the top 150 tournaments.
Absolutely, Fish. Day 3 is an elimination day. Only the top 10 anglers will advance to the final round. And that means only those 10 guys have a chance at the $100,000 first place prize. That's why you'll see these guys get a lot more intense, especially when they lose a fish.
Let's take a look at day 3 action. Clark Winlet is right on the bubble to make the cut. Let's see how he's doing.
It's been going pretty good. It's I had a little place early and I had a bunch of bites there and dadgummit, lost one right there. I got about 15 pounds. Unfortunately, I think it's going to take about 17 pounds a day to make the top 10, and I've got 34, so I need another 17. But you know, I had my chances this morning. I had a 5-pounder right next to the boat, totally played out. And I had about a 4-pounder totally played out right next to the boat, and both of them just came unhooked. It was just one of those things that happens, but these fish just fight too hard. I don't know, you love them when you're out there playing, but in a tournament you get one on and you're regretting that he fights for 5 minutes before you can ever get him in the boat.
Larry Nixon has been catching his fish later in the morning, but today the dinner bell rang early.
I really wasn't expecting these fish to be biting early because I've been having to wait on them every morning for about an hour. And first cast, I caught one about 2.5 pounds. And so I knew I'd done right by coming here first, and it didn't take long. I had a limit by about 8 o'clock, about an hour I had a limit. But they're biting so funny today. I'm missing a lot of them. I'm losing fish. The current is so strong here that they just push the bait at me and I'm not getting the hook in them or something. I don't know what's going on.
Because the water's down about about 3 foot. The fish don't come up on these flats as well as they did, let's say, back in '94 when I won the tournament. In fact, every spot that I caught the fish that won that tournament, not one of them has a fish on it. So it's changed quite a bit. But I still have a few flats that I've been able to catch some fish off early in the morning. Look, it's 8:30. I've got a small limit right now, and I won't fish on the flats too much longer, and then I'm going to go out and fish out in that 20 foot of water where I've been catching my better fish. But I like to have a decent limit before I do that, because that deep fishing is kind of slow. And I'm a lot more relaxed when I at least have a limit. So I've been able to get about 14 pounds or so in the morning and then go to my deeper fish. But I'll be lucky right now if I got 11 pounds. So I need a couple 3-pounders anyway, and I caught a couple on this flat 2 days ago.
Roland's got a limit, and he's trying hard to stay in first place.
Well, my strategy for tomorrow, I got to come back here, I guess. This is loaded with fish. I'm going to have to just work on these fish in the morning, try to get another 15 pounds, and then go. Well, I got a 5-pounder here yesterday and a 4-pounder, so and I got a 4-pounder again today, so there's a few big fish here. If I get a couple that size, I can get 17 or 18 pounds and win the tournament. Right. My problem is I was only 1 pound and 14 ounces ahead of Larry, and I got about a little over 14 pounds. So that means if he has over 16 pounds, he'll take the lead today. I know that I'm in the top 10, but I'm hoping to get another big fish. If I can get about look at that little one. If I can get about a 5-pounder right now, that will be really good, because then if I get a 5-pounder, I could call, then he'll need 19 pounds. That's more like it.
Let's see if Stricker's strategy of moving to deep water pays off.
It's 9:15. I started this morning out on the shallow flats to catch a quick limit. That's what I've been doing for the last 2 days, catch a quick limit, and then come for these deeper fish. These deeper fish are slow. There's one right there. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. A big one. Come on, darling, I need that one. You too can be a highly paid professional bass angler. Stay on there, darling. Good job. All right. That's the ones I'm looking for. Thanks, partner. I'm a Jimmy Houston wannabe.
Larry Nixon's 17-pound, 12-ounce bag takes over the lead from Roland Martin. And a 19-pound stringer takes Robert Kilby all the way to 3rd place, followed by Ken Stricker with another solid weigh-in. The final day is set.
Now there's a new way to get all the great gear you want from Bass Pro Shops. Check out BassPro.com, the official Bass Pro Shops website. Log on to BassPro.com anytime you want to shop. With over 50,000 products just a mouse click away, Bass Pro Shops Online is your one-stop source for fishing, hunting, camping, and the great outdoors. Plus great fishing tips, upcoming events, and more. BassPro.com is your sportsman's paradise on the internet. Bass Pro Shops, where you get more outdoors for your money.
Rugged SUV light truck tires, reliable passenger tires, SCCA winning high performance tires, world-class quality, value pricing. Kumo.
Way to go.
He's not going to do it.
What? Oh, yes, he will.
Do what? Take us to your secret spot.
I'll take you if you use my oil.
I'm not giving up my Pennzoil Marine. He's not giving up his Pennzoil Marine.
You don't have to.
New Pennzoil Marine 100% synthetic. It's biodegradable.
Protects your engine and the water.
And it meets all manufacturer requirements? Mercy.
Pennzoil Marine, 100% synthetic. The right equipment for fishing.
Are you going to take us?
He'll take us.
$10 for lunch? I heard of a guy got a brand new car for that.
Sounds like a Darrell Waltrip story.
Oh, I swear it's true. This guy was at the track, he sees this notice, says brand new hot rod, $10.
No, it's not a misprint. Stop by and see for yourself.
Turns out her husband met this little gal at the track, and he ran off to Tahiti with her. And he told his wife to sell the car and send him the money.
No.
Now at Kmart.
Yes, look what a smallmouth. Wow! Isn't that pretty? Well, I imagine right now, after culling that one, I've got probably, 16 pounds, I guess. I need to catch me, I've got two nice ones in there, about 4 pounds apiece, one a little over 4, and everything else is, of course, over 3 pounds. But I need 20 pounds today, so I've got 2 of the 5 that I need that are 4-pounders. So I just need to catch me 3 more 4-pounders and everything will be good.
Let's see how our leader, Larry Nixon's doing.
Shaw, I spoke with Larry Nixon on the weigh-in stage. Earlier in the week, he told me he has one spot that he's catching all of these giant fish off of.
That's unbelievable. One little spot, he makes the right cast, and he gets monster smallmouth like this. And it's early morning.
It is, and Shaw, he boat flips these fish. It's totally amazing. Here you're fishing for $100,000, and he's just swinging the fish up in the boat. He's got a dip net laying right next to him.
Yeah, you know, we're allowed to use dip nets this year, which we haven't in the past. But you can tell when he's got a smaller fish, he just rears back, throws him in the boat. When he gets a big one, I'll guarantee you he'll pull out the dip net.
All right, Shaw, put yourself in that situation as Nixon is. If you catch a 4-pound bass, are you going to use the net?
You betcha. Right now, I'd be going for it every fish. But he's pretty well got this down. He's throwing a Carolina rig, looks like, and he's hooking them, taking his time with them. He just kind of brings them on up and then swings them. You can see, because of the clear water, ooh, look at this. He's got a problem with his rod right there, his reel. Trying to pick up the line. Ooh. Oh, goodness, I guarantee that was a heart attack in the making right there. But you can see these fish because the water's clear, and you can see how well they're hooked.
All right, we've gone to Roland. Now he's going to make his charge here. There's another good fish, and Roland's leaning into him. He's got a casting rod there, and Roland told me earlier in the week he was throwing a chartreuse-colored spinnerbait, tandem willow leaf blades. You can see it right there, and he's boated that fish.
Boy, that's a grand fish. You know, this guy is the ultimate competitor. He never gives up. He's been there since, you know, day one in bass fishing, and he's always in contention.
Here's a spinning rod. Oh, he blew it. He lost that fish, Shaw. That's going to come back to haunt him. It could
be. This is Timmy Horton. This guy just qualified for the top 150 this year. This is his very first tournament, but he is a smallmouth expert. He's raised up there around Pickwick Lake in northern Alabama, and he knows how to catch smallmouth. So I suspect this tournament you'll see him do quite well.
You know, you've got to wonder about a rookie like Timmy Horton. He's in the front of the boat, and we've got a camera operator in the back of his boat. Probably making him pretty nervous right about now.
You know, I think the competition, being in the top 10 in your very first top 150 is got to be intense.
All right, we're back to Larry Nixon, and he has got, it looks like a 4 or 5 pound small. There he goes for the net.
Goodness gracious, you know this is going to be a big one. And, ooh, he's trying hard. And he misses him. He's missing him right there. He just can't. Oh, goodness, that must be a 5-pounder fish.
It's driving him crazy.
You know his heart is beating right there, knowing that if he gets this in, and in the net, jump straight into the net. That could be the tournament.
It looked like a Carolina rig he was throwing. All right, we're back with, that's Rob Kilby, Shaw.
Mr. Arkansas right there. You know, he is really working hard. He's done a great job this whole tournament catching big stringers of smallmouth, and it looks like he's just dragging a tube real slow.
These guys told me that green pumpkin and watermelon seed tubes and spider jigs were their key baits when they were fishing those flats.
Now, Rob here just used the net right off the bat. Look at him, he's just real slow, gets him to bite, takes his time, and that's a real special key to catching fish, is taking your time. Don't try to set the hook instantaneously when you feel the bite. Take a little bit of time and you'll hook almost every one of them.
You know, these smallmouth are notorious for the way they jump. Everybody always says when you hook a big bronzeback, watch out because he's going to the sky.
They do.
Did you experience that in this tournament?
Absolutely. You know, they would clear 4 feet in midair. But Rob's done a wonderful job right here. Looks like he's going to be definitely in contention for this $100,000 first place prize.
All right, now it's weigh-in time, and these guys, there must be a lot of thought going through their head, Shaw. What do you think they're thinking?
Well, you know, when you get to the final 10 like this, you pretty much know the stringer size that you need to catch, and they're just hoping they got enough to take in the big prize.
It's a 5-fish limit, and here's Kilby. That's probably his 4th fish right there, and whoop, one bounces out.
Better get that one.
You're going to need 15 pounds, 1 ounce to move up.
Well, it'll be close.
It's going to be real close, Rob. Look at those fish. Here we go. Wait for Rob Kilby. 17 pounds, 2 ounces. He's done it. Roland, you're going to need 15 pounds and 1 ounce.
I think I got it.
Watch the weight for Mr. Roland Martin. 17 pounds, 2 ounces. 17.2, Roland. Oh, boy, Larry Nixon, welcome. You're going to need 16 pounds and 2 ounces.
Weigh 'em, suckers.
He doesn't even want to talk about it. He's won over $1 million in his career with the Bass Angler Sportsman Society, and he's shaking like a leaf. He's going to need 16.2. Let's watch the weight. 16 pounds, 13 ounces. He's won it. You won it, Larry. $100,000, Larry Nixon. Look at those smallmouth bass.
Amazing. Larry Nixon wins his first Bassmaster event in 7 years by a mere 12 ounces over longtime friend Roland Martin.
And you know, it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Everybody that knows Larry Nixon realizes what a fantastic guy and a tremendous angler he really is.
Absolutely. So here are the final standings. Larry Nixon takes home $100,000 first place prize plus $2,000 for big fish honors on both the first and the fourth day.
And Roland Martin finishes in the second spot with a check for $38,000, followed by Rob Kilby, $28,000.
Fish, let's review the winning pattern.
Well, Shaw, Larry was using a variety of baits. He had 3 different lures. One of them was the Berkeley skirted twin-tail spider grub, and his other bait, a Yamamoto hula grub, which was impaled on a 1/2 to 3/4 ounce football jig head. Now, he also Carolina rigged a Berkeley power lizard, and that's the bait that caught the big bass first and fourth day of the event.
Now let's go to the pros pointer with this week's Top 150 winner, Larry Nixon.
One of the hardest things in bass fishing is fishing a spot that's got real heavy current or fishing a spot that's in extremely deep water. And what most people do wrong in that situation is they don't use a heavy enough weight. And one of the keys to winning this tournament here was definitely staying in bottom contact. A Berkeley power skirted twin tail and a real heavy head, a 3/4 ounce head or a 1 ounce head to stay on the bottom. That current keeps the bait bumping along, so you just more or less just retrieve it fast enough to stay in contact so that you feel the fish hit. And the same thing stands true for a Carolina rig. If the current slows down and the fish quit biting, switch to a Carolina rig with like a 1 ounce sinker, and it will stay in contact with the bottom, and that way you're keeping your lure in the strike zone.
Well, Fish, what a great way to kick off the season.
I agree, Shaw, and I encourage all of our viewers, if they get a chance, to go fish on beautiful Lake St. Clair. It's truly one of the best smallmouth fisheries in the world.
Until next time, I'm Shaw Grigsby.
And I'm Fish Fishburne, and you've been watching the Bassmasters on TNN Outdoors. Join us next week for the big Kmart Bassmaster Top 150 from Vermont's legendary Lake Champlain.